Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku was accused, imprisoned, tortured, and became Ronin the Vigilante Hero Part 7. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Later I will give them more. Back in the fight, everyone's spirits were high. It was impressive what a boy could do just by talking a little. The green-haired boy was nothing like his previous version, but he still retained that gift of leadership. The boy didn't know it, but he was still that symbol of hope for everyone because they knew that as long as he didn't give up, no one would. The green-haired boy was shooting with the big gun, annihilating Nomus and incapacitating the villains by shooting them in the legs, hands or arms, any non-vital point. The boy had an extremely surprising and quite admirable aim. Todoroki stood by his side and began to help his brother by throwing fireballs and ice blasts. Todoroki, new look? Ronin, fireballs? I noticed you copied my style, bro. The bicolor just tilted his head, agreeing with him. At that moment a purple cloud appeared, and from inside it came the pro heroes returning to the fight. Ronin, by the way, I didn't say it, it's a friend, the cloud. The bicolor saw how Shirakumo could fight in hand-to-hand combat, defeating multiple villains, and then absorbing them with his quirk, and finally letting them fall from the air, allowing the other heroes to defeat them. Shirakumo, hey, I already told you I'm Shirakumo. Todoroki, seeing the boy and Emi Shoto, Todoroki pointing to himself. The green-haired boy just smiled as he continued shooting left and right. Even when he had to reload, he threw his knives, causing a lot of damage. Izuku didn't stop at all and used the revolver as well as his bow. Momo, seeing her boyfriend, knew that she also didn't have to hold back, so she created more ammunition for her grenade launcher as well as an M minigun. It took some work, but she was able to do it. The girl took one of the pills that May had created for her, feeling how her energy returned, and then she began to shoot mercilessly, destroying everything in her path. Ronin, I'm sure if there was a forest you would raise it all. Yaoyorozu, Hee, don't be exaggerated, darling. Ronin, how much for the weapon, by the way? Yaoyorozu, not for sale. Ronin, okay, and for a kiss? The girl only turned a little red but advanced with her huge weapon before Izuku's smile. Ronin, hee, it's going to be mine. The green-haired boy continued shooting without any problem. Soon different television media covered the fight, allowing people who were not yet in the war zone and from other countries to see what was happening, knowing that this was not exclusive to one place. But among all these spectators was Almight, who, not being able to fight, limited himself to watching the fight from the High Alliance with Nizu. The blonde was proud of what the green-haired boy, his successor, had already achieved. Ronin, fighting at dawn while we're winning, could there be anything better? Todoroki, winning and not having to worry about another incident like that would be perfect. The green-haired man smiled as he continued shooting, his bullets echoing in everyone's minds, indicating that there was hope that everything would finally turn out well. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, your ammo is running out. Ronin, I know that. Yaoyorozu, don't you think I can make more bullets for you? Ronin, use your strength in the Momo fight. Yaoyorozu, honey, but those weapons, I'm sure they're just to save your strength. Ronin, yes, but remember that before what I am before Ronin and Deku. Yaoyorozu, you are Izuku Midoriya. Ronin, exactly, the strongest, Quirkless, smiling, I won't lose that easily. Besides, I have plenty of strength and energy. The green-haired man kissed his girlfriend and continued shooting until the logical thing happened. The gun quickly ran out of bullets. Ronin, well, at least it wasn't short. Yaoyorozu, I offered you more bullets. Ronin, Momo, if I can't use it as a weapon, then as a baseball bat it does work, right? Yaoyorozu, wait, what? The green-haired man took a good hold of his rifle and with overwhelming force began to hit the villains, leaving several out of combat with a single blow. Izuku did not treat his heart and hit mercilessly. He even knocked them down with his black whips, and before they touched the ground he finished them off with a blow to the head, making them fall unconscious. Finally the weapons were beginning to wear out. Izuku hit, and the large weapon he had broke in half. Ronin, well, it lasted as long as it had to. The boy continued fighting, now using his revolver and his bow. The green-haired boy was concentrating so much on attacking that he didn't notice the portal that was being generated behind him until his predatory sense hit him like a trailer, even stunning him a little. Todoroki, brother, he's already arrived. Ronin, among so many cockroaches, I had to summon the worst one. The portal was as black as night, it opened enormously and then footsteps were heard as well as applause. Ronin, did you finally come to show your face? All for one, ha ha ha, gloomily brave boy. The green-haired boy turned around, facing his last rival. They both stared face to face. Izuku made a gesture of seriousness and annoyance. His mask completely covered his mouth, and his hood shaded his face, making him look frightening. Ronin, if you can call that a face. All for one, seriously, humor will be your best weapon? Ronin, I also have whips, strength, fire, and I still have some arrows and bullets left. All for one, you know it would be an interesting fight, but why don't you face your past? Ronin, bring as many freaks as you want, damn it, and I'll defeat them. The subject only made a mocking gesture and then rose. The portal did not close, and then the footsteps that accompanied All for One sounded again. Izuku was ready for whatever was coming, but what he saw, nothing prepared him for that. Everyone who was next to Izuku felt a chill when they saw that thing getting closer and closer. Soon from the portal a humanoid figure could be seen. They knew it was a Noma, but what disturbed them was seeing its clothing. The monster had a black sleeveless suit tight to the body, yellow gloves, a belt with a red fall with a golden buckle although now rusty and dirty, white boots like the cape. There would be nothing strange if it weren't for the state of the clothes. The suit was torn in some parts. The worst being the ribs, because the scratch was so strong that even the skin was missing, showing the ribs directly. The white cape was now totally filthy as well as wet with a greenish liquid. It had holes and burns. The white boots were half destroyed. You could see the woman's feet and nails, even showing that fingers were missing. The gloves were also finished like the belt, but the worst thing was seeing the face or the body in general. It did not look like a Noma wherever you looked at it. The grayish skin and in some sections of a rotten green color. In some places there were even missing pieces showing the bones. The hair combed in that common way, but there was no doubt. It was a Nomu. Those empty eyes, they gave her away. The woman was much taller than Nana and much more muscular, but still many veteran heroes recognized her, among them Almight, who sat watching television, while his mind was tortured by these images. Almight, damn wretch, my teacher in desperation. Back in the fight, Izuku had a lost look as he watched the Noma walk and the portal close behind him. Ronin, and Nana? All for one, ha ha ha, oh no, it's not just Nana. You know, when I killed Nana Shimura several years ago, I thought it was all over. But I discovered that All Might was out there fighting evil far away from me, so I thought, why not torture him beyond strength or blows? Why only fight if I could also destroy his will? I decided that I would use the corpse of his late master for my purposes. Ronin, son of. All for one. But it was a little late. The corpse was rotting and was of no use to me, and it was then with the help of my dear doctor that we thought of the idea of using multiple quirks on it, starting with regeneration, but we didn't stop there. We inserted more and more brat. You're looking at the first Noma created in all time. The green-haired boy then gritted his teeth in fury. The boy felt his blood boil, but his enemy did not stop talking. All for one, unfortunately it wasn't perfect. The regeneration wasn't powerful enough. She was dying. It's something like what happened to Nine. He was a strong guy but weak at the same time. Finally I couldn't use my Noma as I wanted. I faced All Might alone, and you already know the result, but it wasn't until Shigaraki put his plan against you into action that I could start the investigation again. Maybe I didn't need a bunch of powers to get it to move. Maybe I just needed fresher material. Insert the power of All for One for more thrills. Ronin, what the hell are you talking about? The green-haired boy felt a chill run through his entire body. After a long time Izuku felt fear, an intense fear, a fear that ate him alive and that he thought he would never feel. All for one, I let a lot of time pass with Nana. But you know who wasn't dead for long? The green-haired man then understood it, as well as his friends and All Might himself, who upon listening to his bitter rival could only feel pain in his old wound as well as in his heart. All for one, I had the corpse of a woman who died in a certain battle against many of my Nomas stolen, and the doctor took care of the rest. I must admit it, boy, your mother fought well. At that moment, Izuku felt his strength leaving him, his gaze changed to desolation and his knees trembled. All for one, I decided that now that he was no longer here I would have to do the same to you, and what better than double it? Double suffering, double torture, a double victory for me. Izuku Midoriya, I present to you the Noma that fuses the corpse of Nana Shimura and that of your mother Inko Midoriya, opening his arms. At that moment the green-haired man fell to the ground as he felt tears coming out of him. All for one, it hurts, right? Ha, but obviously this couldn't be reality without the help of our greatest benefactor. I must thank you, Almight, otherwise you would have been having hex with Midnight, or maybe it was Toga. Well, what does it matter, if instead of doing that you had done your job and saved the woman you supposedly loved, none of this would be possible. I truly thank you. Looking at the UA. Ronin on his knees looked at the Noma in front of him with a mixture of emotions. There were two very important women for him, his mother and his teacher. The boy felt alone, devastated. Suddenly those feelings of failure and pain returned to him. If Izuku had been stronger before, none of this would have happened. All for one, so tell me, Hero Ronin, are you strong enough to kill your mother and your teacher? Ha, the subjects again. Ronin, son of a, you'll regret this all for one. The boy stood up and drew his sword and then jumped towards the villain. Ronin, I'm going to kill you. The boy was about to arrive when suddenly, and without realizing it, the Noma was in front of him. Izuku barely had time to react when the Noma hit him with overwhelming force. The blow was so powerful that it even took some villains with it when it fell to the ground. All for one, like I said before, kid, I'm not your opponent. That Noma is designed to destroy a single target. You. Ronin, is that how you want it? The green-haired man stood up and stood on guard. He drew his sword and put it away. The green-haired man turned on his quirk and threw himself at the Noma, but before arriving the Noma did something he never thought of. The Noma spoke. Noma Izuku. Ronin, mom? The boy was distracted by this and the Noma hit him again. Everyone saw it and couldn't believe it. Was Izuku losing? Yaoyorozu Izuku. Ronin, I just got a little distracted. I'm fine. Time for the second monster round. The green-haired boy threw himself again, but then he could see how the Noma acquired the features of Nana and Inko. The boy could see how both of them smiled and he couldn't hit. He couldn't, but the Noma could. The monster gave a kick that the boy stopped and hit the green-haired boy in the head, embedding him in the ground, and then kicked him. The Noma roared and Izuku stood up, although now he was shaking. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, stop fighting. Ronin, what are you talking about? I'm fine. The boy stood up as he launched himself against the monster again, but again the distraction of hearing his mother's voice, his mentor's voice, and the false reflex of seeing them made them continue hitting him. Finally the boy was completely beaten and on the ground. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, please, you have to stop. Defend yourself, please. Ronin, I can't. Momo, can't you see? My mother is still there, as is Nana. Yaoyorozu, Izuku understands, she's not there, either of them. Ronin, I can bring you both back. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, are you listening to yourself? You couldn't, that's too crazy an idea. Ronin, Momo, they were able to bring Shirakumo back. I can do the same this time, she's my mother and… At that moment the Noma approached them. Acting quickly, Izuku moved Momo away and stood in front of the Noma, managing to stop a blow. Ronin, I am not your enemy, please, Nana, you have to wake up. In response, the boy received a blow that sent him a few meters away. The green-haired man returned to the charge, but the woman received him with a blow to the jaw that sent him a few meters away. Yaoyorozu, he's going to kill him. Shirakumo, he wants to do the same thing Midnight did to me, Eraser. Aizawa, but they are already. Shirakumo, tell him. The green-haired boy tried to talk to the Noma because he didn't want to kill him. She was his mother after all. Insert the Kiryu Beats Godzilla theme to get into the mood. Ronin, please, you have to react. The boy threw himself at the Noma one last time and was hit again. The green-haired boy threw a few blows, but his enemy easily stopped them. Ronin, please, shedding a few tears, Mom, Nana, wake up, I need you, both of you. But he received no response. Instead the woman lifted him up. The boy saw how his mentor and mother looked at him with hatred. The monster gave him a few turns and threw him against a pile of rubble to hit him repeatedly in the face, and after that he took him and threw him against a half-destroyed building. With one blow the Noma managed to knock down what was left of the building on Izuku, and after that he hit him repeatedly over and over and over again in front of the faces of thousands of spectators and the heroes present, among them Momo, who suffered from seeing this, and then upset and sad decided to ignore her boyfriend. The girl created a sword and a shield and looked at Todoroki and Tsuyu. Yaoyorozu, I know I'm asking a lot, but please, he's going to kill him, we have to. Todoroki, don't give explanations, let's go. Tsuyu, Karo, let's help. Yaoyorozu, let's go. Uraraka, wait. Yaoyorozu, we don't have time for your nonsense now. Uraraka, I know you hate me and I know it. I gave you reasons for that, but the one there is Izuku. Let's put everything aside, I want to help you, after all I owe him my life. Yaoyorozu, if this is a ruse. Ida, not at all, I'm going to, Antihero or whatever, the one over there is the person who saved my life. Siro, we'll help you guys, all of us that we can. Uraraka, you are not alone. And so Yaoyorozu smiled and advanced towards the monster along with her friends and companions. The boy got up trying to stop his friends, but then the Noma hit Izuku in the face, throwing him far away and making the boy go into shock. Izuku felt that time passed more slowly while he watched his friends being beaten without him being able to do anything. The boy heard a voice but did not listen to its words. He could hear the tone but not recognize it. It sounded very far away. Izuku could see his friends being massacred. Shoji lost the copies of his arms. Izuku saw how Kirishima was beaten and thrown away. Tsuyu was grabbed by the face while hitting her in the torso repeatedly and then threw her against Todoroki, who by catching his girlfriend was distracted, making him stop his attack, which the Noma took advantage of to get closer. The bicolor did not think and activated his simultaneous ability, but it was late. The Noma arrived and quickly was able to knee him in the face, making him divert his power. Todoroki froze Shoji and burned the Siro tape, making him fall just in time for the Noma to receive him with a blow to the face, destroying his nose and giving him another in the ribs, making him scream in pain. Ida was running towards the Noma preparing a blow, but was received by a blow to the face that destroyed his helmet and another in the chest that destroyed his armor. The monster took Ida and slammed him against the ground and then used it as a baseball bat and hit Uraraka, who was running ready to continue fighting. Finally the Noma lifted Ida and hit him in the groin and then broke his leg. Izuku was waking up slightly and could hear the voice getting closer. Izuku could even distinguish it a little. It was feminine. You must understand that that is not me, your mother is not either. Ronin, nah, Nana, is that you? Nana, Izuku, of course it's me. Listen boy, that thing isn't me. It hurts me to see what he turned me into, but it's not me. I would never hit you, your mother even less. We both love you very much. Ronin, I wanted to bring them back, I miss them both. Nana, and that's why you must do it, Izuku. We will never abandon you, now you have. The boy saw how his girlfriend threw herself with the shield and her weapon in her hand towards the Noma, but like her friends it only hit her. Momo was already injured, but the Noma left her worse. Izuku slowly saw how the monster hit his girlfriend's face, how it ripped the weapon from her and turned her hand into a spear. Momo tried to use her shield, but the spear pierced it as if it were paper. That monstrosity lifted the girl and hit her, throwing her away. The boy saw how his girlfriend was tortured and beaten. Finally the Noma raised his arm and the spear was formed again. Izuku then came out of the trance and saw the monster as what it was, an aberration. A monstrosity. His blood began to boil and soon the feeling of guilt turned into anger, which began to increase as he saw how his girlfriend was beaten and held the spear high. The boy felt his quirk turn on. Lightning collided with each other. The temperature rose. Black whips were coming out. Something was about to explode in him. Or rather inside him. Nana, you have to finish that thing. The boy watched as his girlfriend shed tears while the Noma raised the now blade. For Izuku everything from that point on happened even slower. The green-haired boy watched as the monster lowered its weapon and Yaoyorozu created another shield. Izuku knew that wouldn't stop her. The boy then opened his eyes and their outline was wrapped in blue flames. In just seconds the boy disappeared. In just a fraction of a second the brunette was already being protected because the Noma did not complete the attack. Izuku held the blade tightly. It was even shaking a little due to the pressure he exerted. Momo opened her eyes and saw her boyfriend but noticed something was strange. The boy emanated heat more than normal when he used his quirk. The air around him felt hot and heavy. Izuku did not speak to his girlfriend and simply with a single movement broke the blade, making the Nomu scream in pain, and then pushed it as far as he could. The boy then disappeared again before the surprised gaze of his girlfriend, who could only think one thing. Yaoyorozu, is he using Berserk? Insert Buso Sentu Eraserhead theme. The green-haired boy reached the Nomu, who managed to get up. But the boy didn't give him time to do anything, and quickly his arm was covered by his black whips and lit in blue flames. The lightning of the One for All came out, and then the boy gave a single blow that managed to destroy the upper part of the Nomu, the torso. Arms and head of the monster disappeared before the powerful impact. Izuku was standing and everyone saw them. The whips surrounded his arms, making spurs on his forearms. The boy took out smoke, meaning Makiri and pyrokinesis. He had his demon wings out. One for All made an appearance, but more violent. The lightning crashed against each other, sounding loudly, and the flames managed to filter slowly, but these were blue. This was beyond % of the green-haired boy's power. The boy stared as the monster's legs began to move, and soon a mass of bloody flesh began to form, and then the Nomu completely regenerated. All for one. I gotta say it, kid, they're the first high-gamma Nomu created just to destroy you. But Izuku didn't listen to him, and his fury was rising because the blow he gave him destroyed his suit, which didn't regenerate. So the woman, the Nomu, had no clothes or anything covering her upper torso, leaving her breasts exposed. This made Izuku even more enraged, who released his power again. The ground beneath him split. The Nomu threw a punch, as did the green-haired man, now engaging in a fist-to-fist fight. The gust of air made everyone stay on the floor or cling to something to avoid being blown away. Todoroki, what's going on? Yaoyorozu, he's not going to lose anymore. Ida, what are you talking about? Yaoyorozu, he will use all his power. The boy hit with unparalleled strength. No one had ever seen anything like it before. Each blow even destroyed the Nomu's limb, even if it regenerated again. The flames were now more visible in an intense blue color, reaching a point where each regeneration had burn marks or did not come out completely. All for one, so that's a sign of your true power. The green-haired boy had lowered the percentage of One for All and hit the Nomu, throwing it far away. The boy flew behind her. Izuku did not speak. His vision was blank. The green-haired boy took out his sword and with a single slash cut the head of the Nomu, who fell to the ground. The boy burned the skull, and then it was heard as he roared. His whips slowly wrapped around his head, making a shape that could resemble the head of a wolf. The boy raised a hand and a ball of fire formed in a deep blue color. Villains who were around immediately caught fire. They all gave him space because they knew that if they were close they would die. The boy raised his arm and saw how the Nomu began to slowly regenerate as it was burning, although now all its clothes had been destroyed. The boy gritted his teeth in fury. Nana, do it, Izuku, only you can end this. The boy didn't hold back and lowered his hand, completely burning the Nomu, who roared in pain. The voices of his teacher and his mother fused for the last time. The boy heard this, and in his subconscious he could only apologize. The attack stopped, and the boy looked up, seeing All for One, who also looked back at him. At that moment the freckled boy looked down, and then that enormous pressure ended. The rays went out and the whips returned inside the boy. The flames went out and his gaze returned to the same one. The poor green-haired boy knelt down, his body releasing steam. Quickly Momo arrived at the Yaoyorozu. Izuku, what happened? Ronin, I almost lost control. Yaoyorozu. Izuku. Ronin, I couldn't lose you, Momo. The boy slowly stood up before the gaze of All for One, who didn't know what had just happened. Ronin, I almost used all of Berserk. Yaoyorozu, it might even be a good option. Ronin, not with all of you here. Yaoyorozu, then don't lose anymore, get up, there is still a battle to win. The green-haired boy was about to get up when his predatory sense alerted him. The boy took his sword, but then he saw black pants and pants covered with spiked plates. Izuku just smiled. His girlfriend noticed this and then questioned why this. Ronin, they took a long time to arrive, don't you think? Stain, thank the Lord we came. Garu, I actually just wanted to see you fight. I'm curious to know if you learned anything. Ronin, thank you for your trust. Yaoyorozu, they're here. Garu, Stain told me not to interfere. Ronin, liar. Stain, I knew you could win, we didn't have to get involved. Ronin, that doesn't make it better. Stain, shut up already. Garu, the situation really looks bad, I didn't think it would be true. Ronin, skeptic. Stain, what's the plan? Ronin, fight well and survive. Stain, a great plan. Garu, it's the best we can do for now. Yaoyorozu, I guess this is a bit of a strange alliance. Garu, you said it, girl. At that moment the green-haired man gave his hand to the gray-haired man and he helped him get up. Garu, well boy, I know you didn't help us escape, but I'll help you. Stain, I support Garu, we are a small team, we do not abandon our own. Ronin, thank you both of you. At that moment the three nodded, knowing that now they would fight as a team. The boy smiled. Ronin, the monstrous team finally reunited, ha ha ha. At that moment a small red-haired woman ran dodging the crossfire until she faced Izuku, who turned around with a slight smile. Ronin, you finally arrived. La brava, gentle Sama. Come on, I finally found him, I found Izuku. Ronin at that moment turned around and could see someone walking calmly, a suit like the previous one but in good condition, drinking a cup of tea. The gray-haired man finished drinking and threw the cup and used his quirk to cover himself from enemy attacks. The man just smiled. Gentle, haha, you don't even seem surprised. Ronin, I knew you were coming. La brava, hey, by the way, Izuku, I did what you asked me to. Ronin, really? The brave one, and you won't believe what I learned. Flashback. One night shortly before the Great War, Hawks arrived at the UA with a great message for the green-haired man. Hawks, hey old man, remember the brave one? Ronin, the dwarf who loves Gentle and made the videos for that stupid league? How could I forget her? I'd like to strangle her with my own whips. Hawks, kid, calm down, it's actually funny, they weren't even villains, just criminals, but the league had their eye on La Brava for what she did with Gentle and her videos as well as her computer skills. After Gentle's arrest they kidnapped her, Dabi tortured her along with Toga, but she didn't talk. They even almost killed her, but nothing. Finally they threatened to kill Gentle if she didn't help them. They used her love against her. Ronin, I expected that from cowards like them. Hawks, the thing is, she found out about your departure, and then also your exoneration. Ronin, and how does that affect me? Hawks, he wants to see you, make a deal with you. Ronin, what kind of deal would you want to make? Hawks, the league is left in my care, twice told Shigaraki, and I think he thinks it's a way to keep me under control, but I can use this to my advantage. Ronin, I see. Hawks, you want something from her too, don't pretend, she's the best hacker you know, she was able to make your videos, maybe there's something you want from her, you know a deal's a deal, favor please. Ronin, actually, now that I think about it, yes, there is something. The green-haired boy advanced with Hawks, both flew and met with Brava. The deal was the following. Izuku would have them protect Gentle with the help of Tsukachi, and in exchange Brava would look for information about Shigaraki, all that she could. Flashback end. Ronin, so, what did you find out? The brave one, her name, as we both know, is Tenko Shimura, grandson of the well-known heroine. Ronin, Nana Shimura, I know. The brave one, well, her father was Kotaro Shimura, the eldest of the two brothers, sons of the heroine. Ronin, wait, the eldest? Wasn't he supposed to only have one son? La Brava, no, this is something that Kotaro ordered to be hidden. You don't know how difficult it was to find it, but the truth is that Nana had two children. One was him, Kotaro. Ronin, and the other one? The brave one. The other brother was called Ryuichi. At that moment the green-haired man broke into a cold sweat. He didn't notice that his girlfriend had left shortly before, and now the shock made him tremble. Ronin, what did you say? La Brava, as you heard, her second son was called Ryuichi Shimura. Although after abandoning them both it seems they had a fight, they separated their paths. At that moment a missile headed towards them, but Gentle quickly used his quirk, managing to deflect it. Gentle, this is not the time to talk about La Brava. Izuku, for his part, looked for his girlfriend but didn't find her. Apparently, the girl had gone to continue fighting shortly after Gentle appeared. Garu, I agree with the old man. If we want to do something, then it has to be. Suddenly a bunch of gnomes appeared heading towards them. Everyone was on guard, but then a wall of spikes rose from the ground and fell on the gnomes, piercing them all. Izuku turned around only to see Chisaki, who had his hand on the ground. Ronin, look, you finally deigned to come. Some gnomes managed to get out of this, and went towards them again, but then Rappa appeared, hitting some of them, shattering their skulls with a few blows. Rappa, come on, I think they would be stronger. Ronin, these are the basics, you want to challenge, survive all this. Rappa, ha ha, I agree. At that moment Yaoyorozu as well as the other companions of Izuku and pro-heroes gathered. Endeavor took a step forward, standing next to his two sons, Izuku and Todoroki. Endeavor, you know, no matter what happens after this fight, I'm very proud of you kids. Ronin, too cheesy even for you, father. Todoroki, don't even think about dying, remember that mom is waiting for you at home along with everyone, dad. Ronin, wow, now the world is about to end. All for one, so that's your army. Ronin, no, they are something you will never understand, they are my companions, they are my team, they are my friends, they are my family. All for one, today everyone will fall. Ronin, as long as there's only one man standing in front of you, believe me, all for one, you'll never win. Then the army of both sides launched into the fight once again. Garu ran while having a sadistic smile, Stain advanced while drawing his swords and analyzing his surroundings, looking for false heroes as well as focusing on Spinner, who took out his enormous sword. Yaoyorozu had a target in mind, which was Toga. The brunette hated the blonde with a vengeance, and this was her chance to get revenge. Finally, Izuku had two objectives, which were Shigaraki and All for One. The boy advanced with speed, but Dabi got in his way. Dabi, did you think it would be that easy? The black-haired man launched an attack with his blue fire. Izuku was about to stop it with his pyrokinesis, but then two walls of fire prevented Dabi's attack from continuing to advance. Izuku turned to the sides, meeting Todoroki and Endeavor. Todoroki, this isn't your fight, bro. Endeavor, go and finish them off, son, we'll be fine. Ronin, but... Todoroki, don't get sentimental now and run, Izuku. The green-haired man just nodded and left while he watched Garu follow him. Garu, very busy? Ronin, I should tell you that, old man. Garu, I thought you needed a hand. Ronin, actually. Garu, if you want to get through those idiots, I'll help you, on my signal, understood? Ronin, I know what you're trying to do, ha ha ha, okay, come on. Garu 1. The boys approached the gnomes and villains as they prepared. Garu 2. Both sides were getting closer and closer to meeting, a few more steps and... Garu, now Izuku. Ronin, understood. Both charged energy. The gray-haired one used his Makiri. Ronin for his part activated his one for all at 100%, his pyrokinesis, and finally his Makiri as well. Ronin/Garu, double movement Rinkei Oji, Koga Ryusatsu Ken. Each one used the technique separately, although they managed to unite them, making the technique twice as powerful and therefore also twice as deadly. Both went through the wall, and there was no villain or Nomu who could stop them. Finally both stopped. Teacher and student, covered in blood and sweat, saw everything around them. Garu, it feels good to be back in action, waving his arms. Ronin, I thought you'd be slower. Garu, you even believe, kid, this technique is good for blood circulation. Ha! Ronin, I see. Garu, I actually don't know how you can be so calm with that suit on. Ronin, shut up and fight. Let's see if you are as strong as you say. Garu, there's a reason they called me Monster Boy. They both stood on guard as they saw more villains and gnomes approaching. Garu, they're regrouping. Ronin, looks interesting. Both boys, teacher and students, returned to the guard. Shigaraki and All for One watched with annoyance as their army was defeated. What bothered the suited man the most was how the doctor from his lair as a vile cockroach reported that in the world the villains were also losing. Apparently the attack was not only in Japan. All for One had contacts in most of the world organizing this fight, but apparently their efforts were useless. All for one, what the hell is this kid? On the other hand, at another point far away in the well-known and half-destroyed city Z, we could see how the city was upside down. The villains were in several points, people ran from one side to the other. Then a group of gnomes and monsters began to surround the people until suddenly, with telekinesis and a blizzard, the civilians were evacuated cleanly. The monsters were confused, but then with a single blow they were all knocked down or destroyed, and then seconds later the survivors were covered in a light green aura and were lifted by a blizzard of dust and rocks. Being finally defeated, all the heroes present there turned around in surprise but were excited to see them pass. Spirits rose as well as hope. The subject smiled and then people cheered him. Hero, hey everyone, it's here. Hero, really? Hero, yes, it's him. King is already here. He will save us. Everyone cheered the imposing blonde who walked with a serious face. Everyone applauded without knowing that behind him came the true hero. Because behind King were the brothers Bang and Bomb, Tatsumaki, Metal Bat, Puri Puri Prisoner, Watchdog Man, Genos, the rider without a license, Fubuki, and finally Saotama, who only had a neutral face although it showed some annoyance. Fubuki noticed this and smiled, but after a few seconds she just took his hand and kissed him, although she did not stop smiling. Fubuki, hee, calm down, dear. Just win the fight and let's go home, okay? Remember, we left dinner half finished. Saotama, yes, I think you're right. Fubuki, besides, no matter what people think, to me you are the coolest hero. The bald man just smiled as he prepared for the big fight that was coming his way. Back at the epicenter of the fight, all the heroes were now with the fight in their favor. Garu and Izuku were surrounded by villains. The boy was about to use his Ryujin no Ken Wakuri, but soon some heads were torn from the bodies with a single slash. Soon Stain joined the team with his swords and other blades raised. Stain, I see you were in a hurry. Garu, you're slow, old man, you're running out of fun. On the other side, Yayorozu had created different rifles with special bullets. The composition was given to her by Hatsum, who was next to her friends. Toga had managed to dodge the brunette, and thanks to this she found Izuku, who threw herself at her, but Izuku was able to dodge her, even giving a strong kick to the blonde. Toga, let me drink your blood. I want to become you and masturbate before I kill you. Ronin, you want my blood? Come get it, you crazy demon. Toga, I like it when they play rough. The green-haired boy just growled and threw himself at the blonde, who pulled out a knife and a syringe from her suit. The boy also pulled out a bigger knife. The blonde started throwing knives at the green-haired boy, but none of them hit him, or the boy simply deflected them. Izuku quickly approached and jumped, which surprised the girl. Toga, running away won't help you, baby. Ronin, in the air, and who runs away crazy? The blonde looked down, seeing how Izuku's whip was tangled in her legs. The boy pulled his whip and the girl was taken with him. Toga hit her head and was lifted up and then whipped. The green-haired boy took his whip and turned it with the blonde still tied and let go, letting her go far away. The boy took several more steps since he had moved away from his team, although at that moment Twice appeared, who confronted the boy. Twice, today you will die, buddy. Ronin, you know the crazy woman tried to take my blood. Twice, Toga? Ronin, of course, freaks know each other. Twice, what did you do to him? Ronin, I hit it and threw it far away. I think it fell over there. The boy pointed in a direction, and then Twice turned his head, a moment that Izuku took advantage of to throw himself with his wings and hit him on the head. Twice, you play dirty. Ronin, you guys never did it? What's wrong with you, sick bastard? Are you going to cry? Twice, no, I'll make you bleed, I'll make you bleed. At that moment the blonde began to clone himself at an impressive speed. Izuku noticed two things, the fruit of his fury, and that Twice. Ronin, congratulations, you're all healed. Twice, I knew this would happen. I told Shigaraki, you're too dangerous to leave alive. He had to kill you when he could. Now look at everything you've done. Ronin, congratulations, you're a prophet. The boy spread his demon wings and rose, seeing the army of clones in front of him. The boy did not think twice and threw himself into the multiple Twice who were there, who knocked him down and began to beat him. Twice, you won't win. If Shigaraki couldn't kill you, I will, and believe me, I'm going to love it. The villain took off his mask as a sign of his recovery as he began to laugh like crazy. but what he didn't expect was that a fire tornado would appear, killing many of his clones, and from this a large wolf with flames would emerge. Twice fell silent as he watched his new rival. The wolf began to bite all the clones that approached him or attack them with fireballs. One of these managed to get on his back and pulled him by his ears, but the boy only moved a little, destabilizing the clone, causing the boy to take him with his snout on the torso. The wolf looked at the original twice and closed his snout completely, making the copy twice scream, which fell apart. The beast showed its fangs furiously and threw itself at the villain. The animal's eyes looked like burning coals. Twice was undoubtedly afraid, but then two of his clones took the large animal by the snout. One more took him by the tail and others by the legs, managing to hold him back a little. The boy struggled with power while growling until he finally released a large amount of fire. Ronin, no more games! The heat wave burned the clones completely. The boy slowly approached Twice, who was thinking of making a clone of Izuku or the wolf. The man took out his tape measure, but then Hawks fell on him. Hawks, this is my fight, Izuku. It's something I have to do. The wolf looked at the winged hero with attention, but without intention of retreating. Hawks, I don't know if you're there or if you can hear me, but please let me do this. It's something I have to do alone. Izuku from his wolf form listened attentively, and trusting Hawks simply bowed his head in agreement. The boy turned around and left the place. Hawks then used one of his feathers as a weapon. Hawks, you and I need to talk, bye-bye Gawara Jean. On one of the stretchers was Ida, who was being healed by Recovery Girl. Uraraka was with him holding her boyfriend's hand. All for One was fed up. He couldn't believe that a single boy could be capable of decimating his efforts to nothing. The supreme villain looked at Izuku, who had returned to his human form and was running and fighting. All for One could only get more annoyed because for some reason the green-haired boy reminded him of his dead brother. All for One looked at Izuku, his brother, the first bearer of One for All. All for One, I'm fed up with him. Determined to finish off the boy, the man moved, but Izuku raised a wall of fire that drove the villain away. All for One, were you expecting me, kid? Ronin, I knew you'd show up. All for One, it's funny you're not like any of the other carriers. Ronin, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Getting better and better until one of us finally kills you. All for One, he kill me? Boy, I've been here since the beginning of One for All. I believed it. I've fought and killed every single one of them. Generations, don't you understand? I just can't die. The green-haired man spread his wings and rose to his height. Ronin, you are very old, but we all die sometime. All for One, boy, I'll kill you, destroy your corpse, and I'll live for 100 more years. You can't stop me now or ever. Even if you have my age and my experience, that will even make you like me. Ronin, you know what? I've had enough, and if you don't mind, I'll try to kill you. All for One, are you ready anyway? You talk a lot, but are you ready to kill? Ronin, this won't end the way you think, idiot. All for One, enough with the bragging, you didn't answer my question, kid. Ronin, I killed Jiren, seriously, believe me when I tell you that you don't scare me. All for One, oh really? Boy, I don't care if you killed him, I didn't even know him. I don't care about you, but you know not them. By killing you I will take away their hope. I will make you feel helpless and guilty. I will make them look you in the eyes for the last time, and you will feel guilty for not being able to help them. Your biggest failure is and always will be you, your name and your face. Ronin, you talk about that as if you've already killed me. If you want to do something, then you'll have to go through me first, and here I am. All for One, let the show begin, he. The green-haired boy activated One for All at 100%, but the villain was no fool. He quickly used his cannon arm and then aimed at Izuku, shooting him and pushing him away. The boy managed to stop in the air and threw himself towards him at an impressive speed, but both collided, fists stopping each other. All for One, tell me something, kid. Are you going to kill me like Almight tried? Ronin, I will have no mercy. You will pay for everything you have done. You will pay with your miserable life. Suddenly some tentacles came out of All for One and embedded themselves in Izuku's left arm. All for One, forced quirk activation. The villain used his quirk, but it didn't work. The villain just made a strange face, but then Izuku just smiled. Ronin, my quirk is mine alone, and if you want a sample, then I'll show you what I'm capable of. The boy squeezed his rival's hands harder and then turned on his pyrokinesis. All for One wanted to let go, but Izuku didn't let him. The boy then generated an explosion of fire that pushed the villain away, destroying the sleeves of his suit. Ronin, hee, did you like that? All for One, what an impetuous boy. Ronin, when I kill you, everyone will forget you. I will make them forget all the pain, the loss, and the horror. I will bury your name in the deepest part of hell. All for One, buried? Forgotten? Boy, have you never been to the slums of the city? Has your life at UA clouded your judgment? They've never stopped talking about me, they'll never forget me, and I'll never die. Ronin, no, I have not forgotten where I come from. I am a boy who comes from Muzurifu, from an average family, with what is necessary to live. My mother raised me to do the right thing, and that is what I will always do. And when I will make everyone forget your horrors, your atrocities, they will forget your name, and your horrible face. All for One, boy, I have the League on my side. No one will forget me. I will have my name written in the blood of your friends. I will personally carve my name on your corpse and hang it from high. No one will forget my legacy. Ronin, this time it's all over, and even if I have to die, I'll take you to hell with me. The boy threw himself at All for One, who used his air cannon again as well as his tentacles and other quirks, but that was not enough to bring down the green-haired boy, who also used his whips. Neither gave any respite. They knew that giving up was not an option. All for One even knew it. The fact that Izuku had so much resemblance to his late brother made him more dangerous. But there was something that All for One knew, and that is that one of his best virtues was not being able to steal and manipulate quirks, but his ability to control others with words. All for One, it's funny, kid, you're very strong, but you can't stop being a kid. Ronin, the boy's strong enough to kill you. All for One, the boy with a mask, what would happen if he took it off? That tough guy mask, what would happen if I made everyone see the true face of their savior? They would see just a scared boy, a hopeless boy, who was betrayed by his friends and the woman he loved, paralyzed by fear. You know, it's very easy. When I understood the greatest of your fears, I knew that controlling you would be easy. You consider yourself guilty of everything that happened, what happened to you, to your mother. You feel guilty about her death. Maybe if you had been stronger she would still be alive, hee. And although now you are strong, deep down you know that one day you will fail, and that makes you my prey child. The boy then began to tremble. All for One just smiled, knowing that even without using his power he would win, and without giving him a chance to do anything he used the power he used to kill Nana a long time ago. The monster just smiled. Everyone looked up, including Izuku's teachers. The hunter and the assassin were impressed by the overwhelming power. Those who were under Izuku and All for One quickly got away. Then the villain threw him against Izuku, slamming him against the ground, making a loud explosion. All for One, thanks for such a wonderful comedy, but I win. But there was something that the villain did not expect, and that is that his great attack did not have the effect of before. It even seemed as if it had been countered. Even the damage was not as serious as he wanted or as he expected. But what surprised him most was seeing the green-haired boy standing. The boy did not tremble anymore, but rather looked up, looking at All for One directly. Insert Dragon Ball Super Ultimate Battle / Ultra Instinct theme guitar covered by YouTuber Stones for much more epicness. Izuku opened his mouth. The boy folded back his mask and took off his hat, showing his serious face, something that definitely surprised the villain. Ronin, I'm not afraid of you. All for One, it's normal to be afraid. Ronin, no, for a long time, or rather most of my life, I was afraid of not being enough, of being weak, of failing my parents, of not being able to enter UA, of not deserving my power. I was afraid in Tartaros, and then I was afraid again when I left there. You're right. The idea of being weak and not being able to defend my friends and family terrifies me. I was afraid, but it's time to leave that behind. I won't run away. I won't hide. I won't cry anymore. You crossed a line, and today I will stop you. I don't care if I die. All for One, you made a big mistake, and that was underestimating me. Underestimating me and my power. You made the biggest mistake by creating me, and today you will regret it. The green-haired boy put his hood back on. His mask covered his mouth again, and then he activated his power. The boy used one for all at percent. The cape he still had waved strongly, even sounding as if it was flying. The lightning crashed against each other furiously. Some hair managed to filter through his hood. Suddenly the whips formed horns that ignited in flames and pierced his hood. A crown of fire was positioned on his head. His hands were covered by his whips, making thick gloves. The tail also came out, and finally the torn wings made an appearance, demonstrating to some skeptic that the green-haired boy used his demon form again. Izuku, can we start now? All for One looked annoyed, but before he could do anything, Izuku approached at full speed, hitting him in the stomach, and then generating a fireball that threw the villain far away. So they started a new combat in an aerial way, in which despite the initial blow, All for One showed to have the advantage in terms of strength, as well as experience, because he could avoid the boy's blows as well as his techniques, but the bad side is that the green-haired man could also avoid his techniques. The boy had his predatory sense. The air bullets from All for One's cannon as well as his tentacles were no problem for him, who could avoid them, although being so big he did not come out as unharmed as he expected. On the other side, on the ground, Shigaraki watched the fight with some concern because he wanted to be useful to his teacher. Besides that, he was also a little worried that the green-haired man would be capable of killing the suited villain. Shigaraki, we have to do something. Dabi, something like genius? Toga, we can't get into the fight, they're both monsters. Mr. Compress, maybe, but we can serve another purpose. Spinner, for what purpose? Toga then remembered. Toga, hey Tamura, do you remember that Jiren had said that Izuku was with the cow Yaoyorozu? Shigaraki, yes, and what does that have to do with it? Toga, blushing furiously, you know I always wanted to feel what it would feel like to have breasts bigger than my face. Shigaraki, and how would you do that? Toga, in my time as a teacher, I managed to obtain blood tests from all the students at the UA. Twice arrived at that moment, all badly injured. Twice. If they have a plan to bring down these idiots, then it has to be done. Toga, you're still alive. Toga, of course I'm still alive, and you twice can still make a clone? Twice. I like the way you think. What do you need? Toga, a clone of me. At that moment the blonde smiled. On the other side the boys had retreated because the fight above separated the sides, making a kind of truce. Yaoyorozu, their fight has already started. Quite worried. Endeavor, the attack he used was strong enough to destroy part of the city, but Izuku was able to destroy it before. Yaoyorozu, I don't know what she said, but it was enough to distract him enough. Uraraka, do you think I'll lose? Yaoyorozu, shut up. The brunette was about to speak when she was interrupted by the gray-haired man. Garu, now that I see you properly, that outfit, that hair, Uraraka, no, it's Uraraka, let me think, Uraraka. Isn't that right? The brunette felt somewhat intimidated that someone like him with his fame knew her name. Uraraka, why yes. Garu, I see, so you're the one who convinced the idiot up there that making himself useless was a good idea. Uraraka, I didn't mean it that way, to me it sounded like a word that meant try hard. Annoyed. Uraraka had exploded. The girl was not going to allow someone like him to come and tell her that, but Garu just laughed in response. Garu, ha 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 ha, what a great actress you are, dwarf, I admit it. Uraraka, don't you dare make fun of me. I liked him, I still like his nickname. He motivated me to try hard, he was my reason to continue. I love him. The girl was going to say that she still loved the green-haired boy, but Garu, quite annoyed, guessed this and hit the girl's throat with his fingertips, which caused Uraraka's breathing to stop. The girl knelt down in pain, trying to catch her breath in pain. Garu, lying is stupid, trying to lie to me is idiotic suicide. Ida, don't you dare. Garu, you know he may be pious, but I'm not him. Listen to me, you idiot. Coffee. Seeing Uraraka, you want to make your excuses, well, but don't say nonsense. You loved him so much that you decided to turn your back on him and sleep with someone else. Wow. I don't think even the heroes of my city are that hypocritical. Uraraka, you don't understand. Garu, I don't judge people for their mistakes, but I do believe they should pay for them. Yaoyorozu, Garu, don't you think this is? Garu, justifying yourself only digs your grave deeper. You're nothing more than an idiot who wanted to fill a void with power. You say you had no choice, but you never spoke to him. I'm sure he would have understood. Don't try to justify yourself, because that's worse. If you have any honor, then accept your guilt. Maybe that way you'll be able to find your own forgiveness, because you already lost his. Back up. The boy faced All for One with strength and courage. The boy knew it was just a matter of finding the perfect spot to win. a gap in his defense. Ronin, let's see, he has to have a bucking weakness. Maybe if I can break his arm, or if I can restrain him with my whips. My demon form isn't that strong. Maybe if I use my speed to my advantage. The boy concentrated all his power of One for All as well as his pyrokinesis. Acquiring an impressive speed, the boy flew towards All for One, who prepared his mega arm. All for One, you yourself decided your death. The man threw the punch, but then Izuku disappeared from his range of vision and then appeared above him. Ronin, two of us can play that game. The boy raised his left arm, preparing the league effect of his robotic arm, activated One for All, and gave a blow that had the same intensity as the villain's air cannon, who fell to the ground. The boy then fell into a dive and began to spin around the villain using his One for All, and then disappeared again due to the great speed. Ronin, Spear of Destiny. The boy began to throw lightning bolts from his One for All as well as fire spears, but All for One didn't stay there and began to shoot the boy with combinations of powerful quirks. Both rose again while they continued fighting. Izuku had discovered a point in his favor, point-blank attacks, but he still wouldn't use that advantage. Ronin, come on, don't tell me you're already tired. Aren't you very strong? Get up, let's go. The boy threw himself against the villain again. He knew that keeping the fight above was the best thing for the civilians since the attacks were devastating. Meanwhile, downstairs the fight had already continued. The truce ended thanks to the fact that the doctor had released more and more nomas. Chisaki had lost some yakuza in the battle, but his precepts remained standing. The man only continued to use his quirk as best he could, managing to finish off some villains. On the other hand, Izuku's companions continued to defend with all their power. With the help of Garu, Yaoyorozu also fought hand to hand. The girl took advantage of some movements to take out some weapons such as short pistols or swords. Garu only saw slightly impressed the girl because in addition to her quirk she also used some of her techniques. Garu, so you and him. Yaoyorozu, if what you're wondering is if Izuku and I are a couple, then yes, he taught me your moves. Garu, now I understand why he said not to worry. Yaoyorozu, I'm not like her. Now there's a fight in front of you. Stain, the girl is right, Hunter, focus on your fight. The gray-haired man just smiled and took a chain that Yaoyorozu had created that had a scythe at the end and threw it. Showing off his skill, he managed to attack several villains and after a while he attracted it towards him. Garu, I like her. Tsuyu, Yaoyorozu? Yaoyorozu, they are Izuku's teachers. He was right, they are not bad people. The gray-haired man just made a gesture of disgust and decided to continue fighting as only he knew how to use the weapon now. Stain, that was reverse psychology, wasn't it? Yaoyorozu, yes. Stain, good element for a future heroine. The killer also started destroying everything in his path. The girl smiled while shooting and fighting hand to hand. Insert just another hero in its instrumental version for more epicness. Sato along with Shoji had already recovered and had returned to the fight along with Shishida and Rappa. The boys were now heading towards Gigantomachia, who was also running towards them. The monster knew he could win, but he didn't count on Siro swinging up to him and tangling his ribbon around Makia's neck and pulling her back. He also didn't count on an invisible girl using her quirk to become a human flash grenade and momentarily blind him. The monster now didn't know what to do, and that was his downfall. The boys tackled him hard. Rappa unleashed his punches on Makia's stomach. Shoji and Sato were in charge of breaking his legs. Shishida supported Rappa. Suddenly and in his kraken form, Kirishima fell from above, thrown by Tamaki. Kirishima, Red Gauntlet. The boy fell on Gigantomachia's face with his powerful blow, although he knew it would not be enough to defeat him, but at least that would make him realize something. Messing with them had been the worst mistake of his life. On the other hand, Uraraka fought alongside Momo, Tsuyu, Jiro and Mei. The girls could handle themselves very well, but they saw how more villains approached. Momo thought about using a grenade, but then a fire attack passed over them. The girls saw how the attack was capable of killing on contact, an obvious display of power. When they turned their eyes, they found that it was Endeavor who launched the attack with Todoroki. That explained why it had been so powerful. Tsuyu saw her boyfriend and her father-in-law with admiration. Todoroki, are you okay? Tsuyu, why yes, Kero, but that attack was surprising Shoto. Todoroki, it was the old man's idea. Endeavor, If we're going to win, let it be a historic victory. And don't worry, I have a license to kill. The fire hero just smiled and threw himself as a high gamma Momo approached dangerously. The hero lit his fist as much as he could and put on a face of clear anger so characteristic of him, although now there was a difference. The fire hero was willing to risk everything to win. Endeavor, thinking, I'm starting to overheat, but this will help. Well, I was starting to wonder when they would show up. Todoroki, Dad. Endeavor, Prominence, burn. The attack was so strong that the wave of fire killed more villains who were around. Endeavor only got up with the flames out. Todoroki thought that something had happened, but then his father lit his flames, looking even more impressive and motivating the bicolor to fight more and more as well as to never give up. Todoroki, come on, we can't leave all the work to Izuku. This is everyone's battle, we're going to win, come on, there's a battle to fight. But not everything could be so good. On the side of the League they were already preparing their plan, they already had everything ready. They would take advantage of the fact that the boy was fighting, and that made him easy to distract. Shigaraki, ha ha, are you ready, fools? Dabi, I do. Twice, I'm more ready than ever. Shigaraki, Toga, do it now. Up in the fight, Izuku was thinking of using his berserk seriously. He was tired of the fight, but he had to get everyone away because he couldn't lose control now. The boy continued fighting with all his strength until, using his enhanced sense of hearing, he could hear the voices of the villains. Shigaraki, well? Toga, I have the fox Yaoyorozu in my sights. Mr. Compress, I can kidnap her. Imagine if the doctor makes her a Nomu? Ha! The green-haired boy stopped dead in his tracks upon hearing this. The boy thought of his girlfriend, and that's why All for One was able to hit her. The boy was somewhat stunned, and that worked against him. The villains saw this and knew they had won. So they decided to continue their play, and then Izuku could clearly hear the heartbreaking scream from Yaoyorozu. Izuku looked down only to see how Toga was dragging her. The boy, without thinking about it, threw a punch at All for One and was thrown down. Mr. Compress, here it comes. Shigaraki, that's right, come on, puppy evil. The green-haired boy went down at full speed and turned around to reach them, taking some villains in the process. The boy was getting closer, and thanks to that he could see his enemies with Momo's body. Shigaraki, I'm going to disintegrate her. Mr. Compress, that will only make him angry. Toga then approached the girl who was tied up, unable to do anything. Yaoyorozu was trembling and shedding tears. The blonde then cut the girl's suit, leaving her torso semi-exposed, and made a cut on her cheek. The blonde began to make cuts on the girl's body, who screamed in pain. Izuku then got closer and closer. The boy regretted being so far away from those idiots, but then... Toga, you want to hurt him? Then do it right. At that moment the blonde took out her knife and buried it in the side of the brunette, who screamed in pure pain. The excited blonde seemed to enjoy this and made a cut downwards. Izuku prepared a blow and gave it, completely pushing the girl away. The boy picked up his girlfriend, who was shedding a lot of blood. Ronin, Momo, no, please hold on, Yaoyorozu, Pooh, you could have saved us. Izuku, this is your fault. Ronin, what? Momo, I didn't want this. Yaoyorozu, why didn't you do more? At that moment the brunette stopped breathing. Her pulse had stopped. Izuku remembered All for One's words. In the end he was right. He was weak. The boy let out a cry of pain, but then got up. The green-haired boy laid Momo down well. Izuku was willing to use all his power. Izuku, you're crazy! The green-haired man began to get angry. His teeth clenched. His power rose more and more, but he ignored two things. The Momo under his feet smiled sadistically and then melted. The brunette became Toga, who continued smiling and began to melt into a puddle of black. She was just a clone. And All for One found out about the plan. The man then used this for his purposes. The subject quickly recreated his deadly attack. Everyone saw him again except for Izuku, who was at a point between sanity and reasoning, but that played against him. The heroes were worried especially about the real Momo, but her boyfriend did not hear her screams. Yaoyorozu, Izuku reacts. All for One, first I'll take away their hope. The guy launched a huge attack and no one stopped him. He hit the target, but for Izuku everything went black. Chpater, the war they will not forget. Then everything went to hell. The explosion was concentrated in a single point. It wasn't that destructive, but it would definitely be deadly. All for One slowly went down, while everyone undoubtedly looked at him with fear. The attack was direct. They were sure that no one would survive that. But then the villain crouched down, and then before everyone's eyes the villain took out the green-haired boy's body and held it up, even rising a little in the air. The boy moved with the air before the horrified sight of his friends and above all Momo, who couldn't believe it. Yaoyorozu, no Izuku, you don't. All for One, here is your savior Izuku Midoriya removing his hood and mask. Your hero Ronin is dead. At that moment Yaoyorozu burst out and ran towards the villain while creating a sword and a shield. Yaoyorozu, no! All for One, silence! The monstrous villain fired an air bullet that pushed the brunette away, although Endeavor protected her. The man put her behind him, and with a serious face he advanced. Endeavor, he said it, old man, as long as one of us is standing you will not win. All for One, I'd like to see you try to fight me, although it would be a bit of a foolish suicide. Yaoyorozu, you're not going to win, you never will. At that moment All for One used his air cannon again, but it was stopped by Chisaki, who raised a wall stopping the attack and saving the brunette, although the surprising thing of all was seeing how Garu advanced towards the villain boss. Garu, you don't have any more nomas, your villains are running out, wanna see what we're capable of defeating you even without the brat? Answer your big, grated scrotum face, because I'd be happy to show you. At that moment the remaining Yakuzas of the Shai Hasaikai as well as the 8 precepts sided with Garu. Stain and Gentle along with La Brava also appeared, surprising the other heroes. Stain, you want to win? Guess what, you won't. Garu got into a fighting stance, but then All for One just laughed. All for One, being honest, it breaks my spirit a little to see this. Seeing my fellow villains against me is sad. Chisaki, you would have had a place in the New World Order without a doubt. You are a young visionary. I was going to make your dream of making the Yakuza's great come true. Chisaki, my plan is great, but you're not in it. All for One, wow, that's too bad. It really would have been an interesting scenario, but maybe it's time for them to learn to see who is truly above everyone. At that moment, multiple portals opened and everyone saw that their fears were not unfounded. In front of them were multiple nomas, but these were different. They were nothing like what they had faced. They were definitely in front of an army of. All for One, meet my High Gamma. I save them only for special occasions, and look, I think this is one of those. Garu was still on guard. He had fought uglier monsters before and didn't lose. This time would be no different, but then the villain boss made a movement of his hands and a Noma began to release a gas. Everyone tried to avoid it, but then many heroes showed their true colors. Shigaraki disintegrated the floor and everyone fell. All for One used his air cannon, and without exception there was no one standing except for a brunette who, upon seeing the gas, created a mask. The girl managed to get up and create a rifle, but before she could shoot, someone hit her in the neck, making her faint. The heroes had fallen in so few movements, a defeat, pure and simple, crushing. All for One, seeing Izuku, so where's your last man standing? Because I only see villains, hee. The laughter was sinister, dark, evil. But it didn't reach the green-haired man's ears. Nothing the villain said would do so. Interior of One for All. Ronin, what the hell? Nana Izuku? What the hell are you doing here? Ronin, that's what I'd like to know. I was fighting against him. Funky, and apparently losing. Ronin, I have to go out. He killed Momo. I'm going to kill Shigaraki. The green-haired boy was furious. The boy tried to escape from there. His green lightning came out, but then the first carrier did too. First bearer, so if you came. Ronin, it won't be for long, I'm leaving now. First bearer, you won't achieve anything, boy. Ronin, shut up. Making more force. Nana, hey, you're not talking. The bearer just looked at the woman seriously. Nana, you mean that the... Funky, is the boy already dead? Ronin, will you shut up? I'm not dead. First bearer, well, he's right. Everyone without exception turned to see the white-haired man, looking at him in surprise. Even Izuku stopped pushing himself. Nana, what did you say? First bearer, what you heard, Nana, the boy is not dead. Ronin, thanks, but if I'm not dead, what am I doing here? There's a life or death battle raging out there, and I'm still here. First Bearer, you're worried about her. Ronin, I saw her die. First Bearer, are you sure it was her you saw? At that moment the green-haired man stopped. Ronin, what? What? First Bearer, are you sure it was her you saw die? The boy then remembered Jiren and what he had said so long ago. Now everyone knew about his relationship with Momo. He had put a target on his head. Ronin, keep talking. At that moment the bearer only made a gesture, and then Izuku saw the scenes of the fight, the last minutes before the death of the alleged black girl. First Bearer, the one for all is your quirk. It is not a gift. You made it yours, but we see what you see sometimes, and well, this is what we saw. The boy now had a complete vision of the fight. At the time he couldn't because of the urgency of the moment, but now it was different. The boy saw his focus on the League of Villains, but using this new panorama he managed to see a detail that he previously omitted, and that is that the brunette was also safe and sound, fighting on the other end, protected, and with the help of Garu and Stain. Ronin, Momo approaching the image. The boy tried to caress his beloved's face, but his hand only passed over the image. First Bearer, you can't go with her, and you know it. Ronin looked at the image of his girlfriend with sadness. Ronin, I can't. First Bearer, they knew how to hurt you. Ronin, I warned you, damn it. First Wielder, one for all is a burden to the small wielder, you know that. Anyone who bonds with the wielder will always be in great danger. Ronin, yeah, I know, damn it. The boy couldn't stand it any longer and exploded with a scream of pain. He was stupid, and because of that stupidity, he had no way back now. Nana, boy, we all risk things for the greater good. We won't always be able to live the way we want. We'll always have to sacrifice things. And at that moment the freckled man remembered the brave woman, and inside one for all the images began to change, showing the memory of that specific scene. His name was Ryuichi. The phrase was repeated many times, and then the memory of the image of his father-in-law appeared. The boy got up and went to the black-haired woman, who now felt even more guilty. Ronin, so I sacrificed things? Yes, I understand. Of course I understand. For this power I was betrayed, imprisoned, and I lost my mother. But you, Nana, when were you going to tell me that? Pointing at the memory. The brunette listened to the redhead's words until her soul, tortured by this, broke. The strong and rude woman had burst into tears, to the surprise of the green-haired man, who felt bad. Funky, boy, you didn't have to be so rude. She. Ronin, what's her? Is my girlfriend the cousin of the person I hate the most in this fucking world? Why didn't you tell me? Hey, Nana! Answer. Nana, no, I don't know. Is that okay? At that moment the boy saw his teacher's broken face and decided to remain silent. Nana, no, I don't know. Maybe I didn't want to believe it when I abandoned Kotaro and Ryuichi. I did it with the greatest pain in my heart because of my work as a hero, their father, my husband, had died. I knew that the burden that had been entrusted to me was heavy, but it was until that moment that I knew that it wasn't just for me. I could lose everything in one fell swoop, and that terrified me like you have no idea. I couldn't sleep for days because of that. I made a decision, but my heart was crushed when I left them. Seeing their faces for the last time was the end for me. At that moment now the images changed. The thoughts were of Nana. Izuku could see how the black-haired girl witnessed the murder of her husband, as well as he saw the farewell of his children. He saw how little Ryuichi wondered with childlike innocence. Where is Mom going? Again and again, the green-haired boy saw Nana's face of pain back then, the same one she had now, and showed him. Nana, I didn't know this would happen, it was my fault, but... The boy now understood the weight of his words. The green-haired boy reacted. He was acting like an idiot and not like a hero. It hadn't been the heroine's fault. The boy relaxed his fists and breathed to gather his thoughts before speaking. Ronin, no, you could float but not see the future. Nana, this wasn't your fault. Nana, but at least I would have told you. It was my job. There are supposed to be no secrets here. That makes us better than him. Ronin, you couldn't be sure it was him. It's not like the name Ryuichi is unique. Hee. At that moment the brunette looked up and found a smile on the boy's face. Suddenly the steps became closer to them. Almight, actually there's something I have to confess. Ronin, You're still alive? Well, that's disappointing. At least the essence is that of power. The blonde just gave a slight smile. Nana, what's wrong, Toshinori? All Might. When All for One said that Shigaraki was your grandson, I couldn't believe it. It was a hard blow. I thought he was lying, and that's why I started to investigate. Everything is easier when your friend is a detective. Ronin, what did you find out? All Might. With Tsukachi's help we found what I was looking for. Tenko Shimura was indeed your grandson teacher. But not only that, I found out what happened next. Ronin, and that was it? All Might. Your son Kotaro fought with his brother when you left. It seems there was a grudge because Kotaro thought you had done it out of malice. That heroes only look out for their own interests, while Ryuichi said that he did it because he had to. Because his work as a hero obliged him. Both brothers fought and parted ways. Maybe they were united by blood, but they were no longer brothers. At that moment the brunette began to cry more. It hurt her to hear her pupil's words, although upon hearing it she couldn't help but think about the past. Kotaro was always colder, while Ryuichi, despite being younger, was always more mature. Nana, my children, my children. All Might. For Kotaro's part, he ended up being very successful and all that. But there are reports that he was a bad person. There were constant reports from his neighbors where they heard fights and even blows, the most affected being his second son, Tenko Shimura. Nana, how could my Kotaro? Ronin, apparently Kotaro grew up with a pretty strong hatred towards quirks and heroes. All Might. Exactly, young Midoriya. And unfortunately his son was a fan of heroes almost like you. That triggered the order of domestic violence in the until the time came when Tenko awakened his quirk and his entire family died. Ronin, and that's where All for One appeared. Damn. Nana, my Kotaro, my son. Ronin, what about the other one? What about Ryuichi? Izuku wanted to think that it wasn't his father-in-law, although his predatory sense said otherwise. Then the blonde spoke again. All Might. Ryuichi had distanced himself. Unfortunately, he lost the fight not because he was weak but because he didn't use his quirk. Because he didn't want to fight, he didn't want to hurt his brother. A noble cause. The boy continued studying and became someone incredible, brilliant. He surprised everyone. He solved problems with incredible ease. One day it seems he wanted to meet with his brother. The meeting did not go well at all. Ryuichi stopped introducing himself as a Shimura after this. He no longer used his last name. We assume he found out what his brother did. Some time later he met a girl. They became boyfriend and girlfriend, and then the inevitable happened. They became husbands, but contrary to normal, he did not make his wife take his last name but the opposite. He took hers in marriage. He had stopped being a Shimura to become a Ronin the Yaoyorozu. All Might. Exactly, the couple gained prestige and renown. They amassed a small fortune. Some time later they gave birth to their only daughter, Miss Momo Yaoyorozu. Nana, Izuku. Ronin, I knew it. Nana, I'm sorry Izuku, I'm sorry, crying. Ronin, and what else? All Might. That's all. The brothers never saw each other again, and since Tenko knew nothing about his father's family, he never knew he had an uncle, much less a cousin. Nana, so I guess she's safe then, shedding tears. All Might. All for One only used Tenko to hurt me, otherwise he would have stolen both of them. Ronin, now that I think about it, they both have similarities. Nana, but neither my husband nor I had a similar quirk, either in my family and even less in his. There's no way. Ronin, actually there is. Nana, what are you talking about? Ronin, a genetic mutation, an alteration in the chain, is not something common but not impossible either. In fact, both are the opposite of each other. All Might, how? Ronin, Shigaraki's quirk is disintegration, while Momo's. Nana, it's creating. Ronin, Shigaraki was raised with blows that led him to have his twisted sense of sight, and his father led him to death, while with Momo the opposite happened. He was taught to believe in the truth, in justice, in heroes. He was raised with love, as we already saw. Nana made her a good person. Ronin, I was going to say like you, Nana. In the end, without knowing her grandmother, she ended up being like her. A true heroine in some way or another. She and I are connected to one for all. First bearer, boy, you should talk to your father-in-law after this. Nana, would it be wise to tell him the real reason I left him? Tell him about one for all? First bearer, Perhaps it's best to close the circle once and for all. Ronin, good idea, and it would be perfect if I could at least revive. Nana, damn, it's true you died. Ronin, if I had another chance, damn. First carrier, hey, can I talk? Ronin/Nana, what? First carrier, not really. Ronin, no what? First bearer, you're not dead. Funky, what do you mean? First bearer, when you saw Momo die you lost control, you put aside your humanity to win. But all for one, well, my brother saw the opportunity and attacked from behind to finish you off, but he didn't realize that in that transformation process you created an energy shield. One for all protected you. You're not dead, just in a coma, recovering. Healing your wounds, basically you're still alive. The green-haired man opened his eyes in surprise, just like everyone else. Ronin, oh, so can I go back? First bearer, if you want to, yes, it's your decision after all. Everyone saw Izuku, who now looked quite serious. Almight, and what will you do, young Midoriya? Ronin, isn't it obvious, Almight? I'm going back. I said a while ago that maybe Deku was never real, just a dream of a Muzuru for Heroes fan. Nana and Ronin, maybe it wasn't like that at all. Maybe Deku wouldn't have achieved this, but it was definitely real. He tried hard and managed to get into UA to fulfill his dream. What happened next wasn't his fault. I let him die, or maybe I killed him along with them, I don't know, but I do know something: I can't deny what I was. I won't deny my past, and that makes me stronger. Because you looking at All Might, you entrusted me with a mission by giving me this power, and Deku started it, but I, Ronin, will finish it. I promise you that. The boy saw his predecessors and with a serious look nodded his head affirmatively. Everyone present at One for All did the same. Ronin, as Deku and as Ronin, today I will achieve victory. Funky, come out and finish it, Izuku. First bearer, sending my regards to my brother Izuku. All Might, boo, I'm sorry for everything, Izuku. I know you'll never be able to forgive me or him, and I understand. Sorry for putting such a heavy burden on your shoulders, and let me sound selfish, but I'm very proud of you. Nana, go beat the shit out of Izuku. Ronin, as you say, Grandma. Nana smiling. The green-haired boy moved away a little while the happiest memories came to his mind and were repeated throughout the place. Everyone heard it clearly. Phrases like "you can be a hero" or the declaration to Momo echoed, as well as many other and more important moments. Izuku tensed his body, bent his arms a little, and began to gather strength. Soon the rays of One for All came out with intensity, illuminating everything. The boy slowly began to disappear until by applying a little more force he disappeared completely. Funky, you can do it, Izuku. Kill the bastard. First bearer, I remind you that he is my brother. Nana, go and do your best, Izuku. I believe you can do it. You are the strongest of all. You are the greatest hero of all time. The woman just smiled as she watched the boy change. On the other hand, in the real or outside world, things were not going well. All for One used a counterattack that put everyone in check. Without Izuku to face him, no one could resist. Low-class heroes or helpers appeared. The others were chained, and without exception, everyone was given anti-quirk collars. All for One used his forced quirk activation and used Cementos to make a prison on the outskirts of the city and then kill him. Some pro-heroes were dying. Yaoyorozu was devastated and could not stop crying, so it went for a whole day. Izuku died at dawn, and by nightfall the victory had been for evil. Villains and Nomus High Gamma ran from one side to the other through different parts of the city, terrorizing civilians. The government decreed the lifting of the law. Civilians could use their quirks to defend their homes, and so it was, although unfortunately not in all of them it worked. Some were able to resist by miracle, but in the face of this resistance, then All for One decided to end all the hope they could have civilians. In the morning, all the heroes were woken up by Toga, and twice Momo had it worse because a clone of Izuku approached her cell. The brunette got up suddenly seeing this, but was only enormously tortured watching how Toga killed him and then turned into mud. The brunette was furious. All day they had not stopped bothering her, always torturing her. Most of the time it was Toga who did this. Yaoyorozu was ready to fight, but it was not like that. They opened her cell just to chain her. They verified that her anti-quirk necklace still worked, and they took her out. In front of everyone was Endeavor, then Hawks, who looked quite beaten. Maruko followed him, then Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki. Behind the black-haired man was the brunette, then Todoroki. Tsuyu and Izuku's friends. Then it was a mix between pro-heroes, students from Class A, B and other schools. All without exception were chained. Twice only passed between them with mockery while dancing and jumping like Toga, who took the opportunity to cut them lightly or stab them in non-lethal areas. At the beginning of the chain were Shigaraki and All for One, who with a single gesture made Inomu take the chain and pull all the heroes to start walking. All for One had a plan. If you want to take away someone's hope, do it in their eyes. The man would make a public execution. He would kill all the heroes in the center of the city, right where the statue of Almight was. The villains would help him record this, so that all the people see how their heroes lost once and for all. He would plunge the world into despair, misery, madness and darkness, a perfect world that he would rule. Insert Forge from Avengers, Infinity War theme. But to Momo's torture, in front of the evil one was what appeared to be a considerable-sized rubble moved with telekinesis. On top of this was the corpse of her boyfriend. The boy still had his sword in its place since they could never remove it from its sheath, but it did not matter anymore because the boy was dead. He was no longer a threat. After walking a long way, everyone arrived at the center, where the recording began. The alarm sounded throughout the city, and all the televisions turned on, as it was a must-see news event. There, the terrified people could see their heroes chained and defeated. Izuku had a dirty sheet over him, covering his entire body. Finally, the villain spoke. All for One, behold your saviors. Your heroes, who weren't just pathetic attempts at being gods, just people who thought they were above everyone else, aren't just simple humans. Then at that moment Dabi and Toga hit Endeavor in the face, causing Ray in his safe house to panic and put his hands to his mouth. All for One, their intentions are good, but tell me, what can you do? You fought like brave warriors, I admit, but in the end, what good did it do you? You lost your champion, and that cost you your life and your freedom, and today, with them, you will fall. At that moment the hero No. Wash was killed in front of the eyes of multiple people as well as some rookie heroes and helpers. Each death was a pressure for civilians. Soon Death Arms and Backdraft also died. Everyone felt a horrible fear, but All for One continued talking. All for One. But don't blame them. In the end, as I said, their intentions were good. But no one would have prepared them to fight against me. They wanted to defend you, the noble feeling that they would give their lives to save you, and that cost them dearly. Everyone was terrified. Momo, for her part, saw her boyfriend. In her desperation, she wanted him to wake up. The fear was so great that the girl screamed, calling her beloved, but in response she only got a blow from Toga in the stomach, making her spit blood. All for One, their work prevented them from seeing the truth, and today that truth is before them, death. Both Momo's parents and the Todoroki family, Ida, Uraraka, Bakugo among others, were terrified, while Rei and Eri asked themselves one thing, fearing the worst when they saw the sheet: where is Izuku? All for One, unfortunately the wildest of them, although I should also say the strongest, will not feel my blade. At that moment Eri and Rei, as well as Natsuo, Fuyumi, David Shield, Melissa, Nizu and All Might, felt horror when they saw the scene. All for One, here is your savior, the only person who could truly finish me off. Only he could face me, but in the end not even he could. Ha ha ha, he will be the only one exempt from this execution, because you can't kill lifting the blanket what is already dead. At that moment Rei and Eri screamed in pain, while All Might couldn't stop feeling like a disgusting person. Everyone without exception was sad, even among the pros, but then something happened that they would never expect to happen. The air began to feel heavy and hot. Without a doubt everyone began to feel nervous. Toga, Dabi, stop playing. Dabi, I'm not an idiot. Hey, you stop this nonsense. You can't get away hitting Endeavor. Endeavor, spitting blood. I am not an idiot. Twice, then it must be his little bastard. Toga, too bad, I'll have to teach him not to make fun of me, maybe if I disfigure his cute little face. The blonde approached Todoroki with her knife in her hand. The two-tone man just raised his face a little nervously, but his girlfriend was scared. Tsuyu, no! Please Toga, I beg you, don't do anything to him. Toga, Tsuyu? So you're dating that hot guy? Tsuyu, you're breaking my heart, but let's see, if I do anything to you, he'll stop playing the hero. Todoroki, Tsuyu, no! Get away from her! The blonde approached the green-haired girl who was scared, twice went to hit Hawks and made fun of him, Endeavor was being beaten by Dalby, the air was getting worse, there were even some plastics which were deforming. All for one approached Shizuku's corpse, not believing what it could be. For her part, Momo couldn't take it anymore, and then, pressured by the environment and the images in front of her, she exploded and gave a scream of pain. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, wake up, I need you, Izuku! Screaming. All for one approached the hero's face, and then the green-haired man opened his eyes and quickly grabbed the villain by the collar of his shirt. Ronin, I'm not dead, I'm furious. The boy said this and quickly hit All for One quite far away. Nobody believed it. The boy got off, took the rubble and hit more villains with it. The camera had been destroyed, but then the news from the helicopters began to transmit when they arrived at the exact moment to the scene, because there in front of them was Izuku Midoriya. The boy had revived, something that probably nobody would believe. The boy took off his hood and everyone saw his face, and it was there that nobody could doubt it. Without a doubt he was back. Izuku took out his sword and made a movement known by his girlfriend, his father, his friends and acquaintances. Ronin, Ryujin no Ken Wakuri. The dragon came out of the sword, although in smaller size. But it opened its snout and passed between the chains, breaking the shackles, and with the heat the collars began to deactivate. Finishing this, the dragon took its natural size and began to attack the villains and then turned off. The League then threw itself against the other heroes, but were received by attacks with quirks. If they thought the fight was over, then they were very wrong. Izuku just stood up and smiled slightly. Ronin, did I arrive too late? Endeavor, are you incredulous? Ronin, let us praise my strength, hallelujah. Sarcastically. At that moment, and without Izuku realizing it, the brunette threw herself into his arms. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, really, is it really you? Ronin, yes, it's my love, I'm back, smiling. Yaoyorozu, you're an idiot. Why did you do that? I was so worried about you. Ronin, I know, but I'm already here. They knew how to use the information Jiren gave them that worked against me, but it won't happen again. Yaoyorozu, Izuku. At that time Todoroki hugged Tsuyu. The bicolor was close to losing the frog girl and did not want that. But then an Alta Gamma was about to attack them, although at the last second it stopped suddenly. Todoroki and Tsuyu turned their eyes, seeing how the green-haired man had him wrapped around the waist with his black whip. Ronin, don't you see this is a special moment for them? Stop interrupting, you rude guy. The boy let his one for all flow into the whip, electrocuting the monster, and then used his pyrokinesis to split it in half with one pull, and finally used multiple spheres of fire to destroy it, but surprising his friends. Todoroki, okay, bro. He's really dead, okay? Ronin, you're welcome. The boy moved forward and saw how All for One was back. The boy took out his wings and rose. The villain was approaching and Izuku decided to speak. Insert perfect time and enjoy. Ronin, listen, no one else will die here. If we're going to do this, then let's do it, but let's do it right. You've already tasted defeat. Learn to make sure this doesn't happen again. Don't give up just because of one death. If you're heroes, then go fight. Make the villains and the people know that as long as the heroes are here, no one will be able to step on them. Not on you or anyone else. That's why we are heroes. We're not going to die. Not today, and much less at the hands of these idiots. The villain approached the freckled man faster, who then turned on his power and flew towards his rival. Ronin, we will never give up. Let it be known that today hell will break loose. After this I will help rebuild this place, because that is what I must do. You think about where you want to be after this, and there you will be. We are heroes, so remember what you do in life resonates in eternity, so it is time to go, and put an end to this once and for all. Come on, this day will be written in history as the day that more than 1,000 villains wanted to take control and the heroes said no, not today. The boy drew his sword, and before All for One arrived, Izuku launched a wave of fire with One for All that pushed him away. On the other hand, down below, Shigaraki met with the rest of the League, the villains and Nomus, to see how the other heroes were going towards them at full speed. Shigaraki then used his massive attack. The ground began to disappear. Momo was going to be the first to be affected, but at that moment a wall rose, avoiding and absorbing the attack. The brunette turned around, observing how Chisaki was standing calmly. Chisaki, oh sorry, did I interrupt your big attack? Shigaraki, I had messed you up. Chisaki, no, You just made me fall into despair, but you know, when you hit rock bottom you only have one thing left to climb up, and believe me, I don't mind dying. Right now I only want to do one thing, and that is to see you beg for help like the scared child that you are. Shigaraki, I'm going to kill you. Chisaki, I'd like you to try it. On the other side in the skies, Izuku and All for One were fighting again. Izuku was more out of control than before. The boy attacked furiously, even surprising the villain. Ronin, we're going to party in hell. All for One, what is young Midoriya celebrating? Ronin, your death and damnation, son of a hitch. All for One, you think I'll beat you? I already killed you once. Ronin, you call that murder? You're even stupider than I thought. You didn't kill me. I was just so bored by your weakness that I thought I'd give you the advantage. All for One, you're quite irritating. Both rivals stared at each other until Izuku simply smiled. All for One, tell me boy, what's so funny? Ronin, I just find it funny. He a man who can't die. All for One, against a child who cannot live. Ronin, what a great fight is coming. Down below, the fight continued its course, although Shigaraki no longer wanted to be a spectator of his master's fight, so he broke the foundations of a building, destabilizing it, causing it to fall against Izuku. The green-haired man quickly realized and used his dragon roar to avoid getting hurt. Ronin, that's right, you. The boy slowly got off, seeing Shigaraki. All for One also got off and stood next to his protege. Ronin, listen to me carefully, circus freak, because I'll only say it once. You will not kill anyone else. Tamura Shigaraki. Shigaraki, you learned my name. Ronin, just like all your victims. All for One, people are cheering for you, kid. Honestly, I don't know how you did it. The Quirkless who became a hero, the hero who became a traitor, and today finally the traitor who defied a god. Wow, what a great story, huh? I wonder how it will end. Ronin, you are not a god, and now you have to fight with your assistant to believe that you can beat me. You do not know the end of this, but I do. It will end with you dead, and a day with a bright light for all. All for One, are you really saying that? Why would that be? Kid, do you think I'm afraid of you? You think so? Ronin, I think you've been afraid all your life. This opening his arms is nothing more than a shield to make you feel powerful. All for One, child. Ronin, death gives us a smile. All we can do is smile back. All for One, smile for me. The green-haired boy didn't respond. The boy put on his hood and the mask covered him again. He quickly disappeared and appeared again behind Shigaraki, giving a strong blow. The battle continued and Izuku would never give up. Endeavor, how could it have been possible? Yaoyorozu, maybe his healing factor does make him immortal. Todoroki, then he must have run out of strength. It took him a long time to wake up. The bicolor threw fireballs until one of them was deflected by Dabi. Dabi, Endeavor! Your judgment is coming. Endeavor, if you want to fight, you'll get it. Todoroki, don't do it. Endeavor, I have to, it's my duty. The man lit his flames and threw himself at the black-haired man, who also lit his quirk. Both approached and threw the punch, starting a fight. On the other hand, Hawks took out 2 feathers and began to attack twice, accompanied by ectoplasm. Yaoyorozu created her weapons and armor to fight alongside Jiro and Tsuyu against a female member of the Liberation Army. The fight continued its course, although in a certain mansion belonging to the powerful Todoroki family there was a disaster because 2 people ran directly into the fight, ignoring the pleas of the other 2 members of the family who just watched them leave. On the other side, Izuku had to avoid All for One and Shigaraki. The boy used his speed and managed to dodge both to hit the light blue-haired boy and the now recovered and suited man. Apparently among All for One's quirks there was one that allowed him to use rocks as armor and projectiles. The boy dodged and attacked with his power, even managing to find a gap in his defense. The boy managed to get through it, and with force he released a blow that landed in the stomach of the surprised villain. Ronin, I could see through your technique. Shigaraki tried to use his devastating attack, but Izuku was able to dodge it, and then grab his face and slam him into the ground. Ronin, oh no, I didn't forget about you. Shigaraki, you're going to die. Ronin, if that were true, it would be All for One who did it, not the poor assistant. The light blue-haired boy had been annoyed by the comment, but this served to distract him. that would be his mistake. Because behind him and propelling herself with a steel bar, a certain jet-black girl kicked the villain in the head, and met up with her boyfriend, who looked annoyed and slightly surprised. "Ronin, what the hell are you doing here?" "Yaoyorozu, making sure you don't get killed again." "Ronin, you have no business here, Momo." At that moment the light blue-haired boy attacked and Izuku quickly pushed Momo away with his black whip. The boy threw himself towards his rival, but before arriving he had to dodge all for one and then rise up. "All for one, boy, you can't handle both of them." "Ronin, nobody knows that charging a punch, let's fight." "All for one, your power is less than mine." At that moment the boy extended his palm, showing the middle finger, causing confusion in the villain. Izuku took advantage of this to disappear with his speed and hit All for One, use the momentum and go down to take Shigaraki by the shoulders and throw him back like a garbage bag. The boy was somewhat tired but had to avoid Shigaraki's attack, who did not seem to give up. The green-haired boy looked somewhat slow, but then a shield appeared in front of him which absorbed the attack and deflected it. "Ronin, I told you to go, Momo." "Yaoyorozu, and I answer that I won't. You're my boyfriend and I'm with you, through thick and thin." "Ronin, damn, you're not going to watch out." The boy carried his girlfriend so she wouldn't get hurt and took the opportunity to make a grenade, which he removed the safety pin and threw at the light-haired boy, proving that it was Smoke's. Shigaraki soon found himself surrounded by smoke with his vision blurred. "Yaoyorozu, Izuku, go." "Ronin, damn, it's okay." The boy threw himself into the smoke. "Ronin, take this, you son of a hitch, our Doragon no AR on." The blows began to sound, fire and lightning illuminated the interior. All for One wanted to help but was interrupted by Chisake, Stain and finally by Garu. The brown-haired man had made a barrier to prevent the suited man from reaching them. Stain threw himself with his swords ready, as did Garu, who channeled his strength, and although they were not strong enough to defeat him, they managed to distract him enough for the fight to continue inside the smoke. Shigaraki had already used his technique on a few occasions, managing to only destroy a few villains. Momo outside decided to help her boyfriend. She created a machine gun with tranquilizer darts and began to shoot at anyone who tried to get close, although she also created another grenade which she threw inside Smoke's bank and it exploded, proving to be a flash grenade. With this the green-haired man managed to have the perfect opportunity. Both were blind, but Izuku had the tactical advantage. The green-haired man lit his fist and threw himself at the cynical villain. "Ronin, you got the wrong opponent. Now get ready!" Hirokaido Fasuto. The boy threw the punch which hit Shigaraki in the face, breaking his nose and making him come out of the smoke. "Yaoyorozu, Izuku!" The green-haired man used One for All to disperse the smoke. "Ronin, on my signal we'll both go together, understood?" "Yaoyorozu, understood." The boy just got ready. Shigaraki was barely getting up and Izuku took advantage. He wouldn't let him recover, so the pair of heroes threw themselves again. Yaoyorozu had run out of ammunition but quickly created two swords. Izuku lit his fists and ran a few meters ahead of his girlfriend. Izuku threw punches that managed to affect the villain and then leave and hit All for One again in return. Yaoyorozu kept her distance from the villain using her swords for this. Shigaraki charged his energy to use his great attack, but Izuku arrived swinging with his whips and hit him. Izuku and Momo were a great couple and an excellent team. Their good combination was proof of this. Shigaraki, fed up with this, disappeared the ground, causing Izuku to lose his balance, leaving Yaoyorozu defenseless. The villain attacked her. Izuku was about to use his whips, but then multiple walls and stakes that came out of the ground, absorbing the attack, making Yaoyorozu safe. The person responsible for this had been Chisake, who despite fighting against All for One managed to find the opportunity to help the brunette. "Chisake, hey, don't get distracted so easily, kid. I won't always be able to keep an eye on both of you." The green-haired boy only flew with his demon wings, disappearing due to the speed and appearing behind Shigaraki, kicking him in the back, although this cost him to see how All for One managed to break Chisaki's defense and hit him with his compressed air attack. In the same way, Garu and Stain suffered an equal punishment. Finally they were thrown to the ground. All for One saw his disciple, and using a portal he took him away from the green-haired boy. Izuku tried to follow them, but he was also somewhat tired. The boy managed to get up and went to see his senseis, but they managed to get up with effort. "Stain, what a monster. Garu, you were right Izuku, he's a very difficult person. Ronin, now you believe me, right? At that moment the boy could hear how Twice and Hawks continued fighting. The boy quickly went and saw how the winged hero was in a rather unfair fight as the multiple clones fought against him in ectoplasm. Ronin, I'll find him. The boy left and Hawks made one of his feathers join him, thus alerting him of the whereabouts of the original. Finally the boy managed to find Twice using his predatory sense. The boy went down and fought a little with the man who did not seem willing to give up. Then multiple clones managed to catch the boy, leaving him at the mercy of the original, who began to hit him. Then Twice turned him around and pointed his face towards Dabi's fight against Endeavor. Todoroki could not help his father because he was also busy. The fire hero was tired, had already used almost all of his power, and now he was overheating. Dabi knew this, and feeling like a winner he released several consecutive punches and attacks that made poor Genji Todoroki spit blood. Dabi, you're not so tough anymore, right? Where's the man who tortured my best friend? Tell me. It's your fault till you died. The redhead received a blow to the face so hard that it made him collapse. Izuku wanted to help his father. He knew he was at his limit. The boy moved, but that only made him get hit more. Twice, wait, what's the rush? Here comes the best part, sudden death. The boy saw how the black-haired man hit Endeavor and pushed him away a few meters. But then the fire hero got up. He was totally hurt, but he didn't give up. Genji, I'm starting to get heated, and I think you know it. Maybe that's why you're smiling with victory. The hero moved forward, stumbled and fell to the ground but managed to recover. Staggering and very slowly the man managed to get up. Genji, I killed my son, and believe me, to this day I can't sleep. My ambition and stupidity clouded my judgment sometimes. I don't think I can go on. I don't think I deserve his forgiveness or anything in this world, but if I don't try I'll never know. Dabi, shut up already. The black-haired man shot the fire hero again, who knew he was on his last legs. If he didn't do something he would definitely die. But then once again the fire hero stood up. Dabi, stop getting up. Why are you doing that? Insert just another hero in instrumental version and let the scene flow. The subject then remembered how in the past Toya always boasted about his father. The white-haired man always admired him, but this was going down as he arrived more and more hurt. There came a point where Toya no longer returned and Dabi knew what had happened to him. It was there that the admiration he had for the fire hero was quickly consumed by the flames. Now Dabi was avenging his best friend, but for some reason in his heart there was no relief but quite the opposite, immense pain and hatred. Genji, you're wondering why I get up. You should know by now. Yeah, if you were his best friend, you should know. He must have told you more than once. I never give up. Dabi, give up. Genji Todoroki, you're going to die. You'll learn to respect your damn limits. The black-haired man fired again and Endeavor fell once more. On the other hand, not far away, someone was running towards the battle, hoping it wasn't too late. Izuku and Todoroki were terrified, but then Genji miraculously got back up. Genji, you said limits? That's stupid, my children, Izuku, Shoto, Natsuo and Fuyumi, my little granddaughter Eri and my wife Rei, all of them taught me that this idiot old man can change. I could have been stupid before and even now I still am, but I can strive to be better. My family, you taught me that I can overcome my limits and that redemption and forgiveness exist. Izuku, Shoto, you two taught me that I can go beyond surpassing myself, always giving my best effort. My children, my family, I am the no. Hero Endeavor, but today more than anything I am Genji Todoroki, and if you think you're going to defeat me with something like that, then you're wrong, because no matter what happens I will protect my family. This is the strongest plus ultra I'll say. This is all I have. This is my last attack and the most powerful prominence burn. The man threw himself, and as he said these words he released a powerful blow which with a simple shock wave was able to carbonize many of Twice's clones, as well as many villains enormous. Obviously Dabi was the first to die, burn caused by the great attack. The enormous heat wave finally ceased. Endeavor stood up and slightly raised his fist with a serious face, but then the flames went out, and the man fell to the ground. Izuku saw this helplessly. Twice, stay still, you can't help him, he's dead. Ronin, don't tell me what I can or can't do, get out of the way. The boy crossed his arms and charged all his strength. The boy let go of his one-for-all rays and the fire of his pyrokinesis burning the clones, undoing them. The boy quickly found the original twice and held it in his fists. Twice, what are you going to do to me? Please have mercy. Ronin, I'll show you my powerful magic kick. The green-haired boy released twice and bent his knee but then threw a punch that shattered his nose. The boy stood up with his wings. Twice for his part was writhing on the ground. Twice, that was a punch. Ronin, that's why he's magical, idiot. Twice, please don't kill me, have mercy. Ronin, that pleasure concerns someone else, it's not me you should have. The boy disappeared while Twice watched as Hawks approached him. On the other hand, Todoroki managed to see without being able to help how his father fought without giving up. The bicolor felt powerless because of this. The boy managed to finish off his rival when his father had released the enormous prominence burn. Now exhausted, he tried to run, although without success. But he did not give up. Slowly Todoroki approached and witnessed how his father fell to the ground. Seconds later Izuku arrived and stood next to him. Todoroki, approaching slowly, come on old man, you can't die, not now, you have to get up. The green-haired boy gathered energy in his mechanical arm and activated One for All. Izuku placed his hand on his father's chest and began to give him compressions. The One for All rays filtered into Endeavor's body, making an improvised electroshock. Ronin, please no, please get up, you have to. Todoroki saw this and began to feel more and more desperate. The boy also wanted to be with his father. Todoroki, please do something. Izuku. Ronin, come on, react please, father, react. Todoroki, Dad, you have to get up. Ronin, open your eyes please. On the other side of the mansion, Fuyumi and Natsuo watched this with tears in their eyes as they prayed to heaven that the man would recover. Natsuo, you were always a bastard but you never gave up, don't start now please, don't give up Dad. Fuyumi, he's leaving, he's going to recover. Back on the battlefield, Todoroki was getting closer and closer, watching as his adoptive brother tried to revive his father without success. Izuku charged his last effort. Both boys cried and their voices became one. Ronin/Todoroki, you have to get up please, Dad. At that moment Izuku made the last compression and One for All reacted to the wishes of its bearer. The discharge was such that the body of the huge man jumped a little and then was covered by a green aura. At that moment everything paused for everyone. Toga saw Izuku distracted and knew she could attack, so she advanced slightly towards him, taking out a vial of blood. The blonde took it and began to change size, hair color. The girl's breasts were now bigger, and she adopted a heroine costume. On the other side Izuku was crying along with Todoroki, who had already arrived, but then they heard someone quickly take a breath and then cough. The boys looked down, seeing how the fire hero slowly opened his eyes. Endeavor, what? What happened? Guys, why are you crying? Where is Dabi? At that moment they both looked at each other confused and then smiled to hug the fire hero. Genji, what happened? Did someone die? Are you sure it's you and not clones? Smiling. Todoroki, damn old man, smiling with tears. Ronin, I thought you had already gone to the other world. Genji, are you crazy? I can't die. I still have to take your mother to dinner. Now help me up. There's a war to win. Both boys just smiled and helped the fire hero, who was very hurt. At that moment Izuku saw Momo approaching him. The boy just smiled, happy to see his girlfriend. Ronin, Shoto takes our father to the ambulance. Todoroki, understood. Ronin, and also stay there, rest a little. Endeavor managed to lighten the load quite a bit. It's time to finish this once and for all. Todoroki, you're in charge, Captain. The boy went helping his father, and Izuku saw his girlfriend, who was smiling, getting closer, but it was then that the green-haired boy felt his predatory sense alert him. The boy then looked better at his girlfriend and saw her eyes. As the girl got closer, the predatory sense told her to leave with more force. Izuku noticed that the look of his girlfriend was not the same. She looked somewhat sadistic, evil. The girl was close. Izuku's predatory sense alerted him with blows to the head like hammers, but now it was Izuku who was smiling. The boy reached out his arms and took his girlfriend to carry her. The girl then kissed the green-haired boy. Toga/Yayorozu, you don't know how much I love you, Greenie. Ronin, too bad. Toga/Momo, because. Ronin, because I don't. The boy then kneed the girl hard in the pit of her stomach, who rolled her eyes due to the loss of air. The fake Momo saw how Izuku just laughed and hugged his girlfriend who had just arrived, the real Momo Yaoyorozu. Ronin, I told you were going to regret it. You crazy hitch. The boy just hit his rival again in the stomach and face. The girl fell to the ground and then got up only to see how Izuku wiped his mouth and spat. After that the real brunette kissed her boyfriend. Yaoyorozu, my ferocious beast. Ronin, this is the Momo I know. Yaoyorozu, are you okay? Ronin, better than ever. Yaoyorozu, how did you know it wasn't me? Ronin, you're the only one who doesn't activate my predatory sense, my love. Toga de-transformed and looked angrily at the couple. The girl took out a knife and threw herself at the couple, but Yaoyorozu created a steel bar hitting the blonde Toga, but at that moment the girl adopted a combat pose. Ronin, you're taking care of her? Yaoyorozu, believe me, I have no shortage of desire. Ronin, then I'll leave you, I'll go somewhere else. The green-haired boy kissed his girlfriend and left. Yaoyorozu just looked back and looked at Toga, who smiled evilly. Toga, I'll kill you cow breasts. I'll be the only one who stays with Izuku even if I have to kill him. Yaoyorozu, come for me, hitch. Because you won't touch him, and you'll never have him. The girl created a sword and threw herself at the blonde, who took out her knife, and also threw herself at the brunette. The girl then created a shield covering herself from the blonde's attack and quickly turned around, giving her an elbow to the blonde's nose, drawing blood. Yaoyorozu was on guard. Toga began to fight furiously because although she managed to cut the brunette, she also managed to give strong and powerful blows. But then the blonde came up with an idea, and managing to distract the girl managed to buy some time and quickly took out a vial of blood which she drank, thus managing to transform into Uraraka to start attacking with agility. But Yaoyorozu was not stupid. The girl knew Uraraka and knew her limitations. The girl managed to make a counterattack and soon had the brunette against the ground, but then before giving the final blow the girl transformed into Kami and then used her quirk. A great concentration of Kami's glamour was breathed in by the brunette, who rolled her eyes. At that moment Toga, seeing herself freed, kicked Momo in the stomach and smiled evilly, although at that moment the brunette smiled and began to walk towards Toga, who took out a fierce butcher knife. Toga smiled and was close to attacking, but she came up with a better way and quickly drank the last of her crush's blood, and at that moment Izuku Midoriya wielded the fierce knife. Toga/Izuku, come my love, I'll make you the happiest woman in this whole damn world. The brunette approached her fake boyfriend with a smile and lowered her hands in a hugging position. Finally the girl hugged Izuku and Toga raised the fierce knife ready to attack the brunette from behind. Yaoyorozu, my sweet little green bunny, I love you Deku. Toga/Izuku, show it to me and die for me. Yaoyorozu, whatever you want, just let me tell you one thing first, darling. Toga/Izuku, what thing? Yaoyorozu, you fell. The blonde, hearing this, quickly lowered her knife, but it couldn't pierce the brunette. In fact, the blade broke. Yaoyorozu, do you think I'm that stupid? At that moment the girl removed a steel plate which was on her back, showing the mark of the knife. Yaoyorozu, light armor, cute isn't it? It's a simple but unbreakable trick, you're mine now. Toga/Izuku, no I. At that moment the brunette created a pair of swords which pierced Toga completely, splitting her spine and other organs. The girl, upon feeling this, could only open her eyes in horror. Yaoyorozu had made this tab movement so quickly that the blonde couldn't realize it. Yaoyorozu, a hero doesn't kill, but there are exceptions, people with such rotten souls. You fall into that category. And forgive me, but someone had to stop you. Toga, damn cow how did you know it was me? Yaoyorozu, it's easy. The girl put her fingers lightly in her nose and took out a filter which prevented the quirk from taking effect. Toga, that's not fair, it's cheating. Spitting blood. Yaoyorozu, but above all it was your fault. I never call my boyfriend Deku, because you and your friends were in charge of killing him. He is Ronin, engrave it in your memory before you die. Toga, he doesn't love you. Yaoyorozu, don't tell me your life. The brunette pulled the swords from the blonde's torso. Momo was tired. Those attacks had been too much for her. The torture had also taken its toll on her body. The girl was exhausted, but she couldn't stop, or so she thought. During this fight things happened. On Hawk's part he was fighting against Twice. Both were injured but had a mission. The winged blonde decided to stop using his wings and fight hand to hand against Twice, who looked clearly upset despite the wound on his nose. Twice, I'm gonna kill you. Hawks, I thought you were the most sensible of all of you, despite your madness, Jean. Twice, shut up. Hawks, you were my friend. Twice, I hate you. Hawks, I had to kill many people and a great hero because of you. I hate myself as much as I hate you all, but I thought I could save you. I thought you would be the only one who would understand. The blonde hit Twice in the face, making him bleed again, and with a strong kick he moved him away. Twice quickly attacked him with his ribbon, wrapping it around the blonde's arm, who resisted, although this cost him because he saw how the ribbon managed to cut the sleeve of his jacket and embedded itself in his skin, cutting him in the same way. The blonde screamed but refused to give in. Twice, it's a gift from the doctor. The more you force yourself, the more it will cost you, damn traitor. Hawks, I just wanted a place where I could fly freely. I was a slave to the rules for so long. I lost my childhood. I was forced to be a hero, and because of you and me, I fell to the bottom. I don't care about the scars. They're proof of my progress, and what I was forced to do, Jean. I cared about you. I thought I could get you out of there. But I see I was just an idiot. I'm truly sorry. Twice, I hate you. The winged hero flew towards the villain and quickly wrapped his own ribbon around Twice's neck. Twice wanted to escape but couldn't. Hawks flew away, crying, and pulled himself a little further, sinking the ribbon deeper into his arm, but managing to cut the mask and slowly cut Twice's neck. Twice began to cry just like Hawks, only no one saw it. Hawks, I'm sorry, Jean. I really wish things had been different. The blonde pulled the tape hard and Twice's head fell away from his body. Hawks, I hope you can forgive me, old friend. The blonde took the tape and slowly tore it from his flesh. The wound was deep but did not seem to be lethal because it did not touch the veins. Hawks, I have to go. I should have gone to help Endeavor and the others. The blonde said this and advanced a few meters ahead, although the loss of blood, past wounds, and the torture given before took such a toll on the hero that after walking a few steps he fell to the ground, fainted. On the other hand, Todoroki slowly carried his father. The ambulances were far away, but he knew they could get there, although at that moment a huge Noma stood in front of them. The Noma had several spurs on its body and a chainsaw for a hand. Todoroki lowered his father and stood on guard, although with his diminished strength the fight was short for him. Endeavor could not move, much less use his quirk. The poor man only had to watch how his son was beaten while they made scars that would last a lifetime if he survived. The bicolor tried to defend himself, but it was impossible. Endeavor could not stand this and threw a stone at the Noma, but it ignored him. Endeavor wanted to get up, but it was useless. Endeavor, get out of here, son, save yourself. Todoroki, I won't leave you here, father. The boy said this and tried to remove ice without success. The Noma hit him and cut him with the chainsaw. The boy managed to dodge it, making it not fatal, but still managed to make a diagonal cut that ran across half of his face. The bicolor screamed and Endeavor was terrified. He didn't want to lose another son. Endeavor, please save yourself, Shoto. The Noma raised the chainsaw and Todoroki tried unsuccessfully to activate his flames, but at that moment an enormous wall of ice divided the Noma from Shoto. Both the bicolor and the redhead turned their eyes, seeing that it was Rei who had sent the powerful attack. The woman had frost covering her face and a look as serious and cold as her own ice. As soon as the Noma saw her, he ran towards her, but the woman raised another wall, hitting the Noma in the head. The woman was not a heroine, but her husband had taught her to fight. Maybe she doesn't know what she was capable of doing with her quirk, but she did know one thing. Rei, nobody messes with my family. The woman began a fight with the monster in which, although she received blows, she also gave attacks, and she could dodge almost without any problem, although the problem was resistance. The woman could not maintain a fight for a long time. She was not ready for that yet, but on the other hand she was smart, and obviously smarter than her rivals, so she began to think. Rei, Rei thinks your rival is a brainless monster that wants to kill your family. Genji always told me that he will pay attention to the details. Let's see. He is strong, but he uses his chainsaw more to attack. Logically, I will take that away from him first. After that, I will think of another plan. The woman, thinking this, began to attack the rival. Her plan seemed very simple to execute, but doing it was another thing. The beast was fast. Finally, Rei got her chance. The monster launched a slash towards her, which she was able to dodge with work, but this was worth it, and gave her the opportunity to use a wall of ice which caught the ferocious weapon. Rei just smiled and caught the other arm as well. The monster was totally trapped but struggled to free itself. The ice began to crack. Rei had to think faster, and bravely raised her hand, causing multiple ice spikes to come out of the ground and begin to pierce the monster. The spikes even pierced the arm so much that they separated the chainsaw from it, cutting the flesh, making the beast scream. Rei, okay, it worked. What was step 2? At that moment, the monster broke free and angrily ran towards the woman, who didn't know what to do. She didn't want to die, but neither did she want to lose her family. The woman was in a dilemma. Endeavor clumsily tried to get up without success, as did Shoto. The woman was terrified, but then she remembered her husband. Her fight against Alta Gamma so many years ago. I always hated this school's motto, but I don't care, go beyond your damn limits plus ultra. Rei then stopped being afraid. It was at that moment, in that fight in which she almost gave her life, that she knew that her husband had changed completely. He was no longer that fire monster, but a man who would give anything to protect people, and if he could do what seemed impossible, then she would do the same. Rei knew I never went to UA honestly. I would have loved to before. I wanted to be a hero who would help others, but now I have a bigger job than being a hero. Now I'm a wife and mother, and nothing else matters to me. Nothing matters, because today I will defend my family until the end. The woman charged her quirk while Shoto and Endeavor begged her to leave, but she stood stoically, and then loudly screamed. Rei, I never went to UA, but their motto will always be with me. Hey monster, have you ever heard these words? Go beyond your limits plus ultra. Improvised move, Frozen Hearth. At that moment, the brave woman managed to dodge the attack and then summon a cluster of ice which came out of the ground, making the Noma stumble and fall. Rei quickly got on top of it and grabbed the Noma's skull to let out the powerful attack. Soon the ice ran through the body, making the muscle fibers, organs, bones, eyes, blood, and the entire body of the Noma turn icy. A grotesque sculpture of ice, but dead. The woman had frozen hands. She had really gone beyond her limits. Her hair was frosty, and she exhaled steam. The poor woman was about to fall, but Endeavor managed to hold her. The man had managed to get up. Desperation made him move and gave him the opportunity to take his partner. Each movement burned and hurt like hell, but he was not willing to lose his wife. Endeavor concentrated, and without taking out flames, he began to release heat. Rei opened his eyes and saw her husband. Rei, and Enji, you're here. Enji, what a stupid thing you did. Oh Rei, look how you are shedding tears. Rei, they were in danger, darling, and sometimes you do crazy things for love. Enji, Rei, you'll be fine, you'll see, you just have to warm up, we'll have to train more, you know? Rei, of course my hero. Wait, where is he? Enji, where is who? At that moment everyone heard a shot. Everyone's sight focused on the point where it came from, realizing that it was Mr. Compress who caused it. The victim? Momo Yaoyorozu. The shot was in the chest. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and then fell to the ground. Izuku then saw this in fear. Compress started to laugh, but it didn't last long. Izuku was on top of him and hit him on the head, which destroyed his mask and head, killing him instantly. The boy quickly jumped towards his girlfriend and carried her, starting to cry. Now it was real. The boy was losing the brunette. He had arrived too late. The impact was devastating. The brunette had closed her eyes. The green-haired man gave a cry of pain as One for All and his pyrokinesis exploded, causing the shock wave and heat to defeat multiple villains. The boy began to cry, cursing his luck. Ronin, why God are you doing this to me? Was it because I didn't pray enough? Didn't I give alms when I should have? Hey, answer me, you damn conceited, non-existent bastard. The boy released his demon wings, but at that moment a little albino came running towards him. Ronin, Eri, what are you doing here? No, you shouldn't go. Quickly. Eri, no, my mom needs me. Ronin, no. Go away, it's too dangerous, go now. Eri. Annoyed. At that moment the albino hit her father in the face and got on her knees while activating her quirk and taking her mother. Eri, I've always admired you and you know it, but if you asked me to let my mother die, I'll never forgive you. The boy looked at his daughter in surprise, then his predatory sense alerted him of a missile heading towards both of them, and with his black whips he formed a dome protecting both of them. Eri, yes, if you don't believe I'm capable of doing this then leave me, but I do know that I can because you taught me to never give up. Ronin, okay daughter, this won't hold up for long, but I know you can, try it. At that moment the dome was covered by wood courtesy of Kamui woods and glue by a student from Class B as well as another who used his quirk to solidify the air, making the dome more resistant. Inside, the little albino made use of all her power. She did not know if she could revive someone, but she would never give up, just like her parents never did. The girl remembered all those moments she had with her parents, and that motivated her more. The wound closed. Fortunately, the bullet had gone through completely. Izuku saw his girlfriend, who still did not open her eyes. The boy lost faith and also felt like outside the dome would not resist much longer. Finally, the girl's quirk turned off. Izuku hugged his girlfriend and hugged her, but nothing. She did not wake up. Eri began to cry, feeling useless, but Izuku hugged her with one arm while with the other he had his girlfriend. Suddenly Izuku opened his eyes. He remembered one thing. Before, the Ikia melees had given some pills to both. It was supposed to compensate for the wear and give him energy so they could fight and use their quirks. Izuku only had one pill, but it could work. Izuku quickly opened his compartment in his protector and took out the pill, which entered the girl's mouth. Izuku was just praying that it would work. The boy just opened his eyes and spoke in his girlfriend's ear. Eri couldn't hear anything her father was saying, but then after a few minutes the beautiful brunette opened her eyes and woke up, surprising the little girl. Yayorozu started to cry, but then she saw Eri and hugged her. Yayorozu, my beautiful girl, my little one, my daughter, what are you doing here? Eri, we're in the middle of a war. Eri, Grandma Ray saw how they were suffering and ran away from home. I went with her. I didn't want anything to happen to them both. Ronin, my girl, thank you Eri, but now it's time to get out of here, the three of you. Yayorozu nodded but then hugged her partner as a tear escaped from her beautiful eyes. Yayorozu, Izuku, I was afraid of losing you. Ronin, you will never do it, my love. I will always be here for you. You are my crusade. Yayorozu, you know in the darkness I could hear your voice. What did you say? Ronin just took a breath and kissed his girlfriend on the forehead before speaking. Ronin, hey you, all those on the other side, let her go because I'll cross through her, and you won't like it. At that moment the brunette smiled and kissed her boyfriend, who also kissed her, although to their bad luck all the shields they had made had broken and the attacks were now direct to the whips. Since there were several, the green-haired boy was receiving the impact with some discomfort. Yayorozu, remove the shield. Ronin, the attacks would be direct. I'm not going to risk you. Yayorozu, damn, but Izuku, you can't. Ronin, what can I do? Maybe you mean I shouldn't. Yayorozu, I don't want you to go there, you'll die. Eri, dad, please. Ronin, me die? Haha, not even in your dreams. They won't get rid of me that easily. As soon as I give them the signal, they'll run to an ambulance, or to the heroes. They want Ronin, so I'll show them the real Ronin. Yayorozu, Izuku. Eri, boo, but dad. Ronin, your mother can't use her quirk. The pill I gave her only gave her strength to get up. I have to do this alone, daughter. The girl started to cry and Izuku knelt down to hug her. Ronin, my special girl, my little one, my daughter, my Eri, you are a very brave girl. You never cease to amaze me. But now you have to listen to me. This war has lasted long enough. It's time to end it once and for all. The boy stood up and hugged his girlfriend while she was crying. Yayorozu, you can't go there, it's suicide. Ronin, you faced Shigaraki. You can't talk about suicide, my love, hee. Now I have to go because it's my duty. You've already fought a lot. Rest, take the girl away from here and go get healed. I'll be back soon, I promise. Yayorozu, I don't want to lose you. Ronin, you never will. Thank you for everything you did for me. Without you I would never have been able to do this. I love you, Momo. Yayorozu, like you have no idea. The girl hugged her boyfriend tightly while accepting the truth and that he was right. She had to fight. The girl slowly released the green-haired boy while he smiled. Yayorozu, it's okay, but you better go back, wiping away tears. We still have to be at the graduation, and remember we have a pending dance. Ronin, You remember that I'm not a good dancer yet. Yayorozu, I'll teach you. I was raised at home, so you better come back understanding? Ronin, he understood, you're in charge. Yayorozu, it'll be a lesson every Saturday, do you think? Ronin, sounds perfect at 8 so we have time to get back Yayorozu, exactly, don't be late or early, I'll punish your green-haired fool. Ronin, then deal made. Yayorozu, I'll be waiting for you. Ronin, I hope they play something nice, I warn you that I don't want Jiro with his madness. Yayorozu, I'll tell him, wiping away her tears. The green-haired boy felt his whips losing strength, and then he knew it was time to do it. The boy turned around and then wiped his tears. The boy saved his strength and then spoke. Ronin, well, it's time to run at 3, understood? Yayorozu, yes. Ronin, Eri, listen to your mother. Eri, yes, Dad. Crying. Ronin, then it's time to fight 1. Yayorozu, D2. Ronin / Yayorozu / Eri, 3. Ronin, run! At that moment the boy deactivated his black whips and turned his back on his family, causing everyone to notice him. The girls quickly left, leaving the green-haired boy alone who stood on guard. Ronin, okay, who wants to be next? The villains were almost defeated. Mirio along with Tamaki and Nijire had done a great job, but then multiple Nomas appeared in front of Izuku as well as Muscular. Ronin, yes, I knew you wouldn't be so honorable. Muscular, what can I say, boy, I love this life. Smiling. The green-haired boy was on guard. He couldn't count on his friends because although some were fighting, others had no strength. Kirishima was fighting against a wounded Gigantomachia with the help of Bakugo, Sato, Shoji, Hagakure and Shoji. His friends were busy. The boy had no choice. He was willing to use the hero's comet. Then All for One appeared with Shigaraki. All for One, ready, kid? Ronin, I have an idiot name, and you better learn it. All for One, do you think I care? In a few minutes you'll just be another corpse I'll use to turn into a Noma like I did to your stupid mother and Nana. Ronin, keep talking, every word will send you deeper into hell. At that moment the boy activated his One for All, but to his surprise Stain, Garu, Chisaki, Gentle and Rappa stood by his side. Ronin, how slow they are, I thought they had already killed them. Garu, you're not so lucky, kid. Chisaki, this will end today, right? Ronin, definitely. Stain, he's been watching us and doing nothing. He wants to fight you, but he wants to knock you out first. Garu, he knows that if he fights you he will lose. He wants to have the advantage at all costs. Gentle, it's a trap then. Chisaki, yes, that's obvious. Rappa, I just want to fight that blonde. He looks pretty strong, it's exciting. Garu, boy, it's a trap and you know it. Ronin, yeah, and you know what? I don't care anymore. Garu, if you agree then let's not waste any more time, go and kill him, boy. Ronin, and miss the fun? No way. Stain, are you staying to fight? Ronin, I won't leave all the work to you. Chisaki, it's your funeral. Ronin, I already had one. Smiling. At that moment the boy lit his fists. Fortunately part of Ares' quirk had healed his wounds and returned his strength. The boy was ready to fight, and so it was. Slowly everyone began to walk towards the enormous horde of enemies just as they began to advance. Muscular generated as many fibers as he could, which excited Rappa, who knew that he should not hesitate. He had to attack to kill. The man charged all his strength and prepared to fight. Muscular, bleed for me. Rappa, don't die so fast and entertain me. The blonde and the brunette pounced, and with the first blow they threw, the fight also began. Rappa and Muscular were hitting so hard they made the ground shake. The cracks under their feet were more than obvious. Chisaki also defended himself masterfully, managing to defeat Nomas and villains with ease. Not for nothing was he dangerous. Gentle also proved his worth and even with elegant movements managed to defeat and immobilize, although the most destructive trio was in front. Izuku, Garu and Stain were unstoppable. The sly smile they had was impossible to hide. Izuku used his sword and managed to make such impressive movements that even Stain, who was an expert in fighting, was impressed. the black-haired man did not remember teaching him any of that. Even Garou had to admit that he was slightly impressed. The boy could mix the sword and suddenly put it away to give powerful blows. His techniques were mixed with his own techniques that made him more impressive. Soon the three were surrounded, but Izuku was not intimidated. The boy took a breath and put his hand over his mouth. Garou, what will you do? Ronin, I will bring hell to earth, breath of Cerberus, breath of fire. The boy then exhaled a large amount of fire which burned his enemies. The boy did this while thinking about his father and his quirk. Unable to avoid shedding a tear, the green-haired boy finally stopped his attack and fell to his knees. Garou, Izuku. Ronin, I'm fine. On the other side, Chisaki along with Gentle had already finished off a large number of enemies. The gray-haired and the brown-haired were tired, but when they thought they would lose, help arrived quickly. Edge shot at full speed had saved his war companions. Chisaki, saved by a hero, that feels weird. Gentle, I saved you too and you didn't say the same thing. Edge shot was pretty hurt, but he wouldn't give up, at least not without a fight. Edge shot, I thought they needed a hand, lol. On the other hand, Rappa and Muscular fought fiercely. Either gave the other a chance to win. As soon as an opportunity opened, they took advantage of it. Several times their fists had collided with each other, making air waves. They had also collided against each other's faces. Rappa had already lost his mask, showing his face, which was bleeding, like Muscular, who had even lost his false eye, leaving only an empty socket and a face full of bruises, but both smiled, excited to get the battle they wanted. Muscular, this is what I meant by a real fight. Rappa, ha ha ha, now I understand when the guy said there would be really strong opponents. Muscular, ready for the final round? Rappa, and you? Both men stood on guard, breathed and threw themselves against each other with their last strength. The strong blows of the brunette were directed with force and precision towards the chest and face of the rival, but this one was not stupid either, and his attacks were directed at the chest of the other. In the end, both were standing with their backs to each other. Rappa, no matter how strong you are, I am stronger. Muscular, for his part, just laughed while spitting blood. Muscular, ha ha ha, although in the end I did what I wanted. At that moment the blonde fell to the ground. His face was unrecognizable, but a smile could be distinguished. On Rappa's part, he trembled a little while smiling. Slowly the man lowered his fists, which let out long threads of blood belonging to the corpse of the blonde. Finally the man burst out laughing. Rappa, in the end the boy didn't lie, it was exciting. I guess I got what I always wanted. Izuku Midoriya, thank you. The man spat out blood and fell to the ground, not showing that his chest was shattered, caved in by the blows. In the end, they both fell to the ground dead. On the other side, Chisaki was already getting tired. Using his overhaul so many times to even rebuild himself was exhausting him. Gentle also looked exhausted. The white-haired man was totally disheveled and wounded and was even spitting blood. The two were on their last legs, and even with Edshot's help they were overwhelmed because even the ninja already had some very visible wounds. Edshot, damn, it's bigger than us, spitting blood. Chisaki, if you're going to regret being here, you better rethink whether you really wanted to be an old hero. Edshot, if a Yakuza knows more about heroism than I do, then maybe it really is time for me to retire. Gentle, I trust the knight, he is a true hero. Edshot, thanks, but if we don't do something now, we'll be real corpses. Ronin, I heard you needed help. Chisaki, we could use a hand. Ronin, I have an idea. Garou, sure? We've already talked about that. Ronin, relax, old man, I think it might work. At that moment the boy activated his transmitter. Ronin, Ryukyu, are you alive? Ryukyu, what is that question, boy? Of course I am. Ronin, good, because I'm going to need fire. Ryukyu, I can't use much, but I think I can help you. Ronin, well then, thanks to my signal one. Stain, he's crazy. Ronin, too. Garou, I think so. The last remaining nomas and villains were getting dangerously close to them. Chisaki was about to make a wall to stop them because he didn't know the green-haired man's plan. Ronin, 3 now. At that moment the powerful dragon launched a great fire attack. Izuku turned on 1 for all at % and turned on his pyrokinesis. Ronin, Dragon God, don't fail me, let's go one more time, Ryujin no Ken Wakuri. The boy mixed both quirks and then mixed it with the dragon's attack, which generated the same dragon as before when he used his berserk form. The dragon moved between the villains who could do nothing but flee. Ronin, gentle, use your quirk. I want you to keep everyone there. Chisaki, you too. Chisaki, understood. Gentle, of course, Midoriya. With that plan put into action, the villains were trapped at the mercy of the great technique that, as everyone knew, worked, although when it ended and was turned off, Izuku only got to his knees tired while panting, fighting not to lose air. After a while, the poor green-haired man managed to recover and got up. Garu, hey, we told you, fool. Ronin, shut up, old man, I'm fine. Chisaki, you did it. Ronin, but only here, there are still civilians caught in the crossfire. As well as more lost villains. Rappa died and also killed Muscular, but I think Gigantomachia is still undefeated. I know I've asked you a lot, but... Chisaki, I have almost no strength left. I risked my life and that of my allies. I lost many members of both the Shai Hasaikai and the Precepts. I already lost Rappa and I was supposed to be the one to kill Shigaraki. Ronin, if you're going to say something, do it now. Chisaki, hee damn it, okay, I'll go help you, kid, I owe you too. I think the duty to kill him falls only to you. Ronin, hee I think so. Chisaki, okay, I still have some strength left. Gentle, you will come with me. Gentle, ha ha ha, time to be a hero at last. Ronin, Edgeshot sensei. The ninja was already very wounded. The mask that covered part of his face was torn. His head was leaking a trickle of blood. He looked in bad shape, but even so the ninja stood in front of his student. Edgeshot, what's up? Ronin, I don't think you're in any condition to continue fighting. Sensei, retreat. Rest, the battle is over for you. Edgeshot, I'm retiring? And then who's going to take charge of your nonsense and support your crazy plans? Ronin, sensei, have you seen yourself in a mirror yet? Edgeshot, I know I'm not the most attractive person in the universe, but you're not far behind either. Ronin, sensei, I'm serious. Edgeshot, and me too, kid, it's not time to retire yet. If death calls me in this battle, I'll greet her like an old friend, but it's not my time yet, so give this old man a task or you'll meet me angry, hee. Ronin, sighed, damn, okay, there are still civilians trapped. Go and rescue them. The people who live around here couldn't escape, so go and save them. Don't come back before you understand? The man was going to protest. He didn't think the boy was capable, but then he saw how the green-haired man stood up and threw his flaming whip towards Inomu, splitting it in half and then throwing fire at it, preventing its regeneration. Ronin, go! Edgeshot, hey, remember I'm older than you. The ninja just gave a slight smile, just like Izuku. Ronin, hee go away. The man just nodded and left quickly. Garu and Stain were now in front of a few straggling nomas. Behind them were Shigaraki and All for One, so they just breathed, trying to control themselves. Garu, well, it's motivating to know that they're still alive. Stain, don't think we're going to leave everything to you. Ronin, that would be your funeral. The last nomas were ready. There were like 5, maybe 6 visible. The 3 stood on guard and charged against the nomas, managing to finish them off. The boy managed to generate some claws with his whips and light them on fire, piercing the skulls of the nomas and splitting them in half, killing them instantly. Finishing this, the 3 were totally exhausted. Even Garu, who had visible wounds. The 3 were excited but also exhausted. Ronin, one last effort. Garu, you said it, kid, let's take down those idiots. Stain just nodded slowly because of the pain, but then he saw something moving blurrily. The man moved his head and noticed a silhouette which was moving slowly. A tired man but experienced with weapons like him knew that something was happening from what he could hear, how the knives collided with each other. The man knew that it was a silent enemy, just as he knew that Izuku was not seeing him, and neither did he feel him. So he could only have one idea. Stain, hey idiots. Garu, don't tell me you have arthritis, old man. Stain just smiled. Stain, you're an idiot, Garu, but now take care of the boy. You know how crazy he is, he looks like you. Ronin, you don't have to. I'm old enough to kill hee. After all, I was trained by you too. Stain, right, you know what? Never stop fighting for what's right, kid. You're a true hero. The green-haired man was about to ask what was happening to his master when he just pulled out his sword and at an impressive speed hit Garou in the stomach with such great force that the poor white-haired man closed his eyes and fainted. But the assassin didn't stay there, and before Garou fell to the floor, Stain grabbed him and with incredible force threw him to the other side before Izuku's surprised gaze. "Ronin, what the hell do you think you're doing? Hey, there's all three of us in this and..." At that moment Stain knew he didn't have time. The black-haired man simply pulled the boy in and hugged him with one arm. "Stain, don't let anyone tell you what you can do, boy. You're a great person and you became a great hero. No one will ever say otherwise. Never stop fighting for what's right, you hear me?" Ronin, what? But what? At that moment, just like what happened with Garou, Stain hit the boy in the jaw and threw him away. He knew it was too late for him, but he still didn't let his guard down. The man didn't run away and just smiled as he drew his swords. "Stain, haha, if you think I'll beg for my life, then you're sorely mistaken. You'll never see me on my knees again. A true hero never falls." Garou then woke up and like Izuku stood up. "Garou, that damn old man will pay for this." Both advanced and managed to see the assassin who was still on guard. Both advanced but also saw how in front of them appeared a Momo which had projectiles in its torso which it pushed. Stain managed to deflect some but not all. Garou and Izuku witnessed how small knives pierced the assassin's torso without mercy. "Ronin, no!" They both saw how the man defended himself with honor and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, when they reached him they knelt. The Momo was about to attack again, but Izuku launched an attack so strong that it incinerated the Momo without giving him a chance at all. Soon the two were in front of the man who was smiling despite his mortal wounds. "Garou, up you decrepit old man, you have to get up. Damn it! Remember that the fight is not over, and don't think that playing dead is going to save you from this one. Come on, don't be lazy. Your retirement is yet to come." The white-haired man tried to get the killer to stand up, but it was useless, and the three of them knew it. Stain just spat out blood, smiled, and gathered his courage to start speaking. "Stain, so you know, don't worry about me." "Ronin, what nonsense are you talking about? We're in this together. You're the one who trained me. Who gave me the weapons to defend myself? How could you not want me to worry about a demon?" We need a new weapon theme from Pacific Rim. Stain, they shouldn't. I lived my life my way, Izuku, and what's more, I should thank you because today everything happened to me, and the best of all this is that I was able to be a hero like she always said I would be. Hee. Garou, no, don't give up. Kaizome. Wake up, don't close your eyes. You won't die. There's still a fight to be won here. Come on. Stain, you know, this is also a blessing because I'll be able to see her again. The black-haired man's heart was beating slower and slower. Ronin didn't want to let him die, but he knew it was inevitable and nothing could be done because death is an enemy that we can avoid but not defeat, and that's how it happened. Finally, with a smile, Kaizome Agakuro, Stain, died. Garou slowly took off his mask. He wouldn't let him die as a villain but as a hero, one that he would respect forever. The white-haired man slowly closed his eyes and saw Izuku. Garou, damn! Hitting the ground and shedding a tear. Why did you have to be like that, Kaizome? Why? The human monster was upset and sad. Garou, seeing Izuku, I'm sorry kid, there are things we can't change. Ronin, I know. The boy was sad but above all furious. He couldn't protect his mother, he almost lost his girlfriend, his father too, and now he lost his teacher. It had been enough. Garou, and now? Ronin, looking up, follow that damn thing. The boy just stood up and walked forward slowly. All for One came out again with Shigaraki. There were only them there. No more villains, no more allies or nomas, just the agreed fight between eternal rivals. All for One, you're not the same boy I saw so many years ago. Tell me, brat, who are you? The green-haired man stared at his rival as well as Shigaraki but simply turned his back on him. Ronin, Garou, go and help Chisaki. I don't know if he's still in a condition to fight. The Omavid gave his master a smile. Garou knew what he meant. He had to fight alone. He didn't want to risk him. Izuku was willing to fight and win. The man recognized this and just nodded slowly. Garou, understood, just don't die, Izuku. The white-haired man understood. It was his fight, so with a smile he turned his back on the green-haired man, but before leaving he stopped. Garu, I didn't have a chance to tell you, but he was proud of you as much as I am, boy. You better come back alive, understand? Ronin, do you really think I'll die at the hands of this clown? The white-haired man simply let out a laugh of acceptance and left the battlefield. But this didn't please All For One, who was upset, although it was Shigaraki who would take care of this. Shigaraki, stupid kid asked you a question and now you're going to answer or I'll make you do it. Shigaraki smiled victoriously, but then Izuku looked back at them, a cold and serious look, full of anger, and that did not bode well. Ronin, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I was Deku in the past, a name that changed from useless to mean you can do it. Today I am the hero Ronin, student of UA. I was betrayed, imprisoned and then freed. I am the hero who came back from hell, student of a murdered teacher, son of a murdered father and mother, and I swear that I will get my revenge in this life or the next. Izuku looked at All For One seriously. Shigaraki was furious but still slightly intimidated by the presence. Finally, that was how both rivals were in a fighting position. They knew what was at stake but decided that the fight they would have would be the decisive one. No more treacherous attacks, an honorable fight. Head on and giving everything they both had. If they were going to kill each other, then they would do it with honor, with respect. It would be the maximum display against a great rival. Finally the table was set, one for all versus All For One. The fight they had waited for many years was about to begin, and the fate of the world depended on the winner. Izuku only used his demonic wings and slowly rose along with All For One. Shigaraki, standing, knew that both ignored him, but he was willing to fight and prove his worth, to prove that he would be a worthy successor. Izuku, for his part, from his place, was willing to let his enemy know why he had chosen him. Because he was the ninth bearer of One For All, the same power that the villain had created so long ago. For her part, Momo could only see this from afar and could only say one thing. Yayorozu, you can do it, Izuku. Chpater, the wrath of Izuku Midoriya. At that moment the boy rose in the air next to his enemy. Both stared at each other, feeling the tension in the environment. Ronin, well, here we are. All For One, once and for all, the predestined combat, the fight of life or death. Ronin, what fate has in store for me since the day I accepted One For All. All For One, I curse the day I create that stupid Quirk. Ronin, not me, at least it gave me the chance to fight you. They both looked at each other seriously. The minutes passed, the morning was beginning to arrive, the fight could not wait much longer. Ronin, hee. All For One, what's so funny, kid? Ronin, hee, believe me, you wouldn't understand. The boy then drew his sword and held it on guard. Ronin, you created my Quirk, and from that moment on, it was destined to always face you. In that case, why don't we just fight once and for all? Come on, bastard, let's finish this like we started it together. Insert Trinity Sanmatai and enjoy. The boy threw himself towards the villain, who fired an air bullet. Izuku made a movement and managed to cut the strong attack. The green-haired boy threw himself against the bald man and managed to give him a strong blow that moved him away. Izuku pulled back his arms and put his hands together, forming a sphere of fire. Ronin, try this dragon eye. The boy extended his arms and launched the attack. All For One tried to stop the attack, but it was useless. The man simply moved, letting the attack flow and destroy the ground. Shigaraki was frustrated because he could not attack the green-haired man since he was too high above him. Then All For One generated a portal under the light blue-haired man, and Shigaraki was swallowed by it, appearing above Izuku. The villain just smiled and charged energy, but before he could touch him, the boy disappeared and appeared next to the subject, hitting him in the face. Shigaraki was dangerously close to the ground, but Izuku held him by the face and spun him around, slamming him into the ground. The boy rose up and dropped into the villain's stomach, making him spit blood. Izuku moved out, and Shigaraki stood up with great effort. Ronin, do you know what the difference is between you and me? Shigaraki, shut up. The villain stood up slowly and took a hand out of his jacket, which he placed on his face as before. The rest of the hands remained on his body as before. Shigaraki, you could have joined us. You could have been a true god like us, like me. Ronin, sorry, but I don't think they've given you the news yet. Shigaraki, what are you talking about, kid? Ronin, don't you understand, idiot? I'm talking about you being alone. The rest of your stupid league is dead. You're not a god, Tamura. You don't even come close. Besides, there's no one like me, except me. I don't need to learn anything from anyone, much less from you." The fed-up villain made a movement, and then the ground began to disappear, but almost without giving it importance, Izuku at an incredible speed appeared behind Shigaraki. "Ronin, is that the best you can do? All for one managed to at least take me down." The villain attacked again, but with the same result. Izuku appeared next to him, mocking him again. "Ronin, what's going on? Have you realized the abysmal difference between us?" "Shigaraki, shut up already." The villain closed his fists and opened them, destroying everything around him, but Izuku appeared above him with his wings. "Ronin, oh, I think the kid really got angry." "Shigaraki, damn cheater." At that moment Izuku landed in front of Shigaraki, forming a slight crater. The boy turned off his quirk completely, and his face became serious. "Shigaraki, you always boast about your strength, but we both know that you are not capable of fighting me, at least not hand to hand." The villain thought that if he managed to make the green-haired boy fight hand to hand, he would have the victory. He could use his quirk, and the boy would say goodbye. And for his part, Izuku just raised his arms with a certain tone of disinterest to the words of his adversary. "Ronin, so that's what I'm saying? Wow, you really think that? Wow, because it really is very interesting, but well, I guess you need a demonstration then, right? You want to know that I can fight you? Okay." At that moment, All for One stopped attacking. The guy understood his clumsy protege. The villain understood the abysmal difference between him and All for One, as well as the one between the green-haired man himself, but he couldn't accept it. The guy decided that he wouldn't interfere in the battle until he deemed it appropriate. "Ronin, well, let's see, your master won't come for you. I won't fly or run away, so I think it will be a clean hand-to-hand. If I wanted to, I would have already killed you, but I won't do that, or I won't do it yet, so come for me. Down here none of us have more than our strength, our speed, intelligence, and cunning, in other words." Shigaraki didn't let the boy finish speaking and ran towards him with the intention of using his quirk, letting his most powerful attack rest, but Izuku managed to dodge it in time. The villain turned around only to be received by a full power blow from Izuku without using his quirk, as he said, "Ronin, welcome to a fair fight." Shigaraki flew out but came back with his hand open, ready for anything, and imitating the boy he tried to hit him, but the green-haired boy dodged him. Izuku had taken the cloth with which they had covered him and quickly managed to wrap it around the villain's fist and part of his arm, keeping his hand closed, preventing him from destroying it and confusing the villain. "Shigaraki, what the hell are you?" "Ronin, you say that I boast of my strength and that I'm not capable of fighting you, but you always sent someone else, always using the league to do your dirty work. That doesn't sound very good, and you know that's the funny thing about fighting." The boy approached Shigaraki to knee him in the face, causing him to stop trying to disintegrate the sheet. "Ronin, the funny thing about fighting with an army watching your back? Do you know that, Shigaraki?" "Shigaraki, shut up." The green-haired boy ignored this and jumped, causing the tangled arm to twist, making the light-haired boy scream in pain. "Ronin, there's always someone to help you, isn't there? If you have enemies." The subject went towards some rubble, stamping on Izuku, trying to get him off of him, but the green-haired man wouldn't let go, and using the cloth he passed it around his enemy's neck, strangling Shigaraki. "Ronin, if you have enemies they will cover you, and if apart from everything you are All for One's protege, well, nobody on." The boy had now been hit by a piece of debris that came loose from its place and fell on Izuku's back, but he still didn't let go. "Ronin, no one will know who hit him." At that moment Izuku pushed himself, put his feet on the wall, and with a single push he managed to knock Shigaraki to the ground. "Ronin, you said it, I live out there in public, visible, creating enemies left and right. Everyone will want to finish me off. I don't have an army to protect me like you. How stupid is that?" The boy launched an elbow at Shigaraki's head, making him scream in pain, but not giving up. Izuku stood up and forced Shigaraki to do so, and then pulled him by the knot on his neck and kicked him in the thigh, managing to destabilize the destroyer. "Ronin, but you know what the only good thing about this is?" The freckled man took advantage of this and turned the tables on the villain. "Ronin, you really need to learn how to fight." The villain was about to fall, but Izuku kneed him in the head. Ronin, you know when I thought I was Quirkless I got depressed. Do you know what it was like to be the only one who didn't have something that everyone had or should have by right? Obviously your life is harder and I'm sorry about that, but the point is that my mother even put me in classes to learn how to defend myself. It wasn't a bad idea, but there were two big problems. The boy remembered his mother, and then lifted Shigaraki, who managed to disintegrate the blanket, and tried to hit Izuku, but the green-haired boy took his wrist and pulled him towards him to give him an elbow in the trachea, and then with both hands he made them up, managing to hit Shigaraki in the jaw. Ronin, number one, I didn't like fighting, and he was also my best friend. We've known each other since we were babies, our mothers were friends and so on. Now that I think about it, do you know how cheesy that sounds? The boy quickly managed to escape, dodging a deadly attack, and ran, dodging many more, but quickly and zigzagging he managed to get close to his rival, giving him a strong headbutt in the chest. Ronin, and secondly, how could I go toe-to-toe with someone with a quirk like his? Even if I were a great fighter he would beat me up, crush me and make fun of me, but guess what, that taught me something. There will always be people who think they are stronger, but being like me forces you to know how to think. The best fights are not always the ones that use violence, but there are times when you definitely have to know how to fight, and you know what is best. The green-haired boy took advantage of Shigaraki's lack of air, and without wasting time he kicked the villain, which made him feel worse. Izuku approached and hit Shigaraki in the face, managing to dodge an attack from him. Only his little finger managed to touch the boy, who smiled mockingly. Ronin, this is that moment. Oh, and by the way, there have to be 5 of them. The green-haired man quickly drew his sword and held it high, but Shigaraki smiled. Shigaraki, you know what? You're right, I can't fight, but I can use my quirk with my feet. The boy was about to use his quirk, but Izuku stuck the sword into the ground, and at that moment it seemed as if the boy's fire was going down. Soon the ground began to release steam, and within seconds the cracks turned red with orange. Shigaraki felt as if he was sinking and saw how more cracks formed on the ground. Ronin, and I just have to know how to neutralize your quirk. The boy stood up as Shigaraki looked at him with clear frustration. Ronin, this ends today. The green-haired man raised his hand and formed a fireball that soon began to increase in intensity. Ronin, this is more than you deserve, you damned murderer, consider me merciful. The boy was about to shoot when he had to dodge an attack from All for One, who had already decided to take part in the fight. Ronin, oh, you finally want to participate? Shigaraki, I don't need it, sensei. All for One, ignoring Shigaraki, you know Izuku, maybe this is my last battle, but if I fall then you understand that someone will have to rule the new world, right? Because I won't leave alone. Ronin, no one will rule anything, you will die with him, and the world will have the peace it deserves. All for One, don't you understand? Look around you, there will never be peace. As long as you exist, evil also exists. It's a scale that will never tip to one side. Ronin, you tried to sway her towards you and that won't happen. Maybe you're right. As long as there are heroes, villains will too. But I will finish you off because it's my duty. Because that was entrusted to me from the day I accepted my power, and because that's what a hero does, protect people even risking their lives. All for One, then risk it and lose it. Ronin, of course I will, and I will even go to hell, but I will take you with me. At that moment both rose again, leaving Shigaraki alone again, but now understanding his role more. All for One, and to think, boy, that we could have been allies, friends. Ronin, allies? Listen carefully, monster, my allies, my friends are people that I admire. Because they are brave, they do what they believe is right even when no one else agrees, even when I do not agree, they own their decisions, they live their lives in the light. They are heroes, all for one. Something that you will never understand, and today will be a historic day because you will stay in this place. I will kill you and you will be what you always should have been, a ghost buried in history. All for one, a ghost? Boy, do you want to hurt me with words? Ha ha ha, just think about what I could have taught you. You could have unleashed your quirk to its full potential. I could have. Ronin, you should have taught me to be a murderer, to betray my ideals. My friends, I'm sorry, but I received teachings from great people, and yes, maybe I still haven't discovered my full potential, but I'm still young. I have a life ahead of me, something that you no longer have. The villain activated his tentacles and attacked Izuku, but the green-haired boy was not stupid. The boy managed to dodge the attack and headed at full speed towards his enemy, starting a new battle. On the other side, the battle against Gigantomachia was at its peak. There were already several wounded who were on the ground unconscious. No doubt all of them looked too injured, but this was not in vain because even the giant villain was injured. No doubt fighting against them and underestimating them had been a mistake. Kirishima managed to hit him in the nose, making the monster scream. The villain pushed the redhead, throwing him at full speed towards some rubble, but Bakugo quickly appeared above the monster. The ashen blonde put his arms together, and then his grenades came together, becoming one. The boy pulled out the safety pin with his teeth. The now combined grenade began to light up red and increased in width. Bakugo's hands also lit up. The blonde was very injured. His face had the mask burned, but he had his already characteristic sadistic smile. Bakugo, I will be the next number monster. Now taste my power and die for me. Supernova killing impact. The explosion was the strongest that Bakugo had ever given. The grenades exploded. Bakugo's arms felt themselves split by the impact regression. Everyone undoubtedly saw the explosion, and those who were nearby felt the impact as the ground vibrated under their feet. Bakugo had given everything in that explosion. The blonde had nothing else, but he felt like a winner. He felt that no one could survive that, but then this changed because a claw came out of the smoke which grabbed him by the arms, surprising him. Bakugo, what? Gigantomachia, die? It was just tickling, you're weak. The monster came out of the smoke and smiled evilly to quickly grab the boy, and with a strong squeeze managed to snap the blonde's limbs, making him scream in pain. Kirishima, Bakugo. The monster spun the blonde around in the air and threw him far away towards a pile of rubble. Kirishima was on the ground, completely beaten, feeling unable to act. Kirishima, come on, damn you have to get up, Ijiro. Kirishima, you have to. At that moment, and to the redhead's surprise, Shoji ran towards the monster. Shoji, don't think you're such a beast. The boy used his octoblow again, creating arms, but now the boy created more copies than usual, even to the point of hurting, but the boy did not care. His friends were behind him, and if he lost, everything would go to hell. Shoji quickly reached Gigantomachia and started a hand-to-hand fight. Both contenders were heavyweights. They could not dodge so easily, but their blows resonated like bombs. For his part, Shoji began to spit blood but would not give up. He had not done it before, and he would not do it now. Gigantomachia, flee. Shoji, yes, if you think I'll give up so easily, then you don't know me. My work as a hero gives me a strength superior to yours because you kill for the sake of killing, and I fight to protect the innocent, to the people, to her. The boy hit, and didn't stop, while a certain girl with an expressionless face and black hair came to his mind, the first girl who didn't judge him for anything, not even his appearance, that girl he was willing to protect. The gray-haired man began to increase the speed and strength of his blows until the monster, fed up with this, raised his fist and opened it, showing some kind of claws which came down with speed, causing the gray-haired man's mask to be completely destroyed, and apart from that the boy got a big cut on his face which even went through his eye. Blood gushed out as Shoji screamed in pain. The poor boy was about to faint from shock, but he didn't give up. Without giving up, Shoji decided he wouldn't give up. He would ignore the pain and give it his all. Shoji was ready for anything when he saw the huge fist rise above him again. The boy knew that maybe he couldn't win, but as Izuku said in training, insert Kirishima theme songs / Red Riot the Hero. Epic rock cover and enjoy. Shoji, just because I know I'm going to lose, I'm not going to run. I'll face my destiny. I'll look death in the face and not fear it. The boy expected the blow while he continued to fight fiercely, but then the blow never came. Shoji turned around only to see Kirishima managing to hold the fist using his kraken form. Shoji, Kirishima, but you were. Kirishima, and you think I'd leave all the work to you alone? Shoji, Kirishima, no. Kirishima, forgive me, old man, but I couldn't call myself a man if I let one of my best friends get killed. The gray-haired man saw how even in his kraken form, which was truly unbreakable, Kirishima was bleeding. The redhead had several visible wounds, as did he. Shoji understood his friend's feelings. After all, they both wanted to be heroes. They couldn't just abandon each other. Shoji just smiled as he accepted this. Shoji, well, come on then, let's see if you can keep up with me, Red Riot. For his part, Kirishima smiled. The redhead remembered his friends. his family, his girlfriend, and the same greenhead who was now also risking his life, Kirishima just continued smiling. Kirishima, come on man, this fight won't end on its own, thinking, I won't regret it again, never again. I will be a hero capable of protecting. Go move, Ijiro Kirishima, move. I will harden immediately. I will harden immediately what I break. Hold on, protect, trust in yourself like your friends trust you. The redhead and the gray-haired boy were pushed back. Shoji was about to fall, but Kirishima stopped him. The huge boy stood up and nodded. They both launched themselves and hit Gigantomachia with everything he had. Who couldn't believe it? Some simple boys were beating him? The blows came and went. Soon Gigantomachia was on his last legs, as were his rivals, but they would not give up. Both were on guard. They would use their last strength and combine them. So both launched themselves one last time. Gigantomachia, no, it's not possible. They are humans, mere mortals. Kirishima, you said it, puppet, we are human. Shoji, but in your final moments, remember how two humans, two mortals, defeated you. Both of them gave a battle cry that echoed in the monster's mind, and, putting their dreams and hopes together, they managed to land a blow that knocked down the beast, who fell heavily to the ground, defeated. Kirishima, still on guard and breathing heavily, it's this battle, we won it. Chisaki and Gentle came running towards them only to see the monster on the ground and both contenders standing up. Gentle, ha ha ha, I think they don't need us. Chisaki, I think he knew they wouldn't need us, but it's his fight. They both looked at the boys in admiration until they noticed how Gigantomachia began to move. The brown-haired boy wasted no more time and launched himself towards them, and with just the palm of his time Gigantomachia simply exploded. Kirishima, thank you? Chisaki, it feels so weird to be told that. At that moment they both smiled, but the gray-haired man fell to the ground just like Kirishima. Chisaki, they're exhausted, in shock, especially the pointing at Shoji. The boy carried Kirishima and Gentle with effort carried Shoji. Gentle, you gave it your all to defeat this guy, you deserve the glory, but today you have to rest. Come on, help me take him to the ambulances. After that we'll go help where we can. This time we're supposed to work for the heroes, so we'll play by their rules. Gentle, yes. Chisaki, you did well, future heroes. So both began to advance. On the other side in the ambulance area everyone was gathered. Mirio and the others had finally arrived. Mirio, the situation looks under control. Nijire, all that's left is for him to finish off that monster. Edshot, he's not fighting yet, he's controlling himself. Tamaki, with all due respect, I see him fighting very seriously. Yayorozu, Edshot sensei is right. Izuku isn't giving his all yet. Well, he hasn't used his full power yet. Mirio, what do you mean? Edshot, when we fought before we did it in evacuated terrain, it was controlled, but now there is none of that. There must still be civilians trapped. Mirio, damn, it's true. Yayorozu, he can't fight knowing that. We have to let him know that he can. We have to save the civilians at all costs. The buildings are still full of people and there are several. We have to evacuate them soon. Todoroki, I'll help you. The bicolor got up as he could, but it was useless. Soon a fracture in his knee made him fall. His face was still bleeding. He was very hurt. Ray quickly went to help his son. Ray, don't even think you'll be able to go. Just look at how you are. Todoroki, I still can, it's my duty. Yayorozu, you're crazy if you think I'll leave you. You stay. Right now I would love to have Kirishima or Shoji with me. Chisaki, I don't think it's going to be possible. Everyone turned around as they both slowly came carrying their friends to put them in one of the ambulances. Yayorozu, what happened to them? Chisaki, I had nothing to do with it if you're wondering. They faced the Shigaraki monster and managed to win even though the cost you're already seeing it. Gentle, they almost gave their lives. They are truly great heroes. At that moment the brave one met with Gentle. They were not using love mode yet, but both defended themselves well. Yayorozu, okay, you guys rest. I'll command a team. Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki, please. Mirio, ha ha ha, count me in. Nijire, you won't go alone. Tamaki, gee, thank you for considering me. Yayorozu, Reiko, Jiro, Kendo, Siro, Uraraka, Yui too. Uraraka, yes. Jiro, come on girl. Kendo, understood. Siro, okay. Yayorozu sensei, Chisaki, gentle. Edge shot, understood, keep the communicator on, everyone do it. Chisaki, don't say it twice, they'll think we're on the same side. Gentle, ha 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 ha, let's go the brave one. La brava, of course gentle. Yayorozu, let's go. So everyone separated, but then Gentle caught Momo's attention. Gentle, hey Miss Yayorozu. Yayorozu, eh? Tell me? Gentle, you know the first time I met that guy Midoriya was because he discovered me leaving the cafe behind the mountain on the day of his cultural festival. I was coming out after drinking the Golden Tips Imperial. Yayorozu, it's a rather rich but unusual tea. Gentle, I asked him if he knew about tea, but he said no, that he had tried it from a friend of his. There are few people who know about it. You must be that friend, right? La brava, Gentle. Yayorozu, you're wrong. Izuku is not my friend, he's my partner. The white-haired man just smiled as he nodded slowly. Gentle, I see. Insert Emma's theme from The Promised Neverland. The man just smiled and turned around in the direction where he had to go while he advanced together with the brave woman. Likewise, Yayorozu did the same, but in the criminal's mind some scenes were repeated as well as dialogues from his previous fight. My dream is no longer just mine. Before, it was a dream out of reach, a dream I abandoned deep in my heart. But many people helped me. They didn't laugh. They recognized my dream, and I want to reciprocate. I want to give a future to the people who suffered. I want to be able to show them a bright future. Gentle, when watching the fight, I know you can do it. You have to win. Izuku Midoriya. On the other side of the fight, Izuku was on the ground like All for One. Izuku quickly ran back to All for One, transforming into a wolf. The green-haired man was able to withstand All for One's air shots, who began to use energy attacks that managed to damage the green-haired man. Finally, the subject destroyed his sleeve, forming a monstrous combination of quirks in both hands, and hit Izuku in the snout, managing to knock him down. The villain rose and shot him in the stomach, forcing Izuku to transform back into a human. The green-haired man knew he had to be smarter if he wanted to have a chance. Izuku formed his demon wings, changing into this transformation, and flew towards the villain, who was beginning to learn the green-haired man's attack pattern, managing to dodge it. Izuku also did not let him attack the buildings because he knew that there were still people inside. The boy, because of this, could not fight at percent, and felt powerless because of this, because he knew that at some point the villain would realize, and indeed that's how it was. All for One, you care so much about them? Why, kid? They turned their backs on you, betrayed you, and even when they knew your innocence was true, they cast you aside. Why do you defend them? Ronin, trying to catch his breath. That's easy to answer. I do it because it's my duty. Because there will be those who don't want to be saved, but there will be those who do, and although I can't protect everyone, I think that's the only thing that makes me feel bad, but while I'm alive I'm going to save everyone I can, because that's what a hero does. All for One, so that's it, fine then, die with them. The villain quickly generated a large ball of energy and fired it towards Izuku, who was tired and could not stop the impact, dragging him and making him hit a building. The attack exploded, and then people everywhere began to cry and scream in despair. Izuku, stunned, heard this while his mind tried to adjust. The boy then heard the foundations fall and knew there was no time. Izuku quickly covered his head with his black whips and began to fly throughout the building, rescuing civilians and using his black whips to carefully lower them, although it could not be that easy because now he had to do this while dodging All for One's attacks, although the only thing he did not know is how Shigaraki approached the building and touched it, beginning to destroy it. Izuku could not save everyone. There were times when he was about to save someone, but this one died in front of the boy's eyes. Izuku began to feel desperate. The green-haired managed to get a little girl out quickly. The boy was up to what now, after an attack All for One's floor could be considered the top. Izuku almost didn't make it, but he was able to in the final moments. The building was falling to pieces. Izuku was feeling like a winner. He felt like he could return to the battle, but it wasn't like that. The boy heard crying coming from inside the building. Finally, the boy managed to see a family. They were on the second floor near the windows waiting to be rescued. The haired boy went down at full speed, destroying the floors with power. He was almost there. Then the pair of children, a girl and a boy, saw him, and their faces were filled with hope. The infants caught the attention of their parents, who turned their eyes, and in one of the holes they could see the green-haired boy. The entire family felt happiness and waited for the boy's arrival, but without them knowing it, he began to feel desperate because his predatory sense alerted him. Shigaraki had used his special attack. Izuku reached out and threw his black whip, but then before the green-haired boy's eyes the family was completely disintegrated, first the mother, then the father, and finally the children, who could only see Izuku approaching at an impressive speed. The boy closed his eyes in despair, and because of this he hit himself, destabilizing his flight and landing with a bang on the ground. The disintegration was about to reach him, but it stopped. The attack had ceased, but then all the destruction took its toll on the building, and slowly the building fell on Izuku. All for one. A worthy end for someone he swore to protect at the cost of his life. No resurrections this time. The villain landed next to his disciple as they both contemplated the destruction, and suddenly from among the rubble everything began to move. Ronin, no coming out from the rubble. I don't know if I'll lose. I don't know if I'm that strong, but I definitely won't let you win so easily. I don't care about anything anymore. I'm going to try to kill you. The green-haired man managed to get out of the rubble, his torn cape still holding strong in his grip. Izuku staggered a little but tore off his mask, which was already badly hurt. Izuku was badly hurt, but he wouldn't give up. No more. All for one just laughed a little and rose. All for one, then I'll kill you myself. The villain began to fire at full power against Izuku, who was dodging as best he could. His wings no longer came out. The physical exhaustion was incredible. The boy made great jumps, but one for all reacted erratically. One of these shots managed to hit him in the back and made the boy crash into a building where a certain brunette was. Moments before the girl was rescuing people, she could unaware that a straggling villain had followed her. The brunette was running from one side to the other rescuing civilians. The girl was fast, and thanks to this she was able to avoid many great casualties. She could no longer use her quirk for large weapons, but she had enough strength to create some healing attachments such as bandages among other things. The younger Yaoyorozu moved quickly, and when she least expected it she already had all the civilians waiting on the ground floor. There were no seriously injured or dead, and this relieved the girl, who smiled knowing that at least this way she could lighten her boyfriend's load a little. Momo was about to evacuate all the civilians when the impact of her boyfriend on the building made the entire construction shake. At that moment Momo knew she had to be faster. The girl began to evacuate the civilians quickly. Outside they were already waiting for her, as well as some heroes were already receiving the people. Then All for One fired his air cannon towards Izuku, causing the building will begin to fall. The girl was about to leave when she saw a little girl crying. When she turned her gaze she could see how a rubble was on her foot. The little girl was stuck and could not get out. Yaoyorozu quickly went towards her and managed to move the rubble with great effort. Momo took the girl and carried her in her arms. Yaoyorozu, don't worry, everything will be fine, little one, I already have you. The girl clung to the heroine. Momo looked decisively at the exit. She was not going to allow anyone else to die. Not on her guard. Yaoyorozu began to run towards the exit, but before arriving a new tremor caused the entrance to be obstructed, leaving both women alone and in the dark. Yaoyorozu began to think about an exit until she heard footsteps behind her. The girl turned around and could see the villain who had followed her. He had gun barrels at the tips of his fingers. The villain raised his hands pointing at the brunette, who looked at him with clear annoyance. Villain, I managed to escape from those monsters, but you won't run away from me, precious. Yaoyorozu, you're going to die if you stay here, don't you understand? The building is going to collapse. Villain, was that a threat? Because I love tough girls. Yaoyorozu, don't come any closer. Villain, I don't have to do it, I just have to shoot you. Girl, hugging Yaoyorozu, I'm so scared. Insert This Is My World by Hans Zimmer, and enjoy this scene. Yaoyorozu, calm down, just close your eyes, everything will be fine, I promise. The villain smiled and charged. Yaoyorozu just glared at her rival. She knew that doing what she had in mind would cost, and she wouldn't be resistant, but she could give them a hope of life, a small advantage. On the other side, Edge's shot had already arrived. He had taken out the people with the help of Gentle, who used his elasticity as a bed for the people, so they wouldn't get too hurt. On the other side, Chisaki had used her overhaul to get the construction to lower the civilians cleanly. The ninja arrived with his allies, watching as a group of civilians saw the building. Edge shot, where's Kriati? Civilian, a heroine is still in there, she's with my daughter and she can't get out, the exit is blocked. The man could only sigh but immediately made a groan of pain and put a hand to his torso to then see how it had blood stains. He had to get treated but there was no time. The ninja just sharpened his gaze and turned towards his disciples' fight and then disappeared. Meanwhile, inside the building the subject began to shoot. Yaoyorozu created a large shield that protected both of them, creating it hurt, and it was not very resistant either. The intense burst continued and soon the shield began to show signs of damage. The first layer was destroyed. Yaoyorozu quickly passed the girl to the other arm to protect her. The girl knew that she could not shoot all the time and would use that to her advantage. Suddenly all for one shot again. Izuku was hit and the building shook again. More rubble fell and because of this the villain stopped attacking. Yaoyorozu thought about making a smoke grenade. That way she could buy time. The brunette was about to start creating it when the villain attacked again. Yaoyorozu took cover again. The shield got more cracks. The rival just smiled sadly but at that moment something pierced his hand making him roar in pain because he had broken the tendons leaving his hand useless. Yaoyorozu began to create the grenade but the villain used his other hand. Edge Shot, who had been responsible for the first attack, returned to the charge. His speed had dropped considerably due to blood loss. His vision was blurred but he knew it was worth it. After all, he was a hero. The ninja returned to the charge but a new attack made the villain kneel. Edge Shot missed and knew it would be too late for the brunette if he didn't do something else. The villain quickly recovered and shot until he burst the shield. Yaoyorozu could not create the grenade and the villain just laughed. Villain, you're mine. The bastard without looking back shot again. Yaoyorozu just closed her eyes waiting for the impact but it never came. The girl even felt how she was pushed hard and fell to the ground. When she opened her eyes she saw Edge Shot in a pushing pose but throwing something. The girl turned around seeing how the villain had multiple kunais in his body that had killed him but Edge Shot was also now spitting blood. His wounds looked serious, and he had bullet wounds on his body. Yaoyorozu just approached the man with her eyes wide open in shock. Edge Shot, hey, didn't you see that coming? The man just smiled and fell heavily to the ground. Yaoyorozu began to cry in sadness and despair. Moments before with Izuku. Izuku had been hit against the wall by the air cannon. The boy's eyes were tired but he received another impact. All for one did not hesitate, and continued attacking with more shots that hit the boy's body hard. Izuku was fed up and gathering all his willpower he stood up. The boy heard gunshots inside the building and knew he had to help but also take care of the villain. All for one charged his best attack and aimed it at the boy. All for one, how does it feel, kid? You're going to fail, you're going to die, and you won't save anyone. You're going to see that girl die for good. Ronin, and you don't know me, I'll always save her and even if I die and she calls me. The boy stood up and drew his sword. Ronin, if she calls me I'll plunge my sword into the neck of the king of the underworld and return to help her. All for one, just words from a cheap comedy. The villain attacked again, and then the complete berserk took over the green-haired man who cut the attack with a single slash. Although the shock wave hurt the building, Izuku lost his ability, but he felt how it called him. It told him the truth. If he wanted to win then he had to use it. Current time. Inside the building, Momo saw the ninja who knew he didn't have many seconds left. The girl felt powerless and useless because she couldn't help him. Yaoyorozu. Because crying because Edge Shot Sensei saved me. Why did he do it? You were so hurt, you should have saved yourself, Sensei, right? At that moment the man stroked the brunette's hair while smiling. Edge Shot, even if death claims me as yours in battle and my priority is to help everyone, I had a good life. It's time for you guys to enjoy yours. No, don't leave him alone, he'll need you. He's still reckless, I'll miss you both guys. The man just smiled and let go of a tear. At that moment Edge Shot, Shinya Kamihara, stopped breathing. The girl didn't want to leave the hero's side but she knew the building was about to fall, and she also had to get the girl out. But at that moment the ground moved and as if she was being dragged the girl was taken out of the building along with Edge Shot and the little girl. When she turned her gaze the brunette saw that it was Chisaki who had helped her. The brunette was tired but when he saw Edge Shot's body he could only bow his head in respect like the civilians and the other heroes who were there. The girl was taken along with her parents to the ambulance while Todoroki slowly approached his friend as well as everyone else who was still conscious. Todoroki and Momo? Yaoyorozu, he protected me. Todoroki, yes, he was a great person and an excellent hero. The brunette put her hand to her ear and activated her communicator, contacting her partner. Yaoyorozu, we managed to get the civilians trapped in the buildings out, honey. Ronin, thanks Momo. The green-haired man was ready to fight seriously, but he didn't count on his girlfriend, with tears in her eyes and a broken voice, continuing to talk to give him the sad news. Yaoyorozu, but Edge-shot sensei fell. I'm so sorry, my love. At that moment the green-haired boy cut the communication but was hit by an air bullet and dragged along the ground. At that moment the boy remembered his friends, his teachers. There had already been many casualties due to his delays. The complete berserk was not ready yet, but there was still a way to use its power. Insert Godzilla King of the Monsters instrumental and enjoy. Shigaraki on the other hand had thought that it was his chance. He could kill the boy, so he ran towards him hoping to kill him. Big mistake. At that moment Izuku felt free. He didn't have to control his power more than necessary. The boy just smiled maliciously and then let the one for all flow. Soon the ground shook and the green-haired boy got up. Shigaraki was getting closer and closer. Izuku flexed his arms and released them, letting his power flow, sending the villain flying. All for One was going to shoot, but when he saw the transformation he stopped in amazement. Although he quickly transported down, the great villain could feel a great power coming from the boy and knew that it would be dangerous for him, so when he was close to him, the villain generated and released a single but great attack which made the transformation stop, and with another he dragged him again across the battlefield. All for One took him by his tentacles and spun him around the battlefield until he slammed him against the ground again. The villain shot him and the poor green-haired boy felt short of breath. Izuku was very badly injured. He didn't have time to concentrate to access his power. The green-haired man was looking for the opportunity, but it never came. Finally, All for One slammed Izuku against the wall. The tentacle became a cylinder, and with that it hit him in the chest, making the green-haired man scream in pain. The villain just approached with sadism, knowing he was victorious just like Shigaraki. All for One, admitted boy, everything would have been easier if you had stopped fighting and joined me. I would have saved you all the suffering, death and pain if you had accepted my kind proposal. Now for refusing you will have to see not only your dreams die but also your loved ones. Ronin, no, don't you dare, or I swear I won't forgive you. If you go near them I'll kill you. At that moment the villain walked towards Izuku while his strong tentacles shortened the space. Izuku was badly injured, but he did not care because the boy had a face that denoted fury. All for One, consider this my great victory. Ronin, I unhappy know you'll never win. All for One, I already won, kid. As soon as I want this, pointing at the tentacle, it's going to pierce your heart, and I'll win forever. Not even you would survive. Ronin, and I won't allow it. Shigaraki, ha, you can't even imagine it, but try Midoriya. In fact, I'll give you an idea. Once I kill you in front of everyone, your family, your girlfriend and your precious little daughter, who do you think will be next? Ronin, why you're a miserable. Shigaraki, I'll do it so slowly, so intimate. I'll exploit their fears and burst their skulls before disintegrating them. That's what I offer you, heroic vermin. At that moment All for One covered his attack with energy and put more force into it, managing to do more damage in breaking the green-haired boy's ribs, making him spit blood. The boy could heal, but he needed space, and he knew that All for One wouldn't give it to him. And when he felt the impact he gave a loud cry of pain, but he realized something: there was a window for his attack. Ronin, furious, no, you're a bastard, I won't forgive you. At that moment the green-haired boy unleashed all his one for all, making a strong shock wave. The boy used his metallic arm and charged all his strength to cover him, also with his whips and fire. The boy took advantage of the distraction he had gotten and gave a strong elbow that made the villain remove his attack, surprised by the energy that the boy emanated. Ronin, first you kill my mother, then you make me look like a traitor so I'll be imprisoned, and then you come and threaten my girlfriend and daughter with death. That makes me angry. Now I'm really angry about what you did, and I'll never forgive you. At that moment All for One knew he had made a mistake. He had given the boy the opportunity to release some of his power. The green-haired boy gave a loud scream, and then Shigaraki knew it too. He had made a mistake. The ground beneath the green-haired boy split. The fire caused even the metals to bend slightly. The explosion of power even caused the building behind him to destroy. Whips quickly placed themselves on his arms, forming claws and spurs. His wolf ears formed. The boy was surrounded by fire. His eyes turned red and he acquired a dark look. Shigaraki, surprised, only saw that the green-haired boy was no longer in front of him. When he turned his gaze, he could see how, at an incredible speed, the green-haired boy, in addition to no longer being in his place, had now hit All for One, dragging him across the battlefield. The boy hit the villain more and more, who could only keep his arms crossed, impressed by the speed. Ronin, thinking, "That's Izuku, don't give him a chance to do anything, if he can't think he can't attack." All for One rose in an attempt to get rid of the boy, but it was useless. Izuku had the monster well trapped, hitting him relentlessly until Fed Up gave him a strong blow that threw him far away, although the villain quickly transported Shigaraki behind Izuku, although the green-haired now had his predatory sense at its maximum, so feeling the presence of rival was not difficult. The green-haired man took off at an impressive speed to now kick Shigaraki, and using again his great speed appeared in front of him to give him a powerful hammer blow that made him land with a bang. The fed-up boy generated spheres of fire and threw them with force. "Ronin, take this, damn it!" The boy continued using his attacks until he saw All for One flying towards him with the enormous monstrous arm he used against Almight. The villain threw the punch, but it was quickly stopped by Izuku, who, taking advantage of his speed, hit the villain in the face. One in the chest and then kicked, but All for One recovered quickly and managed to make an energy sphere which he threw at Izuku, who was able to deflect it. The boy flew up and dropped at full speed and then generated a large sphere of fire and threw it towards All for One, making him fall suddenly to the ground. The boy quickly landed in front of Shigaraki, but with his back to him. The villain, who was surprised, thought about attacking, but Izuku only hit him in the face that sent him flying out of the place. Suddenly from the mound of rocks All for One emerged. His suit was destroyed and had several visible wounds. The villain looked calm, but the truth is that he was surprised because now it seemed that the boy had recovered all his strength. "All for One, you really are an impressive guy, Izuku Midoriya. It's wonderful what one man can do. Ronin, and only I will be able to kill you. It's time to go to hell, son of a hitch." At that moment the fight started again. All for One now tried to keep his distance at all costs, but almost without success. Now he was an easy prey for the speed of the green-haired man. On the other hand, Yaoyorozu watched in shock as Izuku fought. Even though he could fight without holding back, the boy continued to limit his blows because he knew what a serious blow could do, but he could still see the damage that this transformation could do. Shigaraki could also see this, and the villain knew what fear was because his rival attacked with incredible force. All for One finally managed to generate a sphere with which he could get space, and by some time, the villain did not understand anything of what was happening. He was hurt. In more than years that he had been alive, it was the first time that someone had damaged him to that magnitude. The villain had blood which spilled from his visible wounds. He gasped so as not to lose air. The villain was now upset but decided that he would not show it, because showing your emotions in front of the enemy could be harmful. The man instead could only fly back towards the boy and began to attack more. The villain managed to make more mixtures of quirks with which he began to attack Izuku, but the green-haired man was no fool. The boy dodged quickly until he managed to go through the powerful attack and gave All for One a strong blow in the stomach, pushing him away. "All for One, you are very insistent, kid. Ronin, ha ha ha, and that's why I can see through your technique now. All for One, it was just a stroke of luck, now I'm serious." The villain was going to attack, but Izuku was faster and deflected the attack and then smiled mockingly. "Ronin, what's wrong? You were faster and stronger before, old man. Are you tired? Do you need a doctor? How about a wheelchair, or better yet a coffin? All for One, no matter what you do, Midoriya, you'll never be able to beat me, not even your predecessors did, and it's been over years. What would make you any different from those useless ones? What would make you any different from my brother? Ronin, ha! Is that all you're going to say? Come on, don't make me laugh. You're attacking my pride, expecting me to attack without thinking. You say and bark that I can't win, but you don't know that. I'm not like my predecessors, but that's why I'll beat you, and I'll do it my way. All for One, if that's what you want." The fight started again with Shigaraki as the spectator. The boy was fed up with this. He wanted to be a part of the battle until he remembered that Izuku was in the air, and even if there were no longer people in the buildings, he could still hit with that. The villain went to the nearest building and without hesitation used his attack, making the building fall again on Izuku, who, fed up with this and remembering everything the light blue-haired boy had done, burned again. His flames were shining in intense color. The boy didn't waste time and increased his power. He had the punishment ready for the dangerous villain. The fight was now 2 against 1, and maybe in his base state Izuku could have problems, but now Izuku in his controlled berserk form could handle both of them. The boy could hear Shigaraki cursing himself for not being able to do anything, and this kept him happy because he knew that everything was under his plan, although to his misfortune All for One realized his plan, so he quickly led Izuku to an area surrounded by buildings. Shigaraki understood his teacher's plan and began to destroy buildings without resting, and this was taken advantage of by All for One, who using his rock control quirk began to attack Izuku, who despite fighting against the rubble after a while was overcome by them and slowly buried deeper and deeper, but deep down this the boy was fighting against 2 things, controlling his anger and not being crushed. But everything has a limit, and Izuku's had reached. The green-haired man finally had enough. For his part, All for One thought of everything but not one thing: Izuku's unbreakable spirit. The boy in the darkness finally broke free momentarily and charged up, ready to finish off his eternal rival. Ronin, yes, stop destroying things. The green-haired boy released his strength and began to fly through the rubble at full speed, although there was debris that managed to hurt him. Finally, the boy managed to get out, surprising everyone who did not believe that this was possible. Todoroki, it can't be, it's really him. Chisaki increased his hitting strength. Jayorozu, smiling, and that's not all of her power. Insert killing monsters from The Witcher Wild Hunt and enjoy. The boy was clearly annoyed and was showing it. He fought quickly and fiercely against All for One until, fed up with Shigaraki, he gave a strong blow that managed to stun All for One a little and gave another with more force that made him fall heavily against the ground, and then launched an attack, but his predatory sense alerted him. Izuku noticed how Shigaraki wanted to use his destruction targeting his friends. Ronin, no, you won't, bastard. At that moment, and to the surprise of the villain, Izuku quickly took out his sword and in a quick movement threw it at Shigaraki, who stopped in surprise at seeing the movement, but to his surprise and without moving the sword fell and simply stuck at his side. The villain saw this with surprise, but then his face turned into a grotesque smile of mockery. Shigaraki, ha 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 ha, what's that supposed to be, huh? Is your eyesight failing? Is the great hero tired? The villain was going to continue mocking but stopped when he saw how Izuku took flight towards him at full speed. Ronin, and you seriously believe that he wanted to do something to you? At that moment Shigaraki knew what it was a trap. The villain looked down, seeing how the green-haired boy's sword moved, and quickly in a blink it was released from the ground and seconds later returned to Izuku's hand, who spun around in the air. The boy was once again covered by the lightning of his quirk. His face took on a shadow because of this, and only his lit eyes were seen, making him look even more terrifying. The boy said nothing and simply threw his sword again with force, although now with great aim, managing to everyone's surprise to cut Shigaraki's arm, who gave a scream of true pain, not believing what was happening because he believed that the green-haired boy would not be capable of doing that. Izuku disappeared with his speed, and soon making a large crater appeared in front of his enemy, who was crying behind the mask of the hand. Shigaraki, why are you your son of A shedding tears? The boy had a face that inspired fear. Izuku raised his hand and removed Shigaraki's fake hand from his face. The green-haired boy changed his face to one of total indifference, and then began to use his pyrokinesis. Slowly the flames made an appearance, beginning to burn the hand in front of Shigaraki's eyes, who was powerless before this vision due to shock. Then, because of the pain and the destruction of the object, Tenko Shimura began to remember who he was. Soon all the events that marked his life since he was a child hit him as if he were a trailer. This took its toll on him, and in a matter of seconds the villain broke down and began to cry in despair while muttering incoherently. Shigaraki, crying, Pa, Father, Mother Hana. Shigaraki slowly lowered his face, but Izuku was furious. The boy took him and with a single blow made him lift her up, and then took him by the collar of his jacket and spoke to him. Ronin, I told you, Shigaraki, that you would die for this. The green-haired boy had a serious face and his predatory sense alerted him. Shigaraki wanted to use his quirk, so the green-haired boy grabbed his sword tightly, and without hesitating for a second with a single slash he cut off his other arm, making Shigaraki scream loudly again. But Izuku wasn't happy. His berserk part. His demon part took possession of him. Bad memories came to his mind. The furious boy raised his sword before Shigaraki's scared gaze. Izuku didn't hesitate, and with the same fiery gaze he plunged his sword into the villain's chest, making a slight cut. Shigaraki no longer had a voice to scream, but Izuku didn't care and buried his claw in the wound and then pulled it out, showing a slowly beating object among the blood. The boy had ripped out his heart. The green-haired boy gave his last farewell to his rival by burning his heart, while Shigaraki simply died. Izuku did not seem sorry and finally finished off the villain by cutting off his head. The boy did not seem sorry and even extended his palm, creating a huge ball of fire, shooting it towards the corpse, burning it, and turning it simply into ashes. "Ronin, dust you are." The green-haired boy waved his claw, shaking off the blood. On the other hand, All For One was up above watching everything in shock. The rival had arrived since Izuku had cut his other hand in disbelief of what he saw. The villain had remained silent because he did not believe that Izuku had done that. On the other hand, Izuku just had his back turned, knowing that his true enemy was there. His predatory sense had alerted him, so the boy simply breathed before speaking. "Ronin, are you done? I mean, are you just going to stand there, or are we going to keep fighting?" "All for one, no." The villain began to attack left and right, but Izuku could even repel the attacks with some ease. The green-haired man hit hard. He was not going to let anyone down ever again. "Ronin, what's up? Did you want to be the first?" "Don't worry, you'll be with him soon." "All for one, damn impertinent boy." "Ronin, come on, you crazy demon, I'll show you what One for All is capable of." Thus the fight continued. Now All for One knew that he made a huge mistake by underestimating his rival so much. He should have killed him when he could. The fight continued. All for One used his control over the earth, making thorns with the debris, but Izuku dodged them masterfully, taking out his sword and making a movement that generated a curtain of fire. "Ronin, hey, I can do that too." The boy used his telekinesis and formed many thorns which All for One was able to dodge, rising higher and higher. The green-haired boy rose following the villain. "Ronin, wow, who would have thought? The great villain running away from a high school boy." "All for One, child, you are cursed." "Ronin, no, if you're talking about One for All as a curse, you couldn't be more wrong. I accepted this quirk with everything that came with it, including its limitations, its users, challenges, and villains." "All for One, no, you can't treat me like just another villain." "Ronin, I can. Besides remembering his family, I also made a promise." At that moment, All for One gave a laugh that would leave anyone frozen. "All for One, you made a promise? Don't make me laugh, kid. If you carry around nonsense like that, you'll never beat me. It's just plain stupid." "Ronin, what did you say? Annoyed that I should get rid of nonsense? I won't get rid of anything." The boy ignited his power and threw himself at All for One, who raised a wall of rock that Izuku destroyed with one blow, and then gave another to the bald guy, making him move away. "Ronin, the only stupid one here is you, damn murderer." The green-haired boy was getting closer and closer, more and more dangerous for All for One, until the villain noticed something. Izuku had taken him to the place where they tried to crush him. The villain looked up and only felt a blow that forced him to get down, but quickly and late he recovered, only to see how Izuku had a hand raised. At that moment, and to the astonishment of everyone without exception, Izuku formed a huge ball of fire. "Ronin, I told you this ends today." In their safe place, everyone looked impressed at the sphere. Chisaki even gulped because she couldn't help but remember their fight from so many years ago. "Chisaki, that would have definitely killed me." The brown-haired boy could only breathe a sigh of relief, because at least he fought against Deku and not against the monster in front of him called Ronin. Garu could only be amazed at the power of his student. "Ronin, see you soon, bastard, you know suisei." The green-haired boy made the big fireball and managed to shoot it towards All for One, generating a huge explosion. Everyone definitely covered themselves because they didn't expect something that powerful. The shock wave was hot and could take everyone, although they were safe because the distance was somewhat long. "Ronin, This is over. The boy began to fall slowly while being watched by his friends who had a face with something that seemed lost hope. The boy landed, touched the ground, and felt like his body demanded rest. The green-haired man walked a few steps, although he did not turn off his controlled form of berserk. The boy wanted to smile, but then the look of his friends slowly changed again to horror. The ground shook, and then Izuku felt his predatory sense want to split his head, but he couldn't do anything because then an air bullet hit him in the back, throwing him several meters. Behind him, All for One rose slowly. He was undoubtedly in bad condition. The villain had lost his suit, and his hands were shaking, but he was alive, and now he did not hide it. He was also furious. Insert Ultimate Battle / Ultra Instinct. Instrumental epic rock cover and enjoy. All for One. War is not won with feelings, boy, believe me. I have lived more than 100 years to know that perfectly. You talk about promises, but you cannot keep them. I am an immortal being. You can never kill me. I am practically a god. The villain rejoiced in his power, making Yaoyorozu fear for her boyfriend because she knew what using the hero's comment meant. All for One. And if I can't force everyone to understand it, then I'll kill them. After all, if you're going to sign a reign, then do it with useful servants. On the other hand, Izuku was very hurt. The adrenaline was going down, and for the green-haired boy that was dangerous because now he could feel the pain perfectly. Izuku was looking at the sky waiting for the answer, but it would never come. Izuku knew it, and that was why slowly the green-haired boy began to get up before the gaze of the villain, who took his time because he knew that the fierce wolf had fallen. Now only a dying, wounded beast remained. All for One. You know, I think with more practice, maybe in a few years you could have hurt me. Your technique is good, but as the saying goes, man cannot kill God. Ronin. I already told you you're never going to be never a god. All for One was surprised. Despite everything, the boy was still able to get up, but it was obvious that this was mostly out of pride. All for One, your optimism is misplaced. Ronin, it's not idiotic optimism. Yaoyorozu. Izuku, no, feeling scared for her boyfriend. All for One, whatever you call it, you're going to die. And Ronin, shut up, damn it. The scream echoed in the clear night, surprising everyone, including the villain, as Izuku's flames rose a little. The boy had spat blood with his scream. Ronin, why you haven't won? I'm still alive, and if for 1 second you think I'll give up, then you have more air in your head than brains. I won't die, not today, and certainly not at your hands. I'll die whenever and however I want, because the only one who decides my future is me. The boy spread his wings and threw himself at the villain, starting a short fight. Although Izuku wasn't attacking like before, that didn't take away his faith. The boy even spat blood at the villain in the hope of achieving something. He even bit him because, although it might seem otherwise, despite his state, Izuku would never give up, at least not without a fight. The helicopters were at a safe distance recording and transmitting the fight. On the other hand, the civilians, despite the distance that saved them from the shock wave, could not be so lucky, although that was why it was decided to put them safe. So with the help of Chisaki and gentle Momo, he began to move everyone away. On the other hand, Izuku knew that All for One was right. With his controlled version he would be able to win, but it would take a long time. The green-haired man didn't have that time, and the energy drain would be greater. His body could regenerate, but that was it. Izuku knew that using his full form was the solution, but he was afraid of what it was capable of doing. Hours had passed and darkness reigned. Days had passed since they left the UA to fight, and there was still no fixed winner. Izuku was upset, and All for One knew it, so he tried to provoke him. All for One, you've already fought for too long, kid. There's no way you can come out victorious from this, and you know it. Ronin, why yes, I know something. I know that you are a simple idiot who abandoned his humanity for power to fill his empty heart, and that is why I will never lose to someone like you. The green-haired man reappeared in front of his rival and hit him with a hammer on the head that made him land, although the villain did not stay still and rose up. Now All for One looked upset, but Izuku continued talking. Ronin, you don't know what it's like to fight to protect those you love. At that moment All for One stopped, and his gaze focused on the remaining survivors, and then looked back at the green-haired man. All for One, wanting? It's just such a stupid and simple feeling. You talk about trust? Come on, kid, everyone betrayed you. Do you think they wouldn't do it again? Your friends, your allies, your own family, remembering her brother, even your beloved girlfriend back there, everything you've done, all that strength. you trust so much can be easily erased, just watch. The villain moved away and quickly generated a huge ball of energy which he threw towards the group of survivors. Momo saw this with fear while she pushed everyone away, but then Izuku appeared in front of her, and using his hand he deflected the powerful attack, making a large crater, although immediately after the boy knelt down. His girlfriend, seeing him, ran towards him and hugged him. Yaoyorozu Izuku. Ronin, I am fine, honey, like I told our little one, I'll finish this. The boy slowly caressed his girlfriend's face and kissed her forehead. Yaoyorozu, sorry Izuku, if I were stronger you wouldn't be. At that moment the boy put his fingers on his girlfriend's forehead again, as he had done years ago, staining the brunette's forehead with blood. Ronin, yeah, I already told you that you don't have to apologize when it's not your fault. You're my crusade, Momo Yaoyorozu, and I will always protect you. At that moment the boy heard his rival's laughter, and with that his blood burned again. The boy stood up and looked at his rival with a face of clear anger. Ronin, all for one, furious. At that moment the boy threw himself at the villain, but he was able to dodge him with some ease, causing the boy to crash into a pile of rubble. All for one, all that strength you trust in so much will one day turn its back on you. In the end they will always abandon you and you will be alone as before. Everything you thought you built can and will be easily erased. Don't you see it? Don't you see it, hero? Izuku at that moment was about to leave everything behind. He knew what that meant, so thinking about leaving all his sanity behind, the boy spoke. Ronin, you changed me. I am no longer, nor do I consider myself, a hero who fights for moralistic justice. But if you dare threaten my family. At that moment the air became extremely hot. The boy was releasing steam. Light flames as well as lightning could be seen filtering through the freckled boy's suit. Ronin, if you dare threaten my family, I won't forgive you. At that moment One for All exploded once again, obeying the wishes of its wielder. The ground beneath the boy cracked. The sleeves of his jacket were torn to pieces and thrown away at full speed. All for One knew he would be in trouble, and using all the debris he had formed a huge ball imitating Izuku's, which he covered with the same attack energy he used the first time to kill him, which he threw at the boy, knocking him down and pushing him away. The subject believed he was the winner of the encounter. If he had interrupted the transformation, then the boy would have run out of strength, his adrenaline would have dropped, and he would have fainted from the pain. All for One thought that maybe if the boy ever woke up it would only be to see the world dominated, and this made him happy. The man simply smiled to turn his back on him, although it wouldn't take long for him to realize the mistake this meant. Insert Godzilla vs. Destroy a main title, Hong Kong destruction, and enjoy. Because it was then in the deepest darkness of the night that All for One felt hell slowly approaching the earth. On Izuku's side, the boy had received the attack directly. For the poor green-haired boy everything went black. Izuku thought he would die. He had already used his hero's kite and he knew what that meant and its repercussions. The freckled boy felt his strength abandon him. His body demanded rest. The monstrous power he once had was now disappearing. There was no doubt Izuku was dying. Ronin, is this the end for me? Damn, I would have liked to kiss her at least one last time, hee. The boy smiled, abandoning his dreams. Izuku abandoned the hope of being able to fight again, but what he didn't know is that both his mind and his spirit had other plans. Images of his past fights and how he had gotten out of them came to mind, maybe not in the best condition, but he had done it. He fought against Stain and survived. He fought against Muscular, Overhaul, and finally against Gentle. Maybe he didn't come out unscathed, but he won. He defeated them all and survived another day. He trained with two great people in Tartaros as well as with great recognized heroes, and he managed to get to where he was, and yes, maybe they helped him in his training as a Ronin, but if he had done all that before without being a Ronin, then why wouldn't he do it today? The boy opened his eyes and decided to go further one last time. His heart began to beat strongly, obeying the brave and strong green-haired man who refused to fall. Ronin, come on, move, Izuku Midoriya. You have to move, go beyond your damn limits once more. Move, don't give up, not now, for my family, for my friends, for Aries' future, for Momo. No, don't die. And so it was that the boy who had decided to die had other plans in mind. Maybe seconds before he had given up, but at that precise moment he decided that it shouldn't be that way. He still had energy and thirst for blood in his veins. Izuku opened his eyes. The boy had made a decision. Izuku Midoriya decided to play all his cards in one move. The boy was willing to lose his humanity in order to save the others. The green-haired boy stopped controlling himself. If All For One wanted a monster, then he would give it to him. The green-haired boy sank into the darkness and hugged her like an old friend. Back in reality, the evil man just turned around with some fear and saw how calmly Izuku stood up. The boy growled loudly, and to the astonishment, an increase of the fear and hatred of the villain, Izuku's face now reflected evil and fury. The villain was about to speak, but Izuku just gave a loud scream that seemed more like a roar. That was when All For One finally understood that everything had gone to hell. The ground beneath Izuku's feet began to boil as well as release steam from every crack there was. The green-haired boy began to walk towards the villain, but with every small step the boy took, everything around him burst into flames as well as new cracks formed whose sounds were terrifying. The metals melted into an incandescent red. The ground seconds later caught fire. The green-haired boy was filled with fury and totally given over to his anger. His wings were put away, but immediately after something emerged, giving way to some much more terrifying ones. Now these new wings looked like a dragon, or even a demon itself. The hood of his suit was removed, burned to ashes by the same fire of the freckled man, and soon the whips took possession, surrounding the boy's head and forming the head of a wolf, covering the green-haired man's face in a helmet. Immediately after, they formed some plates on the shoulders. The claws and spurs remained, but now these hands were wrapped in a deep blue fire. The feet were wrapped from the knee, generating small peaks and also making claws. The cape waved majestically, and although it was somewhat burned and torn, it looked great with the transformation. Everything seemed to calm down, but this was far from over, because suddenly the deep green rays surrounded the boy's body at an impressive speed, so much so that they generated a flash and an explosion of energy. Everyone was forced to close their eyes by the blinding light, and when they opened them they saw how the rays collided with each other violently. Without a doubt that was more than % of one for all. Finally, and to even more surprise of all without exception, the transformation began to present deep red cracks that formed all over the boy's body. Both in the armor itself and in the suit, in the wings, and even in the green-haired boy's own skin, Izuku was surrounded by steam, an unmistakable sign of the use of the powerful Makiri, to Garu's surprise. Finally, Izuku opened his eyes, and in the darkness that the depth that the helmet gave, 2 deep green dots with several red cracks were shown glowing on his face. There was no doubt, Izuku was gone, and now the complete berserk was before everyone's eyes. Chpater I YehosuaHernandez. The new green-haired man now looked at his enemy seriously. The 2 burning points that were Izuku's eyes burned with strength and ferocity, demonstrating his fury burning with the same intensity as the present flames. Insert rapid speed from the 2nd season of One Punch Man and enjoy. All For One. Oh? What's that? A new transformation, perhaps? Come on, kid, at some point you'll have to accept the truth. I won. Your strength will soon run out, and you won't be able to do anything to stop it. All For One didn't know what was happening. The villain was talking, and suddenly he already had Izuku a few centimeters close and then was hit by the green-haired boy. All For One didn't know what that had been. It felt like he had been hit with a truck, but only the green-haired boy was standing, who broke his neck. The villain was somewhat lost, but as soon as he wanted to react, Izuku had hit him again in the stomach. The boy quickly put his arms together, creating a mace with his whips, and lifted him up, hitting All For One in the jaw, making him rise at full speed. The villain couldn't react to these blows, and even less at the speed of the green-haired boy, who in a single blink was on top of him and delivered a blow that made him slam against the ground. Izuku landed in front of his enemy, making a crater. The boy walked towards his prey and extended his claws. All For One stood up and heard how Izuku only growled and gave slight roars. The villain, as he could, got away from Izuku, who began to chase him. All For One. So this is what you became just to gain power. You said I abandoned my humanity, but you did the same. Izuku just gave a loud roar and launched himself again against the villain, who was now using his earth control quirk, his energy spheres and his tentacles, but none of this was a match for Izuku, who looked possessed. The boy did not speak. He only growled as he hit with much more force than before. Each blow echoed. The debris thrown at him ended up converted into lava that fell heavily to the ground. Some did not even touch him because the heat was so overwhelming that they fell. Izuku was out of his mind. All for one, even thinking that he would control himself, tried to stand in front of his friends, but before he could arrive, the green-haired man took out his sword and launched a wave of fire that hit the subject, and even made him pass suddenly through the middle of the formation of students and heroes who were surprised. Izuku followed his enemy. They all moved away suddenly because apparently the air clash generated a shield which kept them all away, including Momo, who saw how, although Izuku did not touch the ground in this, a shallow burning path was generated. Todoroki, that's Yaoyorozu, exactly, that's his berserk form. Todoroki, she's more powerful than I thought. Yaoyorozu, it's supposed that in that form he doesn't hold back at all, he releases all his power, but I didn't know it was like that. The girl watched as All for One continued rolling on the ground until Izuku reached him and dropped his leg on the villain's chest, stopping him. Izuku grabbed All for One by the neck and threw him back again, surprising his friends. Todoroki, how come you didn't know it would be like this? Yaoyorozu, I've never seen that form before. Izuku told me he created it and its limits, but I didn't think it was to this magnitude, I'm afraid. The girl remained silent as she watched All for One try to get up, only to dodge an attack from Izuku with his sword, which managed to split a building in half with a simple movement. Todoroki, what's wrong? You don't think I can win? Yaoyorozu, Shoto is sure to win. I'm afraid of what will happen next. I'm afraid that, well, he might not recognize us, and if that's what he's doing to himself, what do you think he'll do to us? Back in the fight, Izuku was about to attack again when All for One managed to create a rock shield that could withstand a blow from the boy, although it broke after this. The villain quickly created another one, but Izuku didn't stay still and hit him again, destroying him again and pushing his rival away, but he didn't stay silent. All for One, and you're supposed to be a hero? All I see is a monster so stupid he can't even think of a technique to fight me. Hit me all you want, I'll still be breathing. All for One raised his hands and recreated the same energy sphere with which he killed Nana Shimura years ago, although now with both hands the sphere became much larger. The villain had not lost his mind but wanted to finish off the boy at all costs. The huge sphere was thrown, but Izuku only gave a powerful scream and launched himself against the attack. The boy drew his sword and immediately it obtained a blood-red color on its edge. Seconds later it was wrapped in flames and the boy's rays. Izuku was getting closer and made a movement that gave way to the huge dragon, which was an intense blue color covered by rays. The huge dragon surrounded the sphere and squeezed it tightly until it burst. The shock wave cut off the breath of everyone, who was slowly able to breathe again, although with great effort. All for One was shocked, but soon from the accumulation of smoke in front of him Izuku came out at full power, giving the villain a strong blow in the side. All for One could clearly hear a crunch coming from inside him. His ribs had been shattered. The villain didn't have time to feel pain as he saw Izuku smile, or what it looked like. His darkened face showed a sneer of mockery that shone red. The boy took the villain by the hands and spun him around in the air, and then lifted him up and slammed him back against the ground. Izuku made the villain's arms back and unleashed a strong kick that drove the villain away. Izuku walked slowly towards the villain again as if he were a predator. The villain got up and generated more energy spheres, although smaller in size, and began to throw them towards Izuku, who deflected them with minimal effort. The villain was reincorporating himself. Since he ordered this plan, he had also ordered the doctor to discover a way to find or create an artificial quirk that could regenerate wounds. The old man did not discover a quirk like that besides Ares, but being in the custody of the hero no. He knew that going after her would be suicide, but nevertheless he managed to create a quirk that emulated something similar. It was not as powerful as the girl's, but it could do some interesting things. That's why the villain had resisted for so long. Izuku put away his sword and folded his wings, walking again. All for One, don't you understand? No, we could have been friends, partners. I could have given you a part of the world, any part you wanted. Why are you doing this? For a woman? For pride? For love? I could have given you as many women as you wanted. The man raised his hand, but without realizing it Izuku was already in front of him, and in a single blink the boy had punched him in the stomach with enough force to make him spit blood. The boy grabbed him by the head and forced him to look up, and then slammed him against the ground and kicked him in the stomach. Izuku had no control over himself, and it could be clearly seen. The fight resumed, but now without a doubt the villain had everything to lose. All for One got up and fought with strength and skill, but Izuku was not limited. Without a doubt his strength surpassed All for One's ability. But soon the experience would be present. The villain now attacked, mixing their quirks, making even more powerful attacks. Some even hit the boy, but he never gave in. Izuku continued to advance with force, demonstrating his true power. The steam did not stop coming out. The flames did not go out. There even came a point where the same wings acted as a shield covering the green-haired man. All for One decided that he would not fall into provocations or despair. He had previously defeated and killed strong rivals. The boy would not be the exception. The man defended himself as best he could now with the disposition to kill the green-haired man, destroy his body completely. All for One, you are an amazing rival, Izuku Midoriya. Believe me, before I was going to hang your corpse in the center of the city, but now I will have your head as my personal trophy, so please do not damage it. The boy didn't even deign to respond and just threw himself at the villain, who didn't understand the reason for this, although he had to admit that the helmet was as hard as the villain himself. Izuku continued on, missing the villain as the boy folded his wings. The freckled man breathed out steam and then put himself on guard and then threw himself at All for One, who, surprised by the speed, could only raise a wall of rock that the boy destroyed with ease and immediately after hit the man in the stomach. Izuku fell to the ground, although now taking a more animal pose, putting his hands on the ground. Now he looked like a wolf ready to attack. The boy growled and began to throw himself from one side to the other, attacking the villain with force until he threw himself, and turning his claw into a large mallet gave him a strong blow that moved him away, making him hit against a large rubble. The villain got up and saw how Izuku approached him. The boy put his hands together and began to hit him randomly. The uncontrolled green-haired man demonstrated his ferocity, and thanks to the fact that he was unpredictable in his attacks, the villain could not create an effective counterattack. All for One was upset. The villain who was once feared was now being humiliated by a high school boy. All for One underestimated his rival and did not kill him when he should have. Now he paid the price for that carelessness. Before, he had had thousands of opportunities to finish off the freckled man as well as the legacy and danger that One for All meant, but now he was the one being massacred. The villain was not going to allow it. No more. The man got up, and although he had Izuku in front of him, he fired a huge ball of energy which exploded in the green-haired man's face, dragging him away. All for One bought time, but this was not going to last at all because immediately Izuku got up. The green-haired man's arms swung from side to side, but finally he looked up and again showing off his incredible speed was in front of All for One, who tried to attack him, but Izuku simply deflected it with a movement that perfectly recalled the lethal and fluid movements of Garu. The boy took the villain and drew his sword and then raised it high. All for One, and don't even think I'm scared of you, brat sore. Insert for the glory and let the scene flow. Ronin raised his arm and lit his sword again. The green-haired man showed no expression and simply dropped the sword, although before it reached the villain's neck he stopped. All for One was surprised by this, but then he heard a very mocking laugh coming from the boy, who put away his sword and began to laugh, even holding his stomach. All for One wondered what was happening until he saw how the boy put away the sword. His face was barely visible by the slight light that his quirk gave him, but it was him, and there was no doubt. The boy simply turned his back on All for One, who stood up looking quite bewildered and annoyed. The villain generated a new sphere and threw it towards the green-haired man, who deflected it easily, making it crash near his friends. All for One was stunned and could not believe this. Suddenly Izuku, to his surprise, began to speak. Ronin, haha, seriously, you are stupid. I only had to growl a little and you really believed I was out of control, ha ha ha, what a stupid you turned out to be. The villain now had a confused look, really confused. All for One, what the hell? Ronin, I'm back, you know, yippee-ki-yay, son of a hitch. All for One, on the other hand, surprised, could not believe the words, much less that they came from the green-haired man. The cruel villain just turned to both sides, managing to accommodate the words that were correct for the current situation. All for One, you say you're back, but look at this place. This isn't you, Midoriya. Stop pretending. Weren't you supposed to be fighting for them? Where's that honor, Midoriya? You're nothing but a vile liar. You attack me thinking I'll beg for mercy? I'm not like your old rival's boy. At that moment Izuku turned around, showing his demonic and mocking smile. The amused boy tilted his head. Ronin, ha ha ha, and you really think I care about them now? The answer surprised All For One because it was clear that the boy was not joking. The bewildered man could only ask one question. All For One, who are you? Ronin, well, since I couldn't kill you the easy way before you forced me to do the impossible, and you know something? I thank you and I mean it. Besides, you're right. If I had accepted your friendly, with sarcasm proposal a while ago, maybe you would have taught me a lot. After all, you created one for all, right? You know, one for all and all for one, ha ha ha. Do you know how stupid and cheesy that sounds? Okay, by the idiot face you make, if you can even call that a face, it seems you can't. But well, although going back to the previous point, the truth is that I did learn something from you. I learned that if I wanted more power, then I had to do what you did. Abandon my humanity, I did it, and you know something? It feels great. I don't have to control myself so as not to hurt anyone. I don't have to be careful with what surrounds me as if it were made of glass. Not anymore. You fought with all your strength, and I think it's time for me to do the same. All For One, stupid kid. All For One felt annoyed. Had the boy just played with him? Was his power so superior that he didn't even deserve a proper fight? All For One, I made a mistake by underestimating you, and you just did the same, and that's why you're going to die. The man recharged his energy. He would not die, not without taking the green-haired boy. The fight started again, although now it was Ronin who had everything in his favor. The green-haired boy's speed was by far superior to All For One's. Neither could clearly see the green-haired boy, and if it were not for the red and orange trail that he left when flying, it could even be said that the boy would be impossible to see. The freckled man mocked the villain who could not attack him because apparently he was not that fast. The green-haired boy even used his Spear of Destiny with more training than in his normal form, even using more than 2 at a time. The boy generated light spheres of fire attacking All For One, who apparently had now generated a force shield which managed to withstand the strong attacks, although that did not prevent him from flying away. The fed-up villain launched attacks from all sides. Chisaki in pain raised a small but thick wall which could withstand some attacks. Izuku just flew disinterestedly at full speed and hit the villain in the face, making it crash against the ground, making it bounce so that Izuku can take advantage of it by kicking it, making it hit the ground. Ronin, in that case I won't even let you speak. All For One got up and started fighting again against Izuku, who didn't have a heart. The green-haired boy was more aggressive than usual. The boy even mocked his rival. All For One wasn't someone who used his fists. He never had to, and now Izuku massacred him with this. The boy hit him in the stomach hard enough to make him bleed. The boy kicked him in the pit of his stomach, grabbed him by the head, kneed him, and then shot a fireball in his face, making him fall to the ground. The scariest thing about this was that Izuku laughed like a madman throughout the strong punishment. The boy stopped laughing and just smiled mockingly. Ronin, ha ha ha, what the hell is wrong with you? Is this all the power a god has? Making mocking finger quotes. All For One, why, you're just a naive and stupid kid. You don't know anything. At that moment the villain launched a strong energy attack. Izuku was able to dodge it, but smiling and confident he received it. Surprised that it was electric but also paralyzing, the boy could not move his body. All For One took advantage of this, and now he was the one who attacked. The villain began to throw air bullets, energy attacks, fire, whatever came to mind. Izuku was on the ground. The villain threw piles of debris at him, then picked him up and left him standing while he rose. All For One, he ha ha ha, this is what you get for letting me live. You wanted to know the strength of a god, right? Well then I guess I'll make your dream come true, silly kid. Were you never taught to always fight to kill? Wasn't one hit from you supposed to be enough to not make anyone want another? One hit, and the fight is over? Ha ha ha, now that's why your friends will die. Soon humanity will also seem, and I'll leave your precious family last so they can contemplate how. At that moment Izuku just smiled, silencing the villain suddenly. But after this gesture Izuku made a face of total boredom and annoyance, which baffled All For One. Ronin, come on, do you really always have to give a sermon? All For One just made a surprised face as he looked down. At that moment Izuku bent his arms up and then down, recovering his intimidating fire aura. All For One, what's going on? I'm supposed to. Ronin, ha ha ha, did you really think you were going to do something to me? I could have freed myself at any moment, but honestly, I was bored. I thought you were going to say something new, although, hey, now that I think about it, instead of being a villain, you could have been a professional speaker. It's something that would have suited you. Oh, how do you say it? Oh yeah, like a glove, ha ha ha. All for one, Izuku Midoriya, you are going to. Ronin, oh my god, how boring. Honestly, all that was missing was for you to start crying and saying that this cleansed and purified your soul like a cheap preacher. You know what? I'm tired of talking, it's time to beat the shit out of you. Getting on guard or what? Does the Lord God fear me? Ha! At that moment Izuku approached the villain at full speed, managing to hit him without hesitation. Soon bad memories came to his mind. He remembered the doctor who worked for All for One, the same doctor who had told him that he didn't have a quirk, those words that condemned him to suffering and loneliness. The green-haired man began to hit him with much more force until the villain hit the ground, falling like a missile. Izuku stopped and All for One spoke again. All for One, wait! Don't you see? You said it yourself, we're almost the same, two sides of the same coin. Don't you realize? They celebrate you and love you now, but when the time comes, they'll turn their backs on you and… At that moment Izuku approached All for One and forcefully hit him in the jaw with too much force, enough so that a slight crunch could even be heard coming from the place of impact. The villain was thrown several meters back while Izuku just followed him with his eyes with an amused and evil gesture. Ronin, I'm sorry, but you looked vulnerable. Come on, what are you waiting for, Lord God? I'm tired of hearing your complaints. Hurry up and try to tear me to pieces. Or do you have no strength left? At that moment the villain stood up, his face looked deformed, his jaw somewhat droopy and bloody. It was broken. Without a doubt the strong impact had managed to seriously hurt it. All for One was incredulous. No one had ever hurt him like that. They hadn't even dared to raise their voice to him. Ronin, you also have to thank me. At least I tried to fix your ugly face, although I wholeheartedly believe it's impossible now. The villain approached Izuku, but he continued hitting him relentlessly. Izuku laughed like a madman while being watched by his friends. Yayorozu, Izuku, you're not like that, you have to control yourself. Back to the fight. The boy was hitting hard until he smiled sadly with an idea. The boy took All for One by the neck and slammed him against the ground, where he began to drag him along the ground while hitting him in the face. Ronin, ha ha, come on, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, damn it. The boy hit his enemy until he was able to stop him using his arm with multiple non-strength quirks, but Izuku was not surprised. Ronin, oh yeah? So that's what we have then. Let's see, oh I know, let's see if this works. The boy took the monstrous arm, which detransformed due to the excess of force, returning to its normal form, but Izuku dug his claws into the shoulder, drawing a lot of blood, and applied pressure. The boy pulled hard towards him, and with a loud crunch the boy tore off the limb, causing for the first time in his entire life All for One to give a heartbreaking scream, a scream of pain, a scream of fear. Izuku just smiled and watched as the villain very slowly stood up. The villain managed to use one of his quirks to close the wound, but Izuku didn't let him rest much, and using his arm as a baseball bat he hit him in the face and then in the body repeatedly while smiling. Ronin, don't hit yourself, don't hit yourself, don't hit yourself. Hey, stop hitting yourself, damn it. Don't be a masochist, son of a hitch. On top of being a villain, you're mentally ill? Come on, why don't you defend yourself? Aren't you very strong? The freckled man just stopped and looked at the arm. Ronin, oh that's right, ha ha ha, well I guess it's yours, right? Then I'll give it back to you. The boy gathered strength and in one movement buried his arm again in the villain, making him scream in fear. Ronin, well, who would have thought? The great villain humiliated and on his knees, you know. I'll give you a chance to rest, in fact, I'll wait for you sitting here. The boy sat on a rock as he watched All for One, like a worm, regenerate from some parts, and it seemed the large wound was healing. Whatever the doctor's quirk was, it worked wonderfully. Soon the villain was surrounded by a purple aura as purple and red rays came out of him, although the arm did not join again. All for One, no, I couldn't regenerate all my wounds, I must admit you're strong, but… The boy again did not let him continue, he simply threw one last strong attack as he stood up. Ronin, seriously, you come back more often than the bad programming, but hey, if you're okay now, we can keep going, right? I don't have anything else to do all day and… At that moment the boy threw himself against the villain, but instead of continuing to speak his voice cut off, his eyes acquired a clearer tone while he listened to Yayorozu in the distance. Yayorozu, Izuku, you are better than all of this, my love, you showed me that we can be better. This is not you, you are not that great hero that I am so in love with, you are letting the negative feelings that he caused control you, you are better than that. The boy stopped, and his gaze momentarily returned to reality, but this caused the boy to hit the ground. The green-haired boy stood up and his gaze returned to the same uncontrolled one, but then he heard Garu. Garu, this isn't you, brat, you think this is what Stain and I taught you. He'd be disappointed, Idioga. Kid, you're going beyond that. This isn't heroism, it's destruction, and you don't do it. Remember when we trained you, attack to kill, but being a hero, you're supposed to be better than him. The boy stopped as he remembered what he experienced with both Sensei and Tartaros. The boy clenched his fists, his teeth gritted, the boy tensed his body. All for one knew it was his chance and began to attack Izuku with all his power. Izuku stood up furiously, but then he remembered everything that happened to him since he left Tartaros. She didn't turn her back on him. Eri loved him like a father. Todoroki didn't push him aside. He made great friends. He trained, and instead of surviving he began to live. The boy remembered what happened when he traveled in the multiverse with Arrow, that Izuku inhabitant of another universe. The boy also remembered the other Earth he went to and how in this one the population had been decimated. The green-haired boy was now thinking. That time he couldn't think about it, but now he can. Was that perhaps the test of destiny for him? A sample of what could happen if he didn't control himself. The green-haired boy then remembered his moments as Deku. The green-haired boy remembered how he rescued Eri from Overhaul after he killed Sir Night Eye and erased Mirio's quirk. The boy remembered those seconds of agony. How each jump made him draw blood, but he didn't give up. Instead, gathering his conviction and heat, he took a strong jump and held Eri with all his strength. The boy remembered her words, the words that came out of his heart at that moment. Save her, Izuku Midoriya. You have to do it. You already let her go once. This time you have to hold on to her. I won't let you go again. I won't let her go. I won't let her go again. I won't let her go through that again. I want to be strong enough not to worry anyone. To always win and save everyone. The green-haired boy remembered the last moments of his fight against Overhaul. The boy had heard all the villains talk, and it was his time to speak. If I can't save a little girl in front of me, how can I be a hero capable of saving everyone? The boy remembered Sir Night Eye, and how the man remained stubborn in his belief of an immovable future. But Izuku had other ideas, he had other words, and without hesitation he said them to him directly. Even though I've already decided, I'll change that future. The boy remembered their fights. He never gave up. He never gave up despite everything. The green-haired boy quickly, despite the blows that all for one, was able to slowly wake up from that dark hole in which he was stuck. Momo was right. That was not him. It was only the reflection of what he felt. The hatred and other accumulated negative feelings. But Izuku would not let that dominate him. No more. That was not him. He was better. He always was. The green-haired boy continued to be hit by the attacks. His body was burning, but that no longer mattered to the boy, who now, even despite what had happened, remembered his fight against Wolfram alongside Almight on I Island. To overcome the crises before you, you must give everything you have and save people without no matter the cost. That's what a hero does. The boy heard this in his mind and then felt like a greater force came to him. The fire that surrounded him gave him energy. But above all, the trigger of this was seeing his partner in the distance, and seeing how she supported him. Yayorozu, Izuku! Get up, baby, you can do it. Izuku Midoriya, you are a hero, my love. You are my hero. The green-haired man opened his eyes as he remembered what happened between them during the years they were together. I always saw you as so heroic, so willing to give your life for others, that thinking of you as a villain seemed unfair, a betrayal of what you showed us during the time we knew you. I've spent so much time thinking and focusing on those who want me dead that it's time I started spending my days focusing on those who make me want to live. I won't let my boyfriend and my hero lose faith in himself. I love you, Izuku Midoriya, and no matter what happens, I will always be by your side, my love. The green-haired boy remembered his mother, his new family with the Todoroki and Yayorozu, the moments he spent with Momo. The boy remembered little Eri's necklace, the family he now had and which he swore to protect. The boy remembered the photo he had with his girlfriend and his daughter. He wouldn't let that be destroyed. All for One prepared a great attack. The green-haired boy's distraction would now cost him. The villain raised the energy and launched it, but he didn't know that Izuku had regained his control. He wouldn't lower himself to the level of a brainless Nomu or even that of the villain. The huge attack was about to arrive, but One for All, reacting to the wishes of its wielder, covered it. Now the boy had awakened. The berserk was controlled. Insert Vegeta new form and enjoy. Ronin, I will not die, not as a monster. I made a promise, and I will not fail because I am Izuku Midoriya and this is my power. The explosion was huge. All the dust raised a large curtain. No one could see absolutely anything, but then an intense light appeared. A burning blue light with flashing green flashes. It was the green rays corresponding to One for All, which generated a force field that made all the dust shoot up. Everyone saw how Izuku walked calmly. His form remained, but now there was a little more light on his face, which, although serious, and with the scars, had stopped inspiring fear. Now the boy's face reflected and inspired hope. Yaoyorozu smiled at this vision because she knew that her boyfriend had succeeded. Yaoyorozu, I control it. Izuku controlled his berserk form. The green-haired man just sighed, exhaling steam as he prepared to speak. Ronin, forgive the grotesque show, as well as my way of behaving. So much power clouded my judgment. All for One, boo, but. Ronin, it took a little longer than I thought, but I managed to do it. Now I'm ready. The boy shouted this with power, and everyone knew that this was the real Izuku Midoriya. It didn't matter if he was Deku or Ronin, but the one who was there was a hero. But for his part, All for One was upset. All for One, are you ready? You're talking about mastering him? That's nonsense, that's nonsense. A simple transformation doesn't give you the right to challenge me. Izuku reached him, and with a simple tap of his fingers he made All for One shut up and also managed to move him back several meters. Izuku was no longer smiling, and with a serious face he spoke decisively while the aura he had rose majestically. Ronin, you better calm down. All for One, it can't be. Ronin, I'm not out of control anymore, but I swear to you, All for One, I won't forgive you even if you beg me because you're just trash. The boy ignited his power and punched the villain upwards with his fiery fists. The green-haired boy rose while his fists burned All for One, who only screamed in pain, although Izuku soon noticed that he was not using fire on his wings. The boy was surprised by this because there was no way he was rising in any other way. All this was going through the green-haired boy's mind until he heard Nana's voice, who spoke calmly. Nana, I helped you as best I could. This is my power. Use it wisely and finish off that bastard. Empowered by One for All, my simple power of floating is now flight. Now everything else is up to you. You can do it, Izuku. The green-haired boy just smiled. The boy wasn't alone. Izuku knew he shouldn't prolong the battle any longer, so he would use all his power in one hit. The boy began to fight while charging strength. The green-haired boy hit and received blows, but he didn't give up. The green-haired boy had only one goal, and that was to make all his dreams as well as those of the other carriers come true, to defeat the villain once and for all and end his reign of evil. All for One, what's it all about, kid? Pride or suicide? You'll die anyway. Ronin, what was always meant to be, something you don't have, honor. The green-haired man released the villain and rose a little higher, remaining above the villain for a few meters. The green-haired man breathed and then charged an attack with his sword. Ronin, Jigaku no Dorigantawa. The boy generated the huge pillar of fire with his sword, and then with a downward movement with it he made it hit the villain, causing him to fall against the ground, burning everything in a small radius. Yaoyorozu saw this with a look of hope but also fear. She did not know what could happen. Besides, she knew the injuries that Izuku had. But at that moment Mei arrived with her. Her armor was very damaged. With problems she could fly. The pink-haired girl tried to lift her helmet but could not. Fed up, the girl took it and tore it off and then threw it far away. Mei, what happened? Yaoyorozu. She managed to control herself. She made her power her own, but I don't know how everything will turn out now. Garu, the situation looks critical. Chisaki, I'm using all my quirk to concentrate the fight and damage there. But if it doesn't kill him, then God help us all. Yaoyorozu, interrupting the villain, I know he'll win, boo, but he's very hurt. Speaking of which, seeing the brunette back in the fight, Izuku and All For One had already landed. All For One was badly injured, his suit was totally ruined, the villain was spitting blood, the doctor's quirk had already stopped working. Izuku landed in front of him, and his face looked determined to end the fight, but the villain still had one last card. All For One would slowly raise his gaze and then see how Izuku approached him, so smiling secretly he decided to act. All For One, you wouldn't hurt your father, right, son? Ronin then opened his eyes in surprise. The boy stopped and began to tremble. All For One felt like he had won. Touching the sensitive fibers of a hero was his job, as he had done with Almight in the past, and even if this wasn't true, he knew he could buy time. The vile guy generated a light sphere of energy. The villain felt like a winner, although he saw how Izuku then only smiled slightly in a sign of melancholy, and the boy lowered his head. Ronin, I am sorry, but my memory can't go back that far. The villain knew he had the victory. That reaction, so familiar and sad, the villain knew he had him hanging now from his hand. Now he was his puppet whose strings he would cut. AFO, son, calm down, just put your gun down and... But unbeknownst to the villain, Izuku had other plans. The green-haired man who had extinguished his flames just smiled. Ronin, wait. Did you really think you'd pull my leg that easily? I'm not All Might. You won't handle me that easily. And you know why? Because I had a father. The green-haired man lit his fire, making a circle around All For One, who looked surprised. But Izuku, without giving it importance, continued talking. Ronin. His name was Hisashi Midoriya, and he was the bravest person I ever knew, and now in the name of the previous bearers of One For All, I swear that I will exterminate you. The boy charged his power, but All For One threw his sphere and immediately after did the same as the boy by charging all his power, generating multiple rays. Izuku threw himself against the villain, receiving the small attack at point-blank range, but the boy did not stop but continued advancing. The green-haired boy flew with all his strength, even using fire, managing to propel himself further, and hit All For One in the face, which he could see to his fear that in addition to the green-haired boy there was also the figure of his deceased brother in the same pose as Izuku. All For One was now sure the freckled boy would give the last blows, accompanied by each carrier. Insert United States of Smash theme. The boy hit and kicked the villain times, the sixth time with his black whips in honor of Funky. All For One fell to the ground, and when he got up he saw how Izuku took an attack position. The boy tensed and raised his fist high. Soon behind him, and with disbelief, All For One could see a large white cape, the female figure in her black suit. The yellow gloves, Nana Shimura, appeared behind the green-haired boy, smiling victoriously. The boy charged strength and gave him the strong punch which moved All For One quite far away. The female figure disappeared after hugging the boy. The green-haired boy threw himself towards his rival with force. All For One managed to stop, and already in the last, almost completely defeated, managed to create the definitive attack, at least for him. All For One, you can't defeat me, you're weak. The villain created his enormous arm and pointed it at the green-haired boy, and then launched a fierce attack which he directed at full speed. Izuku decided and only made a simple movement, managing to dodge the deadly last movement, which upon impacting against the rubble was able to generate an explosion so powerful that it was able to light up the boy's face, surprising the villain because he remembered that same scene years ago in his battle on Kamino. It was All Might's United States of Smash. Izuku didn't hold back. Golden rays enveloped him, the same golden rays that previously characterized All Might, the former bearer. The green-haired man tensed his fist and quickly managed to release the punch, which collided with All For One's face, pushing him to the ground. The reporters could not believe what they saw. The shock wave was even bigger than the one years ago in Kamino. Izuku gave All For One the opportunity to get up because he knew that there was not much left to finish the fight, and indeed the villain slowly stood up. Izuku drew his sword, which showed its edge majestically illuminating the dark dawn. The green-haired man charged force, and the green rays seconds later also appeared in white, purple, and gold. 5 more colors appeared corresponding to each bearer until they formed the 9. Izuku raised the sword, and with both ferocity and determination he threw himself towards All For One, while in his mind Nana spoke. When you're at your limit, Izuku, when you feel like you can't go on anymore, remember. Ronin, I no longer seek to be the hero. I no longer want to be the symbol of peace. But just like my senseis, just like Stain and Edge Shot did, I will give my all because I. The power that has been entrusted to the next generation by many people, praying that it works for the good of all for their hopes to be won. Now it is your turn, strive and go beyond your limits, Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy quickly reached where the villain was, and with a strong blow he made him rise. The green-haired boy spread his wings and went up to him. The rays continued to cover him as well as the sword with great intensity. The boy with the most serious face he had gave a loud scream. Ronin, because I will not die. At that moment the green-haired man remembered many things while he was just inches away from reaching his last great rival. You can be a hero. Izuku, you look great. I will save everyone. I love you, Izuku Midoriya, and I will always be by your side. The green-haired boy did not stop and without hesitation plunged his sword into the opponent's torso, piercing him completely. The villain spat out blood which fell on the boy's helmet, who ignited his wings and, gaining more speed, without giving up, continued to rise higher and higher before the attentive gaze of Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, he's getting too high, he'll unleash all his power without limits, and being so high up he won't hurt anyone, Izuku. The green-haired boy frowned, his teeth were grinding. Then on the ground the fire began to move, being controlled by the green-haired boy, and soon all the flames that were in the place rose up following the boy, surprising everyone. All for one, I always stayed alert, I never took a false step, everything always went according to my plans, but this I never planned this. Ronin, that's because you were always blinded by power that you never believed this day would come, you underestimated me, my friends, and the power that you yourself created. You know, in my school we have a motto, tell me all for one. Have you ever heard these words? Go beyond your limits. Soon the sky burned and lit up with an incandescent red color. Ronin, plus ultra. Ryujin no Ken Wakuri. The fire came out of the green-haired boy's body, joining with the fire he summoned. All that power stuck to Izuku's body, crawling on it like snakes until it reached his sword, where the dragon's snout was formed, which, biting all for one, took him further and further away. With this, the entire dragon was formed. It was enormous, the largest Izuku had ever created. Everyone could see it in detail. The dragon opened the clouds, but it didn't last long because as soon as it was formed it went up and then turned around, falling back down to Izuku's hand because the sword couldn't resist the attack and it broke. The pieces fell to the ground without anyone doing anything. The green-haired man raised his arm. His organic arm, and resisting the weight he watched as the enormous sphere of fire was formed. Ronin, you had resisted it before, but now you are part of it. Now you will be a ghost buried in history. You. The weight was getting to the boy as well as the pressure of power. The green-haired boy used his other arm but soon felt the metal creak and then begin to melt. The green-haired boy was struggling not to be swallowed by his own attack, but then he remembered a moment lost in time. Flashback. This took place not long ago. It was during a training he had with Endeavor. Izuku was back at the academy. Momo was already his partner. But the boy was the one who requested the meeting, and Endeavor found out that same day the reason for this. Apparently the boy was afraid of what he could do because he knew that his fire power was enormous, and that is why he asked for advice, because he did not want to be a monster and harm his friends. Endeavor simply stood in front of Izuku and extended a palm, forming a light flame. Endeavor, fire is not bad, Izuku. It should be respected. That's true, because you can even make a good allegory of life with it, just like all of us. Fire is born, needs oxygen to live, grows and feeds, reproduces and finally dies, but not before leaving a mark of its passage in history. Fire is not bad. You just have to know how to respect it and guide it towards the right path. Flashback end. The boy just smiled, remembering these words that he heard his adoptive mother say that time. The boy remembered his beautiful brunette, and how she was motivated him to be more than he believed, not a simple avenger, but a hero who would never turn his back on anyone. There are things we can only see rarely, like comets. Izuku just smiled bravely. It was true, it was rare to see a comet. Ronin, he know-it-all. The inspired boy took strength. Ronin, I love you, Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku took a breath and courage to scream with all his being. Ronin, goodbye all for one. You know say. The enormous comet shone, illuminated and warmed the cold night, but just as it appeared it also burst, and in the deep darkness everyone saw how the sky lit up as if it were day. Everything was clear, the sky was blue, and in the center of this was the green-haired causer who still had his hand pointing upwards. It was an image without a doubt shocking as well as powerful. I came back for revenge, but she gave me a new purpose. To live instead of survive, thank you. Soon darkness reigned again, and without knowing why thick black clouds also swirled, Yaoyorozu between tears did not know at what moment her legs moved on their own, but when she realized she was already running towards the place where she was sure the boy was falling, no one could stop her, they did not even notice. Izuku fell quickly with his eyes closed, although before touching the ground the boy managed to open them and glide a little, moving away from the place, managing to land without any care, crashing into the ground. The green-haired man managed to see his girlfriend out of the corner of his eye, so with great effort he got up and walked towards her. The boy felt that each step rumbled throughout his body, his vision began to cloud, his whips lost strength, his flames went out, soon the whips began to fall and disappear, giving him a more normal appearance. Insert the song of the White Wolf and let it all flow. For her part, Yaoyorozu saw her boyfriend approaching and she ran to get to him. The berserk mode armor disappeared completely, the helmet was the last. Yaoyorozu saw how Izuku smiled but began to fall. The brunette managed to get there before her partner fell and put her head on his thighs like a pillow. The girls saw how in the berserk form only the scars of the cracks in the skin remained. The green-haired man coughed, letting out steam as he looked at his girlfriend. Ronin, why you're here? Yaoyorozu, and you still say it, fool. Of course I'm here. I told you, didn't I? I'll always be by your side, my love. Ronin, sorry Momo, I lost control. Yaoyorozu, but you managed to master it, right? Don't feel so bad, my love. The boy just smiled exhaustedly. Ronin, I'm sorry for everything Momo, but I did my best. Yaoyorozu, hee. But that's just how you are, right? As always giving your best. The girl began to shed tears as she watched Izuku slowly close his eyes. Yaoyorozu, no, please don't do this to me. Please Izuku, come back, I love you. The boy just smiled and caressed his partner's face. Ronin, why you are my crusader Momo Yaoyorozu, and I will always protect you, I will always be by your side. Izuku said this and slowly closed his eyes while at the same rhythm he let his hand fall to the ground. On his face a slight smile was seen, and immediately after drops of rain began to fall, giving way to a downpour which mixed with tears. Soon Class A gathered surrounding the brunette, and seeing the boy's body which made a noise every time a drop fell, a noise like that of water on a hot pan, there were no words but the sobbing of the brunette for the hero who in the end fulfilled what he promised, to be the greatest hero of all time. Uraraka, it can't be. The brown-haired girl covered her mouth in terror as she hugged Ida, crying. The blue-haired boy just gritted his teeth in fury as he let tears escape. The boy had a crutch to walk, Bakugo in pain only had a surprised expression while with trembling hands he took off the destroyed mask. He could no longer lie. Not when the green-haired boy was in front of him. The blonde began to shed tears as he remembered all those times that the green-haired boy was willing to help him. Todoroki for his part approached with Tsuyu and they both tried to take the girl away, but she did not let them. The brunette was clinging to her boyfriend. Momo was clinging to the hope she had that he would open his eyes and say it was a joke, but it did not happen. Then Uraraka could not resist. The girl's heart broke this scene. Uraraka, let it go Momo. Izuku is. Yaoyorozu, shut up. You don't know anything, idiot. You're just your. The girl wanted to continue offending the brunette, to even tell her what she was going to die of, but she knew it wasn't her fault. Slowly Momo Yaoyorozu loosened her grip on the boy. The girl released the green-haired boy and lowered her head to put it on the ground. With the help of Tsuyu and Jiro the girl stood up and then hugged Todoroki tightly. The bicolor was slowly able to return the hug while everyone without exception, even in the state they were in pain and with visible wounds, saw the bravest boy they had ever met. Chpater a mother's love. Insert white silence from Tokyo Ghoul. Everyone was standing there, the rain still raining in the sky after the blinding light of a few eternal minutes ago. Yaoyorozu for her part just cried on Todoroki's shoulder, while cursing herself for not having enough strength to help her boyfriend. Yaoyorozu, because damn it. Tsuyu, Momo, I think blaming you will only make it worse. Understand that this is not your fault at all, Kero Kero. The little frog tried to make her best friend not feel bad, but this didn't work at all. The girl was simply devastated. Yaoyorozu. But if only he had been stronger, he wouldn't have. Todoroki, serious as always, separated the girl from the hug and looked at her seriously. Todoroki, no Momo, Tsuyu said it, this isn't your fault. He no longer had any strength, especially after the battle and that ferocious attack. I even think that even if he had energy, it wouldn't have been enough for the incredible wear and tear he suffered. Look at him, he can't regenerate his wounds. Apparently the dark-haired girl had understood this because she breathed slowly. Todoroki was serious, hoping it had worked, but then, and totally surprising, the younger Yaoyorozu opened her eyes. Todoroki was right. It was totally true. Izuku no longer had strength. The adrenaline as well as the thirst for victory and other feelings were what kept him conscious throughout the fight. Yaoyorozu thought about this quickly and in less time than believed. The girl then had an idea. Yaoyorozu remembered her pink-haired friend with armor, which moments before during the battle of Izuku against All For had given her a pill making her regain her strength in the hopes that she could move longer as well as give her the opportunity to use her quirk. The dark-haired girl began to think quickly. She did not have time to waste, but she did have a great formula to recreate. The girl began to remember her boyfriend's words, motivating herself more and more. Only man can make something so small mortal. The girl wouldn't do something deadly but crucial. Momo opened her palm and then her hand began to emit a bright light indicating the use of her creation. Everyone didn't know what was happening because of this flash. Todoroki was distracted, giving the brunette the opportunity to get out of the grip and run to her boyfriend. No one could stop her, and they only witnessed how Momo injected the green-haired boy directly into the heart with force. Soon the liquid in the syringe went down completely, and was deposited in the organ. When this was over, the girl took out the syringe and began to do compressions on the green-haired boy's chest. The cold drops of rain fell furiously and strongly on his arms and the rest of his body, soaking his hair and mixing with his tears. As incredible as it may seem, no one dared to stop her because they knew, or rather thought, it was a response to the shock of the loss. But the brunette was thinking something else. But she had to be quick and not waste even a single second. One of these counted and was crucial. Yaoyorozu was undoubtedly determined, and this time she would not give up. Maybe she was not strong before, but she was undoubtedly intelligent, and she would not waste that intelligence for anything, much less at this time. Yaoyorozu, wake up, come on, please open your eyes. Izuku, come on. I know you can hear me, you selfish wretch, so wake up now. The desperate Azabache began to hit her boyfriend's chest while screaming in sadness and despair, while the green-haired boy still had his eyes closed. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, wake up. You still have to do things with your absurd, stupid, ridiculous rules, along with your absurd shoes, your silly hellish training, your terrible sense of humor, your way of annoying me, so please, I beg you have to wake up. The girl shouted this and then hugged her boyfriend while she began to sway. Her friends were sad, clenching their fists helplessly. It hurt them to see Momo like that. Yaoyorozu for her part continued crying, but remembering her boyfriend now, it was she who positioned herself better to put him on her chest and speak in his ear while being watched by everyone else without her caring in the least. Yaoyorozu, speaking in Izuku's ear, I'm serious, honey. You have to wake up, Izuku, you remember, right? You once said that if you died in battle and I still needed you, you would stick your sword in the Demon King's neck and come. That was your promise. You promised it, and you have to keep it. Now is when you have to do it. I need you, my love. I don't want you to rule the world for me, or any of that silly cheesy stuff. I just need you by my side. I need my tender wolf. Remember that you already have a family and they are waiting for you at home. You have to come back because you are even a dad now. Time was slow. The seconds seemed like centuries, and the brunette was just desperately waiting to feel Izuku's heart beat. The girl then remembered a song that her mother sang when she was little, and without knowing why now, it was she who, with a voice full of sadness, began to sing it. Insert Jenny of Old Stones by Florence and the Machine. Yaoyorozu, high in the halls of the kings who are gone, Jenny would dance with her ghost. The ones she had lost, and the ones she had found. And the ones who had loved her the most. The black-haired girl wiped her tears with her arm, looked around, seeing that despite everything, Izuku kept the fight focused on a single point. Even out of control, he worried about everything. The fire had been put out, and All For One had died. Finally she could say it, everything was over. The girl just caressed her boyfriend's hair and continued singing. Yayorozu, the ones who'd been gone for so very long. She couldn't remember their names. They spun her around on the damp old stones. Spun away all her sorrow and pain. And she never wanted to leave, she never wanted to leave. Never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave. Todoroki at that moment decided that he would do nothing to go against the brunette. He would leave her and give this to his friend. Although the action she had just committed had surprised her, now he decided to leave her. Because seeing how she threw herself so suddenly and injected that into the green-haired boy made him understand perfectly that the girl needed that more than anything else. The heterochromatic began to hum what he understood was part of the tune of the song that the brunette was singing and knelt down in respect to her brother. Tsuyu did the same, and then followed Kirishima, Shoji, Tokoemi, Shinso, Hagakure, Kanoko, Yui, Tokage and the others who joined in the singing of the melody and also knelt down. Soon both Class A and B that had just arrived were showing their respective respects to their partner. Bakugo for his part just thundered his tongue. He would not join in that ridiculousness. But if he could avoid it, the boy, he simply knelt down. Finally and lastly, Uraraka and Ida were simply there. The brunette was really thoughtful. A part of her wanted to hug the brunette and comfort her, but she didn't know what could happen. Ida for his part, suspecting his girlfriend's actions, made a better decision and slowly took her hand. Uraraka turned to look at him and watched as her partner simply made a negative movement with his head. Uraraka with problems understood it and accepted. Seconds later she helped her partner make the gesture of respect together. Momo was seen without interruptions, and that is why she continued in her sad song. Yayorozu, they danced through the day. And into the night through the snow that swept through the hall. From winter to summer, then winter again. Till the walls did crumble and fall. And she never wanted to leave, she never wanted to leave. Never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave. And she never wanted to leave, she never wanted to leave. Never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave. The girl thought she was alone, but then to her surprise the rest of the girls joined her in these last choruses. None of them abandoned their partners, singing slowly and harmoniously. Jiro took Yayorozu's hand, showing that he was with her in her pain. Momo, who felt that she was about to keep quiet out of sorrow, remained silent for a few seconds, but it was that small and short gesture that let her know that she was not alone. The friends that the boy had made since his return were with her, as well as with him, and they would not abandon her, either of them. La Azabache squeezed the violet-haired girl's hand and continued, although in a sad chant. Her previously cut voice gave her the necessary melancholy and joined with the rain towards a postcard which without a doubt was a perfect ode to sadness and loneliness itself. Helicopters flew over the area and transmitted the scene to all corners of the world, including the Yayorozu house, where the girl's mother saw and heard this, so she also began to sob, sharing the pain with her beloved daughter. The eldest took her husband by the hand, but Raichi brought her closer and hugged her without hesitation. The woman then felt the courage necessary and with tears in her eyes began to sing, accompanying her daughter from a distance. Yayorozu, high in the halls of the kings who are gone, Any would dance with her ghost. The ones she had lost, and the ones she had found, and the ones who had loved her the most. The girl uttered these last verses and hugged her boyfriend tightly, while letting out a heartbreaking scream filled with sorrow and pain. With effort it was Jiro who helped his best friend get up. The rain continued to fall without stopping, and that was why Momo could only look at everyone, and then at Todoroki. Yayorozu, sorry Shoto, you're going to get sick because of me. The green-haired man just looked at her with a serene expression and calmly placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. Shoto, believe me, I don't care. The poor bicolor's voice trembled slightly. Momo couldn't tell if what ran down the boy's cheeks were tears or raindrops, although she didn't dare ask either. Todoroki, believe me, I would also do anything to make my brother wake up, Momo, but we can't do anything now, unfortunately. The boy slightly clenched his fists with importance. Tsuyu approached her partner to hug him and slowly began to walk to the other side. At that moment everyone turned their backs on the boy to walk slowly towards the ambulances, but it was because of this small distraction that they did not realize that the green-haired boy's body began to release steam, as well as he was wrapped in light and imperceptible rays of green, some very light wounds began to close. His chest began to move up and down very slowly. Inside, in the darkness, a light began to grow bigger and bigger, showing a light flame which grew bigger and bigger until it was enormous. The green-haired boy's heart gave a slight beat, and to his surprise and miracle, Izuku opened his eyes in surprise. His body reacted instinctively, and in one jump he stood up, surprising everyone and more Yaoyorozu because the boy was behind her, and when she woke up she gave a loud scream. Everyone jumped in fright, including the Azabache, who even let out a little scream of terror she felt. Momo turned around and in fear saw her boyfriend, who was on guard but immediately made a face that denoted confusion in its entirety. Ronin, W what? W where? Yaoyorozu stared in disbelief at her partner as he clutched his heaving chest. Everyone's jaws were hanging open and their eyes wide open as they didn't understand what was happening at all. Yaoyorozu, Izuku? Ronin and Momo? What happened? Everyone without exception was staring completely disoriented. They didn't understand what had just happened at all. The boys didn't know whether to feel happy or terrified because they saw the green-haired boy die. Momo, for her part, approached her partner, who had an agitated look. Her entire body was trembling non-stop, only the brunette couldn't tell if it was because of the cold or something else. Yaoyorozu, these. Ronin, I had the craziest dream. I was dead and you were insulting me non-stop. Did you say bad things about my shoes? The girl only smiled slightly at her partner's comment, as it showed that he really was the one. Momo, me? And no, of course not like you think, he. The girl didn't know what was happening, but she didn't hide her smile, although without realizing it she began to shed some tears. Ronin, also, I swear I heard you call me a selfish wretch. Yaoyorozu, do you think I'm capable? You were hallucinating, darling. Ronin, and no, honestly it's quite logical that you would do it. W who danced in my ribs? Yaoyorozu, I think it was Todoroki. The boy saw his girlfriend and slowly began to smile, but at that moment the smile was wiped from his face as the boy, trembling, fell back to the floor. Yaoyorozu went to him and picked him up again. The green-haired boy no longer had his metal arm. There were very visible wounds, and Momo was perfectly sure that he also had broken bones and serious internal injuries. The girl removed the wet hair from Izuku's face, who began to breathe more normally. Ronin, W what did you inject me with? Yaoyorozu, synthetic adrenaline. I didn't know if it would work, but I thought it would be worth a try. I had checked how it was made years ago, well, in an emergency, although I've never needed it until now, of course. Ronin, crazy, huh? Yaoyorozu, Izuku, calm down, you'll be fine, darling, just calm down, concentrate on my voice, it's just the two of us and I won't abandon you, do you hear me? I never did and I never will. Ronin, I have a family to take care of after all. The green-haired man only smiled slowly as he tenderly caressed his girlfriend's face. Everyone still didn't know whether to feel relieved or sad, as they only had one feeling in their heads, which was total confusion at the image in front of them. Izuku was about to close his eyes again, although now Momo knew he was okay. His tears were of relief. The green-haired boy noticed this and slightly opened his mouth. Ronin but. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong, Izuku? If you dare to make fun of me I'll hit you, and you know I would, he. Ronin boo-boo. The boy continued speaking but couldn't continue. His voice was lost, the words mixed with the air. Izuku closed his eyes, although his heart was still beating. Emergency services were quick to arrive and quickly took away the young people who were there injured. On the other hand, Garu, Gentle, La Brava and Chisaki were arrested again. The subjects stayed away, watching the boy's body in the distance. They knew who they were and therefore what their presence could cause, especially Garu and Chisaki, who were the ones ordered to stay. None did anything to resist, as well as the surviving members of the Shai Hasaikai and the Precepts. The civilian casualties had been several, but fortunately, the dark times had been short, so the casualties had been just as few, although this word was more of a polite way of saying it, a technicality to make everyone see the good in the bad. The surviving heroes had been hospitalized without exception because their injuries were serious. Fortunately, the crime rate had also dropped considerably with the fight, so that despite the chaotic situation it could be said that they lived in relative peace. The fallen heroes were buried and their respective tributes were paid in their honor as well as in honor of the many victims who fell. On the other hand, like the rest of the heroes, Izuku had been hospitalized, but with a big difference, and that is that no one could see him. The Yui, together with the Todoroki family and Yaoyorozu, did everything possible to ensure that the information of the place where Izuku was hospitalized was completely hidden from the media to prevent false information from being spread and above all to avoid attacks against him. Momo had begged this to her parents immediately after recovering from her injuries because she spoke to them about what happened on the battlefield without omitting any detail. The family was informed of everything that they did not see on television and did not even get to hear. Ryuichi and Mari listened carefully to their daughter and then called the green-haired man's adoptive family as well as director Nizu to talk seriously. After hearing this, they all agreed on one thing, and that was that there was hope. And it is for this reason, for this very talk, that we now find ourselves a long time after that horrible war, long after that massacre. Now in the present day the fear of the disaster has passed. The city little by little managed to recover from the damage and slowly emerges from the fear and panic that it lived through because they knew that now All for One has been completely eliminated, as well as the League of Villains who are now only presumed in the slums. The terrible league was reduced to only words because none of them remain. To everyone's relief, now only the ashes of that battle remain. You could finally rebuild your life away from the darkness and fully embracing the light. But unfortunately things have not turned out as well for many. The disasters are several and in different parts of the city there is chaos, destruction here and there. So without the help of Cementos and with many heroes hospitalized, things are not going to go their way. Help from human labor and mechanics has had to be requested. The Uraraka construction family being the ones who have helped a lot in this aspect, although it is not enough, not without. Because even with all the support provided, the reconstruction works are many and more in the center of the city where it is well known that it was the epicenter and final ring of that fierce battle. But for now we will move away from this and focus on the grounds of the UA Hero Academy, more specifically, in one of the dormitories of the High Alliance, where we can see how inside this room, decorated quite elegantly although now with a lighter touch, was a jet girl who was just getting up with her hair loose, making her look even more beautiful and tender. The girl walked sleepily to the sliding window and opened it, feeling the slightly cold blizzard of the morning air which managed to make the jet girl wake up a little more. After this and exercising along with some stretching for a while, she took a bath, had breakfast and went to her class, where all her friends were waiting for her with a smile, ready to start a new day of classes. And it is that after a few days of having finished the great battle, and that will make sure that everything it was in order, the clear and concise indication was given that every academy should resume classes. So today and some time after this order was accepted, another normal day would be fulfilled at the UA Heroes Academy for the famous Class A. A normal day after so much chaos, although with some nerves since there were only a few months left until their long-awaited graduation, and although spirits were supposed to be very high, the reality was quite the opposite. The members of the acclaimed class were quite subdued in terms of spirits, since one chair remained empty. Hours after multiple classes and training sessions, the bell that ended the school day finally deigned to ring. No one could distinguish it because quickly at an incredible pace Momo Yaoyorozu disappeared from the classroom. The girl had walked through the long corridors of the academy which seemed eternal to her in those precise moments until she was finally able to reach her room, where she proceeded to change with a speed similar to the previous one. The girl put on a set of more casual clothes and went to the recreation room where she found her friends. Without a doubt his group of friends would never forget the battle. The scars on his body were proof of this. Shoji had lost his eye. The scar on his face he could never forget. Kirishima had several scars. These were more noticeable when he wore his hero suit because most of them were concentrated on his torso, and curiously these were even seen in his kraken form, shining even more. Todoroki had added another scar to the collection because he had the one that the Noma had made him with the chainsaw, a transverse scar on his face. Tokoyami had a scar that ran along his beak and even a slight crack in it. Shinso had one under his eye similar to Aizawa's, with which his friends made more fun of him. Ojiro had several scars on his arms and tail. In short, even the women had been injured. Yaoyorozu had some on her arms similar to the ones Izuku had before, and the ones Eri still had. The bicolor was having something to eat when he saw his partner, so when he saw her he could only manage to ask one question. Todoroki, you're going to see him, right? Yayorozu, yes, Eri is doing a school project. Your sister is helping her so she won't be able to accompany me, but I won't be late, I promise. The black-haired girl was arriving at the elevator where she pressed the button waiting for the doors to open. Todoroki was about to say something until he felt Tsuyu carefully take him by the shoulder. The boy thought better of his words and spoke again with a slight, very slight smile. Todoroki, please say hello from us. Yayorozu didn't turn to look at him but nodded slightly. The girl then felt a tear come out of her eye, so she entered the elevator which had already arrived and had opened the metal doors which the brunette quickly crossed. Yayorozu, don't worry, I'll tell him. The doors closed and the girl was able to breathe more calmly. When she finally reached the ground floor and left the academy grounds, the girl quickened her pace and took their respective means of transportation to get to a place that made her swallow hard from her nerves. The girl entered and politely greeted everyone who already knew what she was coming for. The girl was led by a kind woman in a white coat to a room where they opened the door for her. Momo entered slowly and the door closed behind her. The brunette sat on the chair that was next to a stretcher. She took off her backpack and took out some perfectly kept flowers which she put in a vase next to the stretcher, which had the green-haired boy's body connected to a series of tubes and a machine that monitored his signs. Yayorozu, if with all the noise I made he doesn't wake up. The girl just smiled as she remembered how in the past the green-haired boy, before they were boyfriends, had taken care of her, and said the exact same words. The younger Yayorozu now sat down and took the green-haired boy's hand while she sketched a tender smile. Yayorozu, hello my love, I'm here. Flashback. After what happened during the war in times of peace, a debate arose. Should Izuku Midoriya be arrested or not? After all, the boy was the murderer of Tamura Shigaraki and the villain all for one. The green-haired boy did not even try to hide it, rather Izuku did it in plain sight. The positive responses to the arrest indicated that although he was the only one who could do it, did not mean that he should, because he was not yet a pro, and it was not his decision. No one should take a life unless in the way he did. On the other hand, the comments against the arrest indicated that it was what had to be done. He was the only one who could, and also if he left him alive there would be no one to stop the master of evil. This was an endless debate, but there was also another problem, and that is that while this debate was carried out to various media, both auditory and physical and technological, Izuku gave no signs of life. Although everyone could see how the boy got up to fall again, now nobody knew absolutely anything about the green-haired boy's condition. There were rumors that he was dead, others said that he was simply under house arrest decreed in secret, but the truth is that nobody knew the truth and everything they said were simple rumors. No one except for the family of a certain brunette, a fire hero and obviously the headmaster of a famous hero academy. And when the fight ended and everyone was hospitalized, Yayorozu was immediately visited by her parents. But the girl, besides being happy about this, had other plans. The brunette began to beg them to help her boyfriend, who was not dead. His pulse was weak, but he feared what would happen next if he was not given immediate attention. The brunette talked non-stop with her parents, but they calmed her with a familiar touch that they had because they still had a surprise for the girl, and at that moment Endeavor, Ray and Niza entered the room. The fire hero looked very badly injured. His flames were not lit, but he still maintained an imposing attitude. The girl was surprised by the presence of the elders, but her father spoke, answering these questions. Raichi, Momo, I know what that young man means to you and little Eri. Yayorozu, Daddy, But Endeavor spoke, making the brunette remain silent. Genji, after you spoke with your parents, they came to us and to Principal Nizu. We went to see Izuku, and indeed his pulse is very low, but he is still there. He is alive, and for obvious reasons we decided that letting him die would not be ethical on our part. I am a hero. I save people. I do not let them die. And obviously this is greater when it comes to one of my children. Nizu, so I set out to make some calls to different contacts I have, as well as David Shield, who will be coming in a couple of days. Mari, we convinced Recovery Girl, and she herself will begin treatment on Izuku so that his wounds heal while Professor Shield comes. Raichi, but before this we will transfer Izuku to a private hospital. I know the owner and the place, so I know that privacy is their law. He will be safe there. Yayorozu then. Ray, exactly daughter, we will work together. Together we will make Izuku heal completely. Just those words were enough for the brunette to start crying. She knew that Izuku was still alive, and now she just needed him to wake up. Just as his parents promised, the green-haired man was taken to a hospital which was famous for its confidentiality. Raichi was not lying when he mentioned knowing the owner of the place, so if before it was a safe place, now obviously when it came to a matter that involved the Todoroki and Yaoyorozu family. The hospital kept the deepest silence, even increasing the security level. Some time later, Recovery Girl administered a series of mild treatments to the green-haired man because she did not know what the correct dose was. Izuku needed energy, and Recovery took it away to heal. This might seem even ridiculous, but since they were mild doses, the wounds were improving slightly, although now it was David Shield's turn. The brown-haired professor had already managed to arrive with his daughter Melissa. Both arrived at the hospital along with Natsuo, whom the professor called personally. Father and daughter had already thought, and now together with Natsuo it was easier. The three of them worked for a short time adapting things better, and finally the recovery capsule was rebuilt, now much better, so that when it was ready and without wasting time, quickly and with great care they entered the boy inside the capsule, where after being covered by the liquid he began to float. The machine fulfilled its objective, working perfectly and according to order. Soon all the green-haired boy's serious wounds began to close, as well as internal wounds and broken bones did. The cracks in the incandescent red skin were the last to heal for some strange reason, but it was working, although the truly worrying thing in the boy's recovery is that the healing had taken much longer than before. But Izuku did not wake up. One day the capsule finally made a sound indicating that the boy was completely healed. With doubts they took him out and put him on a stretcher where multiple doctors examined him, and after a while they gave the verdict Izuku was in a coma. The doctors were completely honest with both families. The green-haired man could wake up that same day, or the next day, or in a week, a month, a year, or simply never wake up. The boy's stay wasn't priced out, but they had to make a decision: leave him connected and hope for a miracle, or apologize to both the guy and the green-haired guy and disconnect him. Both families didn't hesitate, and their response was immediate. They would let him recover, they would hope for the best, they would cling to hope. Flashback end. And that's why we now stand back with Momo Yaoyorozu, who was sitting next to Izuku holding his hand. The girl had made a decision, following that of her parents, and that was that she would not leave her partner alone. The girl asked for permission and began to visit the freckled man daily. Sometimes she went alone or with little Eri. It was so many times that even the staff at the hospital were already treating her with friendship. Momo was always leaving the academy, changing and visiting her boyfriend. The girl would exchange the flowers and talk to him. Momo would tell her how things were going both in the outside world and in the academy. For Momo this was not a burden, but quite the opposite. The girl knew that there was an option that the boy would not listen to her. Yaoyorozu was aware of this, but for her it did not matter. She would never lose hope. Today has been a little over a month and she never missed. Obviously she had some problems because the tasks were complicated, as well as there were times when her own classmates at UA told her that maybe it was time to give up, that it was time for her to accept that the boy would never wake up, but she ignored this. Her true friends supported her, and whenever she went she knew that she had to give him a greeting from them. Momo took out some food which was in a topper, which she opened and calmly began to eat, while she continued talking to her boyfriend. Yaoyorozu. Hee, but seriously, that was surprising, Izuku. I mean, imagine, I'm just waking up and I see my Netta stuck with glue and taped to the ceiling in the recreation room. I don't know what he did, but he involved Class B too. It seems like it was serious and difficult to remove. Aoyama had to use his laser to do it, although I think he would have managed to do it with minimal effort. The girl started to laugh but soon lowered her gaze and clenched her fists. Soon tears began to spill down her face, staining her blouse and pants. It was moments like this when she needed the boy the most. The black-haired girl was sad. Momo was not stupid, but quite the opposite. The black-haired girl was fully aware of her boyfriend's situation, and sometimes an internal debate took place within her. A debate that did not let her sleep peacefully, disconnect the boy, or continue clinging to hope. Momo knew that the day after killing All For One, the green-haired man had opened his eyes and had a pulse. But what if he never woke up? Wasn't the girl very selfish to keep him connected to machines that only gave him false and empty hope? She knew Izuku was alive, so to speak, but was this really a way to live? The girl began to shed more and more tears, crying with fear and sadness. But it was this very thing that made her ignore a sound, a short sound of breathing coming from the same room. Izuku's body deposited on the stretcher next to him moved slightly, and just like before it released a little steam and light green rays came out of the boy's body. The machines around him sounded a little louder in time with the green-haired boy's increased heart rate. Izuku slightly opened his eyes as he breathed more calmly. The boy couldn't see anything for a few seconds. After a few more he managed to see light, and then shadows that immediately after took shapes and textures. The boy was confused. He didn't know where he was, but then he heard a sob, a pitiful sound, but he could recognize who it came from. The green-haired boy turned his head slightly, seeing Yaoyorozu by his side crying. Ignoring everything around him including him, the green-haired boy wanted to stretch out his hand, but it felt too heavy. The green-haired boy then remembered what he was about to say to his girlfriend all those years ago, and with a smile he opened his mouth. At first nothing came out of it, the words weren't audible, but he didn't give up achieving that. Later this will become almost a whisper which slowly increased in volume. Ronin P.D. Sayosa. The words didn't come out completely, and that frustrated Izuku, but he didn't give up. The boy kept trying. He didn't like seeing his girlfriend cry. Izuku remained silent but then spoke again, this time managing to be heard by the black-haired girl. Ronin, be lost. Momo opened her eyes surprised and scared. The girl turned her head slowly, meeting Izuku's face, who returned to his previous position. His eyes half closed towards the ceiling and silent. The girl was about to believe she was crazy, but she knew what she had heard. Had it been a hallucination? Momo slowly brought her face closer to Izuku's, hoping for a miracle, and spoke. Yaoyorozu, Izuku? You just... The girl was about to return to her position. She knew it was almost impossible, but then the green-haired boy opened his eyes and smiled at his girlfriend's confused look and spoke again. Ronin, you lost Precious. The green-haired boy just smiled while Yaoyorozu began to tremble, overcome with many emotions. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, you just... Ronin, yes, here I am, my love, I told you I would always be by your side. The boy gave a light laugh, but this was soon changed to a gesture of pain as Momo, still incredulous, threw herself at her boyfriend, knocking the wind out of him but hugging him tightly. The boy took a while but reciprocated the hug while he found the right words to speak. Ronin, and I thought you were going to hit me. I think seeing me so close to death makes you soft. Hee. Yaoyorozu, shut up, I'm seriously considering it, you're an idiot. You don't know how I felt these days, I thought I'd never see you again. Ronin, I thought about it too, my love, but I still had to talk, you know, pending issues I had with, and well, although technically they fired me, hee. Yaoyorozu, what happened, what? Ronin, long story, hee. The boy gave a slight smile as he recalled what had happened. Flashback. Inside One for All. The boy had woken up finding himself in the place where it all began. The green-haired boy witnessed again the old story about the creation of One for All and how it passed from user to user with determination for a better future. First bearer, you know, when One for All was first broadcast, neither he nor I knew how powerful it would become, although I did know and I think he thought so too. Well, the fact is that I knew that at some point someone would be able to defeat it, although it's funny how things happen, don't you think? They are incredible things that you don't believe are true until you witness it with your own eyes. Ronin, I almost killed everyone. People could have gotten hurt more. I became a monster without feelings or anything that made me human. First bearer, yes, but you avoided that. In fact, even without realizing it, you always involuntarily pushed your friends away. I mean, it looked very real, but you never hurt them directly. The explosions, although they were close, you never hit them. Ronin, wow. First carrier, honestly I must say that I did feel a little bad for my brother. But he himself sought this path, and this was the result of everything he did. Ronin, yes, I believe so. At that moment the first bearer sat down, and for the first time in all the time Izuku had known him he saw him smile. The green-haired boy, surprised, also sat down, completely surprised. Ronin, what's that smile due to? First bearer, I don't know. It's like I feel really happy that everything is finally over. One for All can die in peace. You ended the biggest threat there is. Ronin, hee ha 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 ha, you can't be serious. First bearer, what's so funny? Ronin, what you said must be a joke, right? First carrier, Where do you see the funny thing? Ronin, anyway, you know when I was fighting All for One I heard Nana, she said the power. Nana, the power that has been entrusted to the next generation by many people, praying that it works for the good of all so that their hopes are won. The black-haired girl appeared from the shadows smiling victoriously. First carrier, Nana? Ronin, I think she thinks the same as me. Nana, he said it and you heard it, evil will never cease to exist. As long as there are heroes there will also be villains who want to put everything in their favor. All for One was the most dangerous perhaps, but there will never be rest for One for All. First wielder, One for All was created to stop my brother. Nana, and over time that changed. It was no longer just for one purpose, now it was to protect, to be a flame that illuminates everyone, a beacon of hope. First wielder, that doesn't make sense. Even without One for All he could be a hero with his pure pyrokinesis. Ronin, pyrokinesis, thinking you know my pyrokinesis allows me to control fire on a larger level than Endeavor. I'm basically a human lighter, and well, if I can manipulate fire, don't you think it's the same with this? At that moment a flame lit up in his hand, illuminating the place. Both adults looked at the flame with surprise on their faces. It was the flame of One for All. Ronin, I made this power my power. I adapted it to me, and with that I promised myself not to abandon anyone else. I will not turn my back on anyone. First bearer, what do you mean? Ronin, One for All no longer serves only one purpose. Now I will use this power to save everyone no matter the circumstances. Nana, like a true hero. The black-haired girl and the green-haired boy just smiled at the tired look of the one who just sighed tiredly. First bearer, you two are true heroes. Ronin, so? First bearer, okay, keep One for All, protect all the innocent and be the hero you want to be. The green-haired man only made a bow as a sign of acceptance and respect. Ronin, thank you. First carrier, but. Nana and Izuku, but? Nana, come on please, what more can you say? First bearer, the One for All belongs only to you, you will not transfer it, you are the ninth and final bearer, the power will die with you. Ronin, and how do you know I won't cheat? First bearer, for 2 reasons, you are a terrible liar. Ronin, ha ha, sarcastically, and the second one. First bearer, before it was your power it was mine, I know it, I cancelled the transference ability it has, now it only has our strength, the strength of more people, now it is truly your power, use it wisely son. Ronin, thank you. The boy extended his hand and the first smiling bearer took it. In that moment the memories and experiences of the previous bearers became one with Izuku's mind, their teachings, their mistakes all became part of the mind of the freckled boy who now looked at all this in amazement, and the handshake lights were formed which entered Izuku's body. First bearer, now you are the ultimate expression of One for All, a hero to save everyone. Ronin, thank you. Nana, wow, you impressed him, I couldn't even do that, hee good luck One for All. Ronin, oh hey, now that I think about it. First carrier, what happened? Ronin, why did you die? Nana, that was your fault. Ronin, what? Hey, that's not fair. I have my healing factor. I've healed from more serious wounds than that. First bearer, Nana is right, it was your fault. The Berserk is a very powerful transformation, but in its uncontrolled form you nullified your healing factor. I don't know how you did it, but it happened, in fact. At that moment a holographic image of Izuku's controlled Berserk was formed. The green-haired man even got a little scared because the transformation was actually a bit scary. First bearer, actually, look at these lines pointing at the cracks, it's fire. You literally used fire inside yourself. Ronin, wow. First bearer, but you weren't being yourself, at least not completely. You used so much power in an uncontrolled way that you nullified your healing factor. When you controlled it you reactivated it, but there were many wounds and you were exhausted, you couldn't heal them all, even you also had no energy, basically you were fried. Ronin, thanks for the support Captain Optimism. First bearer, you were on the verge of death, boy, but it was that girl, Shimura's granddaughter, who saved you. Ronin, Momo. First carrier, exactly, she injected adrenaline into your heart. It was a concentrated dose and it was like giving gas to a car. You had an immediate surge of energy. Your heart started beating like an engine again. That saved your life. Basically, she saved your life. Nana, something that should have been impossible at first. I suppose you weren't ready to die yet, and One for All responded to your emotions. First Bearer, I think Shimura was right, you made the quirk yours. Ronin, and now? Almight, it's your decision, young Midoriya. Ronin, my decision? Nana, that's right, stay and die peacefully or resist and go out, be with her and do what you want with your life. The green-haired boy stood in a meditation pose while analyzing everything. One for All was already a part of him, and after what he said to allow him to continue keeping the power, he felt that dying would be a somewhat foolish idea. The boy just breathed and opened his eyes with determination. Ronin, the idea of staying is very tempting, seriously, but I promised her one thing, and that is that if Momo called me, I would go with her, and I always keep my promises. First Bearer, is this your last word? Ronin, yes, thank you all for everything, for giving me the opportunity to be a hero and for not leaving me behind. Thank you for motivating me, but a life without her even being here would be totally empty. The green-haired boy was concise in his words. No one was willing to say otherwise. Nana approached the boy and hugged him. Nana, Izuku Tashinori couldn't have chosen a better successor than you. Ronin, don't say that, Nana. I'm sure there are thousands of better successors than me out there. Nana, I don't care about that, besides it's a bet that I'm not going to make, you understand? Ronin, he agreed. First Carrier, although you know before you go, there is something you have to do. Ronin, what? Oh no, no way, I'm not going to evangelize Shigaraki or All for One, that's not my job. Nana, no, but there is someone you should talk to. Ronin, what? Who? Nana, turn around and see for yourself, boy. The green-haired boy turned his gaze and found his mother. Insert Goodbye My Son by Hans Zimmer and enjoy. Inko Midoriya was standing behind the green-haired man. The woman looked thin and had a smiling face, although shedding a tear. Izuku in shock looked incredulously at his mother until, without knowing when, he ran towards her. The image of the controlled berserk was erased and Izuku arrived with his mother hugging her while crying inconsolably. He had missed that with all his soul. Izuku, Mom! Inko, Izuku my son, you're here. Izuku, why you too, oh Mom, there are so many things I'd like to tell you. Inko, I know son, believe me I know, but there is no time. Izuku, and no, of course there is it's more, I want to change my decision, Mom, I want to be with you, I've missed you so much, and I don't want to lose you again. Inko, Izuku calm down, you're not losing me, you never will son, I'll always be with you, you're my little hero, my only son, my Izuku. The woman shed tears as she looked at the green-haired man. Inko, you went through a lot and suffered a lot, but you won like you always did, Izuku. I am very proud of you, and of course I would like to be with you, but it is not your time yet. Now you have a family, you have to be with them. Love your girlfriend and raise your daughter like I loved you and raised you. Always do good like the hero you swore to be, no matter what your hero name is. To me you will always be my little Izuku. The green-haired boy began to cry hard as he felt his mother tenderly caress his hair. The green-haired boy hugged his mother, clinging to the memory of this as if his life and sanity depended on it. Izuku, I promise you'll be proud of my mom. Inko, I've always been Izuku, I've always been, and nothing can change that. Ronin, sorry if I had been stronger. Inko, calm down Izuku, it wasn't your fault, and it never has been, stop worrying about it, I'm fine, very proud of the amazing hero you became, happy for the family you have, and also because you finally won your right. Miss Ray and I would have gotten along very well, and I also adore Momo, she's a lovely girl although she has her temper, Izuku, yeah. Inko, I have to stay son, but you don't, you must go out and take care of your family as I took care of you, take good care of Momo and Eri, understand? Izuku, you're in charge, Mom. Inko, I love you Izuku, take care of yourself. Izuku always. The green-haired man shed a tear as he remembered all the happy moments he had with his mother, and gave a smile that made the woman smile too. Inko, you look great in that outfit Izuku, by the way, Izuku, thanks Mom. First Bearer, Izuku, it's time, so much has happened, you have to wake up. Izuku, so soon? Funky, remember, space in one for all is relative, 1 hour. Izuku, I know, it's like sleeping, an hour can be like 5 minutes out there. Funky, or the other way around, an hour here can be a month there. Izuku, but. Inko, listen son, duty calls and you have to go there, they must be very worried about you hehe. Izuku, but mom, Inko, go, I'll be fine and I promise I'll always take care of you, you're my son, right? Izuku, yes, but. Inko, then don't be afraid, now go out and be a hero, just make me a promise take good care of Momo. Izuku, I would give my life for her. The boy slowly walked away from his mother knowing it was true, he had to leave. The green-haired boy just smiled as he was enveloped in a large, bright light. Inko, and cut your hair. Hehe, I know it grows fast, but you need it now. Hehe. The green-haired man began to disappear while smiling. Izuku, hehe, okay. Inko, I love you Izuku, never forget it. Izuku, never. The green-haired man shed one last tear as his body began to disappear. Izuku, I love you too, bye mom. The green-haired man disappeared completely while Inko wiped her tears and saw in the green-haired man's memories images of them together. Since he was a baby, the woman just smiled sweetly while closing her eyes peacefully. Inko, goodbye my son. Flashback end. Yaoyorozu looked at her boyfriend who, with a serene face, shed a tear. Yaoyorozu, well? Ronin, what? Yaoyorozu, you won't close your eyes again, right? Because I couldn't stand a scare like that again. The green-haired boy gathered his strength and stretched out to kiss his girlfriend who couldn't resist kissing the boy back. Ronin, you already know me, hehe, this time I'm back at %, you don't have to doubt it my love, after all I am the hero who returned from hell, you will never get rid of me, hehe. La Azabache just smiled and slowly kissed her boyfriend, who returned the kiss with the same emotion. Both shed tears showing how much they had both missed the feeling, that unique, pleasant and special feeling they had when they kissed. Chpater, the rebirth of the hero. Insert best of you in an instrumental version and read on. The green-haired boy slowly broke the kiss while smiling tenderly. Yaoyorozu, what's so funny? Ronin, hehe, nothing, it's just that I miss you Momo, and I'm still the same, up close you have a big forehead. Izuku just smiled as he caressed his girlfriend's face who lightly hit him on the shoulder. Yaoyorozu, hehe, you're an idiot, you know that? Ronin, hehe, you tell me that often. Yaoyorozu, now what's wrong with you Izuku? Ronin, nothing, I just thought I wouldn't do this again. Yaoyorozu, exaggerated. Ronin, hey, those were difficult days. Yaoyorozu, days? Ronin, or was it hours? I didn't really feel it, though I'm glad I'm fully healed. I told you I'm impressive. The brunette looked at her boyfriend in confusion. The boy apparently hadn't noticed the passing of the days. Momo only breathed a little before dropping the news bomb. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, no days or hours have passed. Ronin, so? Wherever you make a joke, I swear I'll fall asleep so you can see me close my eyes again, evil. Yaoyorozu, honey, it's been a little over a month. Izuku at that moment opened his eyes in surprise. He couldn't believe what his girlfriend was telling him. Ronin, what did you say Momo? Yaoyorozu, what you just heard, Izuku has already spent a month and a half to be exact, I'm sorry. Ronin, you're playing. Yaoyorozu, no actually. The girl looked down as pearly tears ran down her face, making Izuku wonder. Ronin, what happened Momo? Yaoyorozu, well my parents along with Todoroki's parents, well your parents admitted you here to avoid the press. It's a very elite hospital hehe. Professor Shield came and made the recovery chamber again, although improved. They put you in and only then were you able to recover from your injuries, although it took longer than the other time. That worried us all and more because you didn't wake up. The girl, remembering this, began to shed more tears and Izuku hugged her, feeling the lack of her arm, although he didn't comment on it so as not to ruin the moment, and also because he was more worried about his girlfriend at that precise moment. Ronin, Momo. Yaoyorozu, They took you out and you still hadn't woken up. The doctors examined you and gave us the news. Izuku, you were in a coma. They didn't know when you would wake up or if you would ever wake up. The green-haired boy now understood. That's why his girlfriend acted so sentimental when she saw him wake up, because she didn't know when he would do it. Yaoyorozu continued talking, managing to hold back her tears although her words were cut short by sadness. Yaoyorozu, I always came to see you. I didn't know if you heard me, but I wouldn't let you die. You suffered a lot, and now I wanted you to have a quiet life. Sorry if it sounds very selfish, but I couldn't. The green-haired man just caressed his girlfriend's head, surprising her. Ronin, you know I'm sorry to say this, but I couldn't hear you. Momo, I'm really sorry, but don't think badly of me, Momo, because I never stopped thinking about you, your voice, how much I miss seeing you. You always motivated me to come back, my love. Thank you for giving me a reason to live. The green-haired man kissed his girlfriend again until he ran out of air. Yaoyorozu, you're cheesy. Izuku. Ronin, shut up. He. Besides, well, after the tender moment, I can only say one thing. Yaoyorozu, what? Ronin, where is my arm? Yaoyorozu at that moment saw how Izuku raised the small stump while with his other hand he pointed at it. Yaoyorozu, ha ha ha. The girl couldn't help but start laughing while Izuku just looked at her amused. Ronin, hey, what are you laughing at? I'm serious. Just because you didn't open your eyes wasn't a sign of anything. I deserve an arm, right? Yaoyorozu, sorry really Izuku, but is that seriously the best you can say? Ronin, well for now yes, I'm glad to hear your laugh, it's comforting. Yaoyorozu, why? Ronin, it makes me see that I am truly alive. Yaoyorozu, you really are a cheesy one, you know that, right? The green-haired man just smiled as he made himself more comfortable and sat on the bed. Ronin, I think I can afford it just for today. The boy smiled, although after a while he put on a face that denoted melancholy, seriousness, and confusion, which strange and worried Azabash. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong? Izuku? Ronin, I don't know. I've already finished off the threat completely. Shigaraki and all for one are already dead and I'm alive. I avenged my mother and fulfilled the mission that was entrusted to me since I accepted one for all, but now I don't know what else to do. I think I'm left without a mission, and do you know how strange that is for me? Yaoyorozu just smiled as she approached her boyfriend and gently stroked his hair. Yaoyorozu, well, I guess that's it then, right? No more Amo Ninja Avengers. Ronin, I think so. Yaoyorozu, well then, how about I help you? The boy just turned to look at his girlfriend with a strange face. Ronin, what do you mean? Yaoyorozu, well, you said that now that you've finished with the threat of the League, Shigaraki and all for one, you don't know what to do, right? Ronin, yeah? Yaoyorozu, then I'll help you with that. We're a team, right honey? Ronin, you're crazy. Yaoyorozu, just a little. I injected synthetic adrenaline into your heart. I think that should give you an idea, right? Ronin, should I tell you the truth or are we still a couple? Yaoyorozu, you are a fool. Izuku. The green-haired man just smiled, although seconds later the girl's face turned surprised and then alarmed. Ronin, Momo, what's going on? The Azabash, quite alarmed, stood up and went in search of her handbag. Yaoyorozu, it's just that with all the excitement I forgot. I'll call my parents and the principal to give them the news. The calmer boy saw his girlfriend and now thought about his family. Ronin, please call my people too, darling. Give them the news and tell them I need Professor Shield. Yaoyorozu, take it for granted. In fact, I was also thinking about doing it. The girl took out her phone and immediately called her parents, who answered immediately. Raichi, worried Momo, what's wrong? Did you go see Izuku? Did something happen? Do you need help? Yaoyorozu, well, not necessarily though. The girl was about to continue speaking but was interrupted when she heard her mother's voice. Mari, pass me the girl, love. The man did as requested and Momo could now hear her mother's voice much better. Mari, is everything okay, Momo? Did something happen with Izuku or you? Yaoyorozu, look, I'd better let him tell you himself. Mari, what? The woman was confused, although on the other hand Izuku was afraid of his girlfriend's actions. At that moment the girl put the call on speakerphone as she approached her boyfriend. Yaoyorozu, my parents want to talk to you, Izuku. Ronin, surprised, what? No way. On the other side, both Azabesha's mother and father could hear the green-haired boy's voice perfectly, surprising them. Both of them were left with their eyes wide open. Had they heard correctly? Mari, and Momo, is it what we just heard? Raichi, he's awake? Yaoyorozu, do you see how they want to talk to you, my love? Ronin, I'm not, it's just a recording, I'm asleep. The green-haired boy pretended to snore, making Azabesh smile. The smile widened even more when she heard how the call did not continue. The only thing Momo heard before the call was cut off was how her father grabbed some keys and an engine started. The call was cut off and Momo could only smile, while she saw how her boyfriend just looked at her smiling. Ronin, you are quite cruel, you know that. Yaoyorozu, it's from my mother's side. Ronin, can I see my parents now, please? Yaoyorozu, you are the revived one, The girl chose the number from the cell phone of the green-haired man's adoptive mother and pressed the call. A few seconds later, the soft voice of the white-haired woman could be heard, sounding quite agitated. Break Genji, it's Momo. Yaoyorozu, sorry, did I call at the wrong time? Not at all, daughter, catching his breath. Genji and I were practicing. We returned to training, you know how he recovers completely. Yaoyorozu, oh, that's very good. But what did I owe the honor of calling her Momo to? Aren't you supposed to be with me at this hour? At that moment the white-haired woman put the pieces of the mental puzzle together. The woman looked at her husband with a look of hope. The redhead only drank water while he felt as if his soul was hanging by a thread because he knew that the brunette had gone to visit the green-haired man, and the fact that she called could only mean two things. Yaoyorozu, yes, I'm with him. Genji, go and start the truck now. Momo with a smile could only listen as her father-in-law stumbled along. Apparently the redhead had understood the same thing as his wife, and totally incredulous he left. Being alone could speak again. Daughter, tell me the truth, he is. The woman's voice sounded hopeful, so Momo couldn't joke and decided to tell the whole truth along with her boyfriend's request. Yaoyorozu, Miss Ray woke up a while ago, and she also says that if she can call Professor Shield, you know how much it bothers her not to have an arm. On the other end of the call, Ray felt her eyes water. Was what she was hearing true? Was Izuku awake? Had her prayers been answered? To her surprise, the woman could also hear Izuku's voice in the background. Ronin, and a hamburger please, I'm very hungry. The white-haired girl began to cry inconsolably from happiness. Momo, please put it on speakerphone. The brunette did as requested while Ray continued to cry. Izuku, can you hear me? Ronin, loud and clear, Mom. Son, we're going there now, we won't be long, I'll bring you all the hamburgers you want. I'll call Professor Shield immediately, and I'll tell your father to call Principal Nizu too, and don't move from there, young man. Do you understand? Ronin, yeah. After all, I have nowhere else to go, Mom. I'll wait for you here. The white-haired woman cut the communication while she saw how Endeavor entered the gym with a t-shirt and pants. The man had also brought a change of clothes ready for his wife. The fire hero was surprised to see his wife crying, but before he could ask why this happened, the woman threw herself into his arms. Genji is awake, our son is awake. Just hearing these words, the fire hero was surprised. Genji Todoroki was now excited, happy. A whirlwind of emotions invaded him without letting him think clearly. The man just let go of his wife and made sure he had his keys in his pocket. Endeavor, go ahead and talk to Natsuo. I'll wait for you in the van. Call Principal Nizu and Professor Shield. Tell him we need him to bring it. Endeavor, yes. The fire hero was about to leave the gym, but was stopped again by his wife. By the way, Genji. Endeavor, what's going on? He wants a hamburger, The fire hero saw his wife, who was smiling while shedding tears. The fire hero returned this smile, letting some tears escape as well. Endeavor, that kid, there's a restaurant near the hospital. I'll call and we'll pick them up. They'll be ready when we arrive. Yes. And so it was, both made the order and together with their son they left in the direction of the hospital. David Shield and Director Nizu were notified, and needless to say, either believed it. A part of them even thought that the boy would be declared dead at any moment, and until the call they received they thought it was to give them the sad news, but now both were impressed, so without wasting time they went to the hospital. Needless to say, the doctors were extremely surprised. Seeing so many public figures arrive was a surprise they hadn't expected. The adults immediately went to the room, followed by the doctors and nurses. The surprise was also that when both families finally met at the hospital, there was no exchange of words, just a nod from the patriarchs of both families when they opened the door and were able to see inside. If both families thought they were ready for anything, they were wrong, because the simple sight of Izuku smiling next to the girl made their hearts stop momentarily. The two families stood in front of the door frame. Rei felt her legs tremble. The doctors couldn't get through, staying behind the families without being able to see the longed-for image. Finally, Izuku, who had been ignoring his predatory sense, noticed everyone's presence, so he slowly turned around and smiled shyly. "Ronin, hello?" That was all. That simple smile and that word was the necessary proof for Rei, who passed through both men and hugged the green-haired man. The embrace was joined by Azabaish's mother and Melissa. The three men stood still watching this scene in disbelief. "Mari, Izuku, but how?" "Rei, son Izuku, I'm glad that you're okay." "Melissa, you're an idiot, you know that?" Crying. "Ronin, you know, I like to make my dramatic entrances." Yayorozu, and wow, it was dramatic, "David, I'm glad you're alive and well, Midoriya." "Ronin, me too, Professor, me too." "Rei, by the way, son, we brought you what you asked for." At that moment the white-haired girl made a sign and Endeavor dropped several wrapped hamburgers on the boy's bed, surprising the boy. "Ronin, well thanks be you, but I only asked for one." "Endeavor, I assumed you'd be hungry, and knowing you, it's much more than just a word." "Ronin, they know me well." The green-haired boy took one of the wrappers, took out the hamburger and began to devour it quickly. He was really quite hungry, but when he saw his family's faces he smiled and decided to calm down a bit. The boy continued eating more calmly, but suddenly, to everyone's surprise, he couldn't stand it and began to cry, making everyone feel strange because no one had ever seen him cry before. Yayorozu, worried about her boyfriend Izuku, "Are you okay, love?" The green-haired boy just smiled and wiped his tears and then looked at everyone with a smile. Momo couldn't help but remember the smile the boy gave in his role as Deku. It was as if both had mixed in the best way. The boy continued smiling while a tear spilled down his cheek. "Ronin, it's nothing but well it's just that they are the best burgers I've ever tried, La Azabeish just smiled, responding to her boyfriend's smile. La Azabeish kissed her boyfriend on the cheek and then lightly hit him on the head and stole a hamburger to eat it quietly. "Yayorozu, hey, it's true, it's pretty good." "Ronin, hey, don't steal my food." "Yayorozu, crybaby." "Ronin, you'll pay for this." "David, well, Izuku, I'm glad you're in a good mood and well, that you're awake." "Ronin, thanks again for helping me, Professor." "David, you don't have to thank me, kid, but by the way, your mom mentioned that she would bring the surprise and well, I think it's better if you see it yourself." "Ronin, is it a puppy?" "David, almost, but no. It's something I've been working on since I saw your fight. I thought you might need something new and here it is." The teacher lifted the briefcase which she placed on the boy's legs and opened it, revealing before everyone's eyes the green-haired boy's new arm. Izuku was amazed. It was totally new and it was undoubtedly incredible. "Ronin, wow, it's amazing, Professor." "David, well, I tried to think of everything. It's made with the best materials of the time, it's resistant and flexible. So please try to make this the definitive version." "Ronin, I don't promise anything." "Melissa, you have to promise, it cost a lot to do it." "Ronin, okay, I'll try." "Melissa, seriously, Izuku, promise you'll keep him in one piece." "Ronin, yes, okay, I'm going to try hard." The boy just smiled as he looked at his girlfriend, who smiled back. Melissa, for her part, could only swallow saliva. "Melissa, okay, as a promise, it's very bad." "Ronin, David, I'll talk to the doctors and if they allow it, I'll start the operation today. Will you stay a few more days so they can see your condition and you can get used to your new arm? Ronin, you are the teacher, he. The green-haired boy took his girlfriend's hand with some nervousness. The brunette squeezed Izuku's hand while smiling warmly at him. Yayorozu, everything will be fine, darling. At that moment, Director Niza climbed onto a stool and took the green-haired boy by the shoulder while looking at him with a smile. Nizu, welcome back. Ronin, thank you, Director. Ryuichi, it's good that you're recovered, kid, but now we have to leave. We'll let the doctors evaluate you, understand? Ronin understood. The black-haired girl kissed her boyfriend one last time and left the room. Izuku just smiled and closed his eyes, ready to sleep a little more. After a while the doctors entered along with the professor, Melissa and Natsuo. The green-haired boy felt their presence and woke up. The doctors entered with a calm step and began to check the machines that were around the green-haired boy. Izuku could only observe them with curiosity. Melissa began to give her opinion as well as ask certain questions which were answered in a kind manner. Soon a nurse began to run tests on Izuku to test his pain stimuli, his reflexes as well as other types of tests, all this in order to check that the green-haired man was at %, and so it was. The doctors left, leaving a rather strange Izuku, although these doubts were quickly dispelled when the same doctors came back in. Ronin, I swear if you come in together like that again I'm going to have a fit. David, as long as you don't stress out, everything's fine. Ronin, well, it was close, but is there something? Doctor in charge, technically yes, we have 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Ronin, well, I'm awake now, so let the bad one come. Doctor in charge, well, the bad news is that even though all your internal and external wounds are healed, you know you'll have to stay a little longer so we can check if this continues or if it's just the euphoria of the moment. Ronin, well, that's not as bad as I thought. Melissa, well, you'll eat hospital food. Ronin, I used to spend so much time in the academy's infirmary that I got used to the taste. Besides, believe me, nothing is worse than cat food, and don't ask me how I know that. Natsuo, at least I know the food in this place is great, so you'll be safe, at least you won't die. Ronin, okay, and the good news? David, well, I was talking with the doctors and it seems they authorized me to give you your new prosthesis. Ronin, that's great news. David, although this also has a bad side, and that is that I will also have to do various tests on you, and this is the best place to do it. Melissa, basically we will be monitoring you all the time. The time you stay you will have to use your quirk so we can analyze every aspect. We did not do this before because of the conditions in which we had to work, but you know. Ronin, yes, now all this is legal and all that, at least I know I can use my quirk now. Everyone smiled at the boy's joke. David, I'll start the operation early tomorrow, first thing in the morning, so I want you ready. I'll analyze your response to the prosthesis and based on that, we'll act cautiously. Ronin understood, Professor. David, well, in that case I think I can go. I'll see you tomorrow, kid, excuse me. Ronin, my own teacher, thank you for everything. The green-haired boy gave a slight nod while everyone, like the brunette, also left the room to make way for a black-haired girl who entered calmly. Although seeing herself alone and with the door closed, she passionately kissed the boy who did not refuse. Izuku told her what happened a few minutes ago as well as his new state of confinement. The black-haired girl listened attentively to the words and only smiled as she squeezed her boyfriend's hand. Yayorozu, my love, that's great news. Ronin, not so much for me now that I think about it. I hope I don't go crazy, being locked up isn't really my strong suit after all. Yayorozu, I know, but hey, that's why I'll come to keep you company, Izuku. You won't be alone, and believe me, there's a lot to talk about. Ronin, I know that's true. Yayorozu, we must bring the great hero up to date. Izuku just smiled as he looked at his girlfriend with tenderness. Yayorozu, and seeing me like this won't change my mind, darling. Ronin, oh no? The boy smiled as he watched his girlfriend slowly turn red. Yayorozu, and no. Ronin, I had to try it, don't you think? Slowly the darkness of the night made the room light up with white lights and Izuku could see his girlfriend's smile. Yayorozu, hee. Ronin, hee now what's so funny, love? Yayorozu, nothing, it's just that I have to go. Your parents offered to take me, but I laugh because I can't imagine it. Ronin, what? Yayorozu, hee, the faces the others will make when I tell them what happened, they'll all surely have a fit. Hee, I bet you that. Ronin, hee, yeah, well, send them my regards, darling. Yayorozu, hee, it was always the other way around, I'll call them darling. La Azabesh kissed her boyfriend and went to the door. Momo didn't want to leave, but she knew she couldn't stay either. Tomorrow was Saturday, and that comforted her because she could come early and spend more time with her green-haired girl. Yayorozu, tomorrow Izuku will come, I promise. Ronin, hee, I know so, thanks. Yayorozu, I love you, Izuku. Ronin, I love you too, Momo. The girl just smiled and kept that smile the whole time until she arrived at UA. Her classmates were surprised and her friends even more, but the girl could only say one thing when the Ronin squad confronted her. Todoroki, what happened? Momo smiled and tearfully answered the question. Yayorozu, Izuku sends greetings. Everyone stared at the dark-haired girl with a face of true confusion. They never expected that response. Tokage used her quirk and carried Momo, and then with Hagakure's help took the girl to her room, where everyone entered, although somewhat squeezed because the younger Yayorozu's room had less space than the green-haired one's because of the enormous bed. Todoroki, Momo, I'm serious, what the hell did you just say? Kirishima, maybe the D said. Tsuyu, hello? Yayorozu, well, actually I send greetings to everyone, hee, but you can count it as a general hello. Todoroki, Momo, it's not time to joke, especially with that, so. Yayorozu, don't you understand, Shoto? He woke up, he did it today in front of my eyes. The girl took the bicolor and shook him from side to side. The bicolor looked at the girl carefully. His face showed happiness, an immense joy that would be impossible to fake. Shoto Todoroki did not know at what moment his face filled with tears. His legs trembled and he fell to the ground while he felt happy and threw a thank you to the sky. The others felt a weight less. Hagakure, Jiro and Tokage fell on the bed while breathing as if they hadn't done so in years. Tsuyu leaned against the wall while letting the tears fall. Kirishima closed his eyes while smiling. The shark boy, like the rest of his classmates, let the tears fall but at the same time began to laugh. Kirishima, that bastard, that's Izuku, always making his dramatic entrances. Shoji Shinso, Ojiro and Tokoemi could only smile. The boys let out a few light tears which they discreetly dried, but then Momo noticed something strange, and that was that a girl was missing, one of her best friends. Yayorozu, D, where is Mei? Shinso, she's been to the workshop, she says she's working on a new project. She's very excited, although sometimes I think it's to avoid feeling sad. Do you want me to tell her this? Yayorozu, yes, and tell him he was right. The girl smiled as she looked out the window. Flashback. We can see Momo devastated. Poor Azabesh had received the news of her boyfriend's coma and was sitting on one of the armchairs while crying inconsolably. The girl had her head down, and it was for this reason that she did not notice that her pink-haired best friend sat next to her. The inventor had received the news from Shinso and went to see how Azabesh was doing. Hatsum, hey Momo. Yayorozu, they already told you, right? Hatsum, it was Shinso, everyone is very sad. Yayorozu, it's almost like Mei is dead. Hatsum, but it's not like that, there is a possibility. Yayorozu, it's like flipping a coin, he might wake up, he might not. Mei simply sighed. She knew that the black-haired girl was no fool. She knew that the odds were equal in both cases. Hatsum simply sat next to Momo and hugged her best friend. Hatsum, you know, in all the time we've been at the academy, I've never met anyone more stubborn than Izuku, honestly. I don't think there ever was one. He's become someone admirable, with an indomitable fighting spirit. Yayorozu, Mei, what are you getting at? Hatsum, you more than anyone know that he is someone too stubborn. I think that if you manage to make his heart beat again, it means that he is not going to give up. He is going to wake up. He has to do it. Yayorozu, you are quite positive. Hatsum, you two made a bet, right? Yayorozu, yes. The girl remembered this and started crying harder because she didn't want to remember it. Handsome, and what was it? At that moment the black-haired girl looked at the pink-haired girl. Handsome gave her a slight smile, and then Momo remembered Izuku's words. A bet, clever girl, you should bet that I'm going to die, knowing your luck you'll surely lose. The girl remembered how the green-haired man said this with a smile, and then she understood. The black-haired girl slowly stopped shedding tears and looked at her best friend, who simply smiled. Handsome, you know, I never bet with Shinso unless I'm sure I'm going to win. To me, a bet is just a probability. Whether you win depends on several factors. Now that I think about it, I am very technical, although that has helped me a lot. Like I told you, I only bet when I know the odds are even, but here it's to you don't know exactly what will happen, so tell me, what did you bet? The girl looked at her best friend, who was smiling, looking into the darkness of the night. Momo was then infected by the inventor's good humor, and slowly smiled as she once again remembered her boyfriend. I have a family to take care of after all. Yayorozu then wiped her tears and slowly looked into the darkness towards the hospital. Mei now looked at her, knowing that she had achieved her goal, to make her smile, to lift the spirits of her best friend. Yayorozu, it was a very stupid bet. I bet that he was going to die. Handsome, it was. Yayorozu, and you know what the best part is? The pink-haired girl just shook her head negatively, making the girl smile, who shed one last tear. Yayorozu, that I never won my bets. Handsome tried to avoid it the whole time, but finally the girl couldn't hold back any longer and let loose a few tears which slowly rolled down her cheeks. Yayorozu, he's going to open his eyes, he's too stubborn to die, I'm sure he'll come back. La Azabesh hugged her best friend, thanking her sincerely. The pink-haired girl returned the gesture and after a few seconds stood up to head towards the exit calmly, but leaving La Azabesh with a question mark. Yayorozu, May, you saw me cry but I didn't see you, why? Handsome, because I'm hoping he'll open his eyes like you said, he's too stubborn to die. Besides, I don't want to be left without my test subject. The comment made Azabesh laugh, who just let the girl go. Handsome, I have to work, I'll see you later, Momo, let me know if anything happens, okay? Yayorozu, okay. Flashback end. And so, with this memory, the day ended for the boys. Momo went to bed feeling joy for the first time since the fight ended. A complete joy, not a false feeling, this time it was real. The girl realized it, and caressed the spot corresponding to her partner, and then closed her eyes, releasing one last tear. Yayorozu, thank you. The next morning no one knew when the girl had left. Apparently she was the first to get up, leaving without anyone seeing her. Momo was motivated and nothing would make her change this good state. Momo had decided that she would not abandon her partner, and that is what she did. Azabesh hurried, although when she arrived she found out that the surgery had already begun. The doctors asked if she could enter the room, and after a few minutes obviously Professor Shield authorized it. Momo entered, meeting her boyfriend, who was not sedated, only having a wooden teether. Yayorozu, what happened? Melissa, that's what he wanted. He said that it would increase his resistance to pain this way. Although it's also a problem, his healing factor is too fast, we can't operate easily. My father developed a prototype that is helping us do everything faster, but it's good that you came. Yayorozu, thanks Melissa. The boy saw his partner and relaxed slightly. The spasms of pain made him tense up and that increased the speed of his healing, but Momo took him by the hand, made his sight focus on her, and so at least managed to distract him from the pain. The healing acted slower, understanding that he was not in danger. The girl began to tell her boyfriend what was happening outside. The brunette had to remember past events to try to bring her partner up to date. This is how the operation passed for the green-haired boy, which with Momo's help lasted less than they had thought. Once this was over, they only gave the green-haired boy space to adapt. The green-haired boy could now stand up without any problem, so without wasting time he began to practice. The boy did push-ups as well as some pirouettes like standing on one hand. He also did some boxing moves and activated his power, seeing that there were no failures. David, so? How are you? Ronin, it's very light but very resistant. I still don't understand how you do it, Professor. David, calculations and more calculations Midoriya, also a little imagination and material, but then tell me, will it help you? Ronin, that's perfect, Professor, thank you. Melissa, yes, but I repeat, try not to break it. It's more resistant than the previous version, but don't test its resistance. Understand? Ronin, okay, I understand. Doctor in charge, well, young Midoriya, we are glad that the operation was a complete success, but as you know, we cannot discharge you yet. Ronin, yes, that's quite clear. Doctor in charge, okay, so try to rest for today. Tomorrow we'll take you to the rehabilitation room where you'll undergo various tests to check your adaptability to your new arm and to ensure there are no failures in your system. Understand? Ronin understood. David, okay, then we'll see each other tomorrow, Izuku. They'll bring you food in a bit so you can relax. We'll leave you two alone. Natsuo, don't do anything bad. At that moment a crimson tone took over Momo's face while Izuku just smiled. Ronin, well anyway they won't see it, or will they? The white-haired man just smiled and left with the other doctors. The black-haired woman smiled and lightly hit Izuku on the head. Yaoyorozu, you're an idiot. You know they could have taken it seriously, right? Ronin, yes, but for them I'm still a little convalescent, I mean I wouldn't do anything wrong, at least not here, but well you know, or rather the thing is that you understand. Yaoyorozu, I understand, don't worry Izuku. The green-haired boy just smiled and his girlfriend caressed his hair. That's how the days began now with Izuku awake. The Azabash went to see him daily and even helped him train. Apparently the green-haired boy had no problem with his new prosthesis being able to move even slightly better than with the other. The green-haired boy was happy being able to spend the days better, although finally the end of the week he had to stay came to an end. Izuku was lying on the stretcher talking to Momo calmly when they heard footsteps approaching. The green-haired boy immediately tensed his body, but Momo calmed him down. The doors opened, revealing that it was the parents of both as well as Principal Nizu, Gran Torino. Surprisingly, Almight and another guy someone Izuku already knew. Ronin, Police Chief Tsurigami? Yaoyorozu, hey? You know him, Izuku? The dog-headed man in an elegant suit raised his hand in greeting. Police Chief, calm down, kid, you don't have to get up. Ronin, thank you, and as for your question, yes, I do know Momo. When was the incident with the assassin? Well, with Stain, he was the one who helped us get out of that problem. Can I assume he came for the same reason? Police Chief, I wish it were that easy, kid. You understand the seriousness of your actions, right? Ronin, yeah, it was just sarcasm. Police Chief, well, to be honest, Midoriya actually came to talk to you about that. Ronin, in that case I'm all ears. Chief of Police, well, since you left Tartaros several years ago, your record was completely cleared, since you didn't commit any crimes, you know. But now, well, things are different. Everyone saw your fight and obviously also the result of this. Ronin, the deaths of Shigaraki and All for One will apparently go down in history. Police Chief, yes, but what you did too, boy, there are people who celebrate it. Well, not death as such, but that you will end evil. All for One and Shigaraki as well as the League were a great terror for everyone in that sector of the population. Thanks you for that. But there is also another sector that is not so benevolent. They condemn your actions and want you to be punished. Yaoyorozu, but that's not fair. Izuku acted the way he had to. If I left them alive any longer, this would repeat itself and more people would die. Just look at the Kamino incident. The green-haired man looked at his girlfriend and slowly took her shoulder, calming her down. Ronin, Momo, calm down. Police Chief, gosh, that's why they call them future heroes. They still have a lot to learn. Yaoyorozu, what do you mean? Police Chief, well, it seems that society is divided into these two sectors, but there is a problem with anything being done. Yaoyorozu, which one? Police Chief, after what happened in the fight, no one knew what had happened to young Midoriya, and while it was true that he was seen waking up, it is also true that no one has known true information, so any punishment or reward had to be postponed. His father did well to bring him here. The elder just nodded slightly and Momo spoke again. Yaoyorozu, but nobody knew where it is. With all due respect, what are you doing here? Ryuichi, I called him daughter. Yaoyorozu, surprised dad? Boo but. Endeavor, well actually it wasn't just him, I did it too. Ronin, traitor hee hee. Raichi, our goal was to prove that you didn't run away, that you're still acting within the law, that what you did was to ensure your survival, that it was a fight to the death, and… At that moment the green-haired man raised his hand and Mr. Yaoyorozu remained silent because he did not expect that. Izuku slowly stood up and the police chief could see for the first time and in front of his eyes Izuku's metallic arm. Ronin, thank you for that Mr. Yaoyorozu, but you are wrong about something. I did not fight for my survival but for the lives of everyone. If he won, humanity would lose, and believe me, I will always make sure that does not happen. No matter the circumstances, I will always fight for the good of humanity. The green-haired boy said this in a serious tone that implied he wasn't joking. The boy was a true hero, just as Stain had said years ago. Police chief, well, that was impressive, but as I was saying, since that day after your battle, politicians as well as the media have emphasized leadership and many other rules so that quirks are not used as weapons. The same story is repeated word for word. When these rules are created is when the heroes emerge. They were created to fill the gap and thus generate a profession, etc., etc. Those people who did not abide by the rules and could not follow the example can hurt very easily with their quirks. Those are the villains. Individuals who never adhere to the rules and whose infractions become major violations of the law. Izuku Midoriya, I regret to say, but despite your good intentions, people think that you have already entered the rank of villains with a double murder. At that moment Momo's blood ran cold. She knew what prison meant for Izuku. Going back there, the girl looked at her boyfriend, but he looked back at her serenely, and they both looked at their superior. Chief of police, well, that's my opinion as a police officer. Now it was Momo's turn to be surprised once again. Izuku just smiled as he looked at the guy in front of him. Chief, although I can't help you here like I did with Stain years ago, I think what I can do is find a fairly feasible solution. Previously it was easier since there were no witnesses other than purely professional heroes facilitating everything. Unfortunately, the same doesn't apply here, although I think I can find an escape route. Although some civilians believe it was wrong, the truth is, as both of them said, it was for the greater good. But here's something, and that is that I can't congratulate you either, because if an event were held where the government extended its hand to thank you, then the punishment would have to be just as severe, don't you think? Ronin, yes. Police chief. But on the other hand, if I don't do the above, we'll still have to give a report, something that clears up people's doubts about your whereabouts and also supports this new version without leaving any loose ends. Ronin, it's the same. Police chief, well, you know, whatever decision you make, there's no going back. No one out there should ever know your statements. Choose wisely, kid, because now is when I need you to decide, since you're leaving the hospital today. Personally, you're young and have a great future ahead of you. Don't make a mistake. The man looked at the boy who just sighed before speaking again. Ronin, I suppose you and I know the answer to that question. I'm not a hero seeking recognition. Knowing that people are safe is enough for me. Police chief, okay, so you choose the second option? Ronin, yes, I don't want credit for anything. After all, despite what I did, I don't feel entirely well. Police chief, I see. In that case, Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu are arrested for the murder of Himiko Toga, Tamura Shigaraki, and the villain all for one, for which they are sentenced to house arrest at the UA Hero Academy. Izuku for his part just nodded his head accepting this, but for her part Momo opened her eyes in surprise. Yaoyorozu, oh hey, what do I have to do with it? Police chief, it's true, I'm sorry. Well, let me explain myself better. Izuku Midoriya is under arrest for the murder of Tamura Shigaraki, or well Tenko Shimura, and the great villain all for one, so he is sentenced to house arrest at the UA Hero Academy. Ronin understood. Chief of Police, now going with you, Miss Yaoyorozu. Although your actions are not condemned as much as those of your partner, they are still a violation of the law. You killed a criminal, and although it can be said that the end justifies the means, you should also not forget that this is what the laws were created for. The Superhuman Registration Act, etc., etc. It can be considered that you acted on your own discretion, which was unfair because even though you did it to save your life, the criminal had to be given a fair trial. The Azabache was only a little dizzy by the words that the big man/dog in front of her mentioned. Chief of Police, Of course, this can be treated with a lesser punishment than your partner's, so it depends on you. Be recognized and punished with the same weight, or not resist and accept your punishment. I apologize if I didn't ask before. Yaoyorozu remained silent, while she thought things through, although after a few seconds she realized that this was silly. She had nothing to think about. Yaoyorozu, I choose the second option, sir, and I appreciate your understanding. On the other hand, Raichi looked at his daughter carefully, because that posture and the way she said it, the man couldn't help but remember his late mother. The black-haired man had been informed not long ago that the fearsome leader of the League of Villains was actually his nephew Tenko Shimura. Raichi was informed of the young man's story and couldn't help but feel sorry and sad. He regretted the outcome his nephew had and felt bad because he thought that maybe if he had used his quirk in that fight against his brother years ago, maybe he would have won and would have convinced him to stay together as brothers. He could change Tenko's story. The man only felt helpless because part of the blame fell on him, but just as it happened years ago, his wife was the one who managed to get him out of that hole. The woman was totally honest. The blame shouldn't fall on her husband in the least. Maybe he made the mistake of not interfering more, but even so, he never knew what would happen. He was afraid. He was young. Feeling remorse for the past would only sink him into the same and into darkness. The black-haired man managed to get ahead after these words, and in part he even mentally thanked the green-haired man because he knew that he was just doing his job, and in one way or another he had to stop him. Raichi felt bad about his nephew's outcome, but he was also aware of all the bad things he had done, including the murder of the green-haired man's mother. The man stayed away and simply looked at his daughter, so when he heard what she said he felt happy because even if it was a small loophole, he also knew that Momo was not happy for having killed what made him feel better. His daughter was not like Shigaraki, and she never would be. Finally, for his part, the police chief just smiled upon hearing the answer. Police chief, a wise decision, guys. So I'll let you know, and the report will be given in a few days, but before then. The man just sighed and bowed slightly before the eyes of Izuku and a surprised Momo who did not expect this gesture. Chief of Police, I know this may not be the right thing to do, but I thank you both for your courage and service to the country. As a police officer and a citizen who protects the peace, I thank you. The green-haired man just smiled and sat back down on the bed. Ronin, get up, you have nothing to thank us for. Rather, we should be the ones who have to thank you for what you just did to help us. Police chief, fine, but anyway, thank you, and now I'm leaving. You have things to do and young Midoriya is about to leave the hospital. It was a pleasure talking to you, and you know I'm counting on you, future heroes. The dog man just nodded and gave a thumbs up before walking towards the exit. Police chief, there is still much to do. Ronin, there's a lot of mess, right? Police chief, yes. And unfortunately, without the help of Cementos, all this is being very slow, more than it should be, but well, we will come up with something to fix all this. The green-haired man thought it over carefully and quickly found a solution, drawing the attention of his superior. Ronin, officer. Police chief, what's going on? Ronin, I want to extend my punishment and have it justified. Let me help with the rebuilding, it's the least I can do. Police chief, boy, are you sure? Ronin, completely. After all I caused this, it is my duty. Azabache looked at her boyfriend with intrigue, that attitude, that willingness to help that never died in the boy. Momo just smiled. It was that same way of being of Izuku that had ended up making her fall in love. Police chief, understood. In that case, Director Nizu. Nizu, the boy has already spoken, and if you agree then I will talk to his teachers so they can see this. Police chief, understood, then I'll wait for you tomorrow, kid. You'll be in charge of the surroundings of the center. You'll help the Uraraka family's construction company. Ronin, understood. The police chief just nodded and resumed his path, leaving the room in a somewhat awkward silence on All Might's part. Ronin, well, that was dramatic, wasn't it? Yaoyorozu, Izuku, are you sure what you just did? Ronin, yes, I'm very sure, Momo, because I caused that with my fight. If I did it, then I will fix it. Yaoyorozu, you are quite a superhero, right? All Might, interrupting the moment, young Midoriya? Sorry for interrupting the moment, it's just that. Ronin, what's wrong, All Might? The green-haired man stood up and walked towards his predecessor. All might, I wanted. But the boy had another idea, so he simply stopped and turned around to take a set of clothes and leave the room before the strange look of All Might, although Momo would speak again with a smile. Yayorozu, All Might will be back. Said and done, after a few minutes the green-haired boy re-entered the room, now with a set of clothes. He had a red t-shirt with a dragon in the center, black jeans, the jacket that Momo had given him, although the surprise was the return of the green-haired boy's classic red boots. The boy had his hair tied up, giving him that classic and cool traveler look in the Ronin. Now, did All Might have something to tell me? All Might was now shocked at this sight. The boy looked quite rude, but the symbol of peace finally spoke. All Might. Why yes, taking a breath, I'm here, well, I came to talk to you seriously. I didn't do it before, and if you want to call me a coward, I'll accept it, because I understand that I understand that I failed you. I broke your trust, and I behaved like a true self-centered idiot. In the end I became what I tried to avoid. An idiot with fake muscles. I didn't come here for your forgiveness, since I know I don't have it anymore, but for the first time since my biggest mistake happened, I am standing in front of you to rectify all the wrong I've done. I'm here to finally have the courage to say it from the heart. Forgive me, Izuku Midoriya. The skinny man took the wound with his hand and slowly bowed as he began to shed tears. The sunset filtered through the window, illuminating both of them. The boy just approached him and placed his hand on his shoulder. Ronin, up All Might, the former symbol of peace. Doing this is a bit embarrassing, The blonde slowly sat up as he watched a slight smile form on the green-haired boy's serious face. Ronin, you have a reputation to uphold. There are still people who admire and defend you. You may be retired, but for many people you are still an inspirational hero. Don't ruin that, will you? All Might looked at the green-haired boy with curiosity, trying to decipher his face, but it was simply impossible for the American hero. Izuku looked at the blonde one last time and walked towards Endeavor. Ronin, I'll never say anything, just stay away from me, and we'll be fine. The boy stopped before reaching Ray and looked one last time at All Might. Ronin, by the way, don't die. You have yet to see me become a hero. That was the deal years ago. Don't even think you can fail now, old man. No one noticed it except for the blonde. Call it a connection between carriers, but All Might swore to see a smile on the green-haired man's face. That alone was enough for the blonde to smile and slowly walk away to the door. All Might, well, in that case I'll leave. I have to go home. Enjoy your freedom. Both of you enjoy the peace. And saying this, the ancient symbol of peace left the room. Yayorozu, that was a bit strange, wasn't it? Ronin, just a little bit, Raichi, well kid, so you heard, house arrest and public service, don't you think it's too much? Ronin, I don't think so, the help will be worth it, they'll finish faster with the help of my whips, it's the least I can do to help. I'm not looking for the admiration of the people, I only seek to repair the damage that I myself caused. Yayorozu, Izuku. Endeavor, well then it's time to go, you're free now, so let's go. Ronin, yes, but first of all thank you very much. I don't know how to repay you, the four of you. If it weren't for you I would have died. Ray, you are my son Izuku. What kind of mother would I be if I let you die? Raichi, it's nothing, I undid a mistake, that's all. Mari, besides, you are family and family is never abandoned, son. Endeavor, besides I couldn't let you die, kid. I'd never forgive myself again. After all, you're my son Izuku. The green-haired man just looked a little surprised and then smiled. Ronin, now I see, I'm actually dead, my father saying that? Yayorozu, ha, shut up, you almost made it. The best thing would be to go to the academy, although it's easy for Tsuyu, Hagakure and Kirishima to have a heart attack when they see you. The boy just smiled at the joke and then nodded, agreeing with his girlfriend, and thanked the elders with a slight bow. They all smiled and left the hospital. When they left, they made them sign a series of confidentiality documents, among others. Izuku also signed calmly. Then they boarded the Todoroki family van with the exception of Nizu, who left in his own vehicle. Once this was done, they left in the direction of UA. Endeavor was driving calmly until he arrived at the academy, where Izuku and Momo slowly got out and then said goodbye to their parents. It was not something so emotional since they had had all day for that. Endeavor, okay, guys, we'll leave you here. Don't worry, Momo. I'll take your parents home. We'll see you later. Yaoyorozu, thank you very much. Ray, see you later guys, I'll make sure to bring you something to eat tomorrow Izuku. Ronin, hee, it's not necessary, although I appreciate the gesture. Mari, take care of yourself Momo, you too Izuku, well both of you take care of yourselves hee. A pretty normal farewell for them, although the real surprise came from Ryuichi. Ryuichi, hey Izuku. Ronin, tell me? Ryuichi, I know it feels good to be back and all but just don't get too worked up. Izuku, for his part, just turned his head to one side, completely confused, while Momo turned completely red, making the older ones smile. Yaoyorozu, Q have a good trip, go easy and don't get caught in traffic. Hee bye. The redhead just smiled and started the car to drive calmly towards his home. Ronin, Momo, are you okay? Yaoyorozu, yes, why do you say that? Nervous. Ronin, well because you're acting strange and… Yaoyorozu, hee let's just go in already. Ronin, rare. Yaoyorozu, we have to hurry so everyone can see the miracle of your resurrection hee. Ronin, okay I understand, do you have a white robe? Yaoyorozu, hee no but I have an idea. The green-haired boy just smiled and followed his girlfriend with the difference that Izuku went up the stairs at his partner's request. Momo went up the elevator, and as soon as it reached the indicated floor Momo knew she would see her friends on the other side, and when the doors opened, there they were. Without exception the Ronin squad was gathered waiting patiently, as were the rest of her classmates from both Class A and B. Momo advanced towards the interior of the recreation room, seeing how as she walked the others were surprised and slightly a little sad. Yaoyorozu, hee and what's all this about? Well, we were hoping that. Todoroki, what that Izuku came with you? Yaoyorozu, so that was it. Kirishima, well don't feel bad, I mean we're glad you're here but well you said that Izuku had woken up and a part of us had hoped that. Yaoyorozu, well actually an old saying speaks of the will of a coward, to speak when he knows no one will silence him. Class A and B had their own incarnation of this saying. Monoma, what? Are you going to say he gave up? Apparently he was so weak he couldn't stand it? As I would expect from the biggest loser in Class A, no offense Bakugo. Aways, well Momo then if you are free I could accompany you in your duel, the black one suits me well. Mineta, are you crazy? With the dog dead, the new alpha gets to keep the damsel in. At that moment a green ray was thrown from the darkness passing between both boys and electrocuting Monoma. This vision surprised everyone and they turned towards the area where it came from, which was the stairs. The small hallway always remained dark because there was no lighting there since everyone took the elevator. Neither could you see anything thanks to the same darkness of the night interrupted this, although suddenly a light orange flame lit up. Everyone thought that maybe it would be Endeavor, although there was a problem, and that is that the fire hero could not throw lightning. Everyone's faces formed a great expression of confusion as they saw how that figure approached the light. The faces of Monoma, Aways and Mineta formed a grimace of horror as they saw how slowly they could observe in more detail slight details, such as the color of the clothes, the boots, the hair, the freckles on the cheeks, and finally those green eyes that gave hope. No one believed it because in front of them was once again Izuku Midoriya. Ronin, you know God wasn't vengeful but I'm not God. The green-haired man raised his hand and a ball of fire formed, which was covered with green rays. Ronin, are you believers? Because if so, you can start praying to the one above. The boy just smiled while Mineta literally shit himself. Aways fainted and Monoma went to hide behind Shishuda. The green-haired boy slowly turned off his quirk, watching his friends who kept their mouths open. Ronin, they know that if they continue like this, a fly will get into them, right? Todoroki, Izuku, is it really you? Ronin, do you want me to show you my hands so you can see I'm real? Or I know, look at my feet so you can see I'm not floating, The bicolor could not believe what he saw as well as the rest of his friends. Tsuyu, these? Ronin, amen. Ha! The boys started to cry while Izuku just laughed and raised his arms. Ronin, ha, come on, what are you waiting for? Clap. The boy said this with a smile, but he didn't expect that all his friends would go towards him hugging him. The poor green-haired boy was about to run out of air, but his friends slowly retreated. Tsuyu, you're an idiot. Don't scare me again, do you understand? Ronin, ha ha ha, I'll try. Kirishima, dude, that transformation is seriously scary. Hee hee, even when you stopped using it you were letting off steam. Ronin, ha ha, you know I'm very hot, but he doesn't. The boy just raised his hand and blew on his fingers, releasing steam, making his friends laugh. Todoroki looked at his brother's new hand and couldn't help but ask the question. Todoroki, new arm? Ronin, so you realized. Todoroki, is it the final one? Ronin, yes, at least for now, ha ha ha, you already know me. The green-haired man hugged his brother, who shed a few last tears. Todoroki, nice to see you again, brother. Ronin, just like my soba face. The freckled man separated from his adoptive brother and noticed the new scar. Izuku just smiled, making his brother somewhat confused. Ronin, you're always looking for new scars, aren't you? Hee hee hee, that way the girls will see you as twice as handsome, hunk. Hee. The green-haired boy lightly hit the bicolor boy on the shoulder, who just smiled, but then Ida cleared his throat, catching Izuku's attention, who turned around only to see how the blue-haired boy bowed so extreme that even his head hit the ground. Ida, Midoriya, I'm glad that you're alive. I know that you hate me just like everyone else, and maybe this doesn't matter to you in the slightest, but as your old friend I'm truly glad that. The blue-haired man shed a few light tears without realizing that everyone behind him made the same gesture of bowing. Izuku had a rather serious face and approached Ida to hit him on the head, which, although it was not strong, it made him bend a little. Ronin, stop making a fool of yourself, you're the president, aren't you? Honestly, I don't care anymore. At least everyone's alive. Like I said before, society will need them later, as future heroes. The green-haired man walked towards his group of friends, leaving everyone confused. Ronin, and besides, I already said it, all I want is to be a hero. The green-haired boy arrived with his friends, and Ida understood the message. Do what you didn't do before. If you don't want to apologize properly, just keep your distance, don't bother him. Ronin, I just relived it, and it's like John Lennon would say. It's like starting over. Besides, I already said it, we're not friends, we're colleagues. I appreciate the concern, but I'm back. The green-haired boy joined his friends, who now began to celebrate. Ida had finally understood. Maybe Ronin was not like Deku, but there was something he could not change. The altruism of the green-haired boy. Ida just smiled and adjusted his glasses. Ida, okay, welcome back, Ronin. Kendo, we're glad to have you back. Ronin, thanks, I'm glad to be back too. The green-haired boy just smiled once more. He liked that. They finally understood. Izuku felt calm. His group of friends accompanied him to his room, where they celebrated a little more. Jiro was in charge of setting the atmosphere, even giving a small acoustic concert which everyone loved. Izuku danced with Momo, ate and had fun with his friends. Although all good things have an end, the party slowly died down, indicating that it was time for everyone to go to their rooms and their respective buildings, although before that may stop them. Hatsum, before you leave I would like to do something, and I hope you support me. Shinso, hee, what's the crazy idea of the night? Hatsum, hee, you'll see, it's my baby number. Well, the number doesn't matter, I made it waiting for this moment. The girl arranged her friends so that they were with their respective partners, Izuku in the center next to Yaoyorozu. The pink-haired girl then took out a tripod and a somewhat strange camera, causing Izuku to laugh. Ronin, look, don't believe me, but I'm pretty sure cameras already existed before you were born, May. Hatsum, hee, shut up. The girl made a few adjustments to the object and pressed a button and then went to her boyfriend's side. The camera then took out a small rod from which a light came out which scanned all the boys. The tripod then moved slightly and the camera rose a little more, adjusting itself perfectly. Then a slight light came out of the camera, slightly blinding everyone. Ronin, May, if the purpose was to light us, believe me, you succeeded. The girl then just smiled and went towards the camera, where a green dove appeared. Hatsum, hee, shut up, besides it's better if you look at your phones. Izuku was only surprised, although at that moment everyone's cell phones rang. The surprised boys took out their devices, seeing that they all had a message from the inventor, surprised that it was the photo that the girl had taken. Ronin, so that's what it was all about. Handsome, do you really think that's all there is to it? You're offending me, broccoli hairs. I thought you already knew me. At that moment the camera released several small envelopes which he gave to his classmates. When they opened them, they all saw that it was the same photo, although in impressive quality. Handsome, sometimes memories can be hurt or damaged, don't you think? Ronin, wow, you never cease to amaze me, dwarf. Handsome, he thanks, it's the least I can do until the other stuff is ready. Ronin, the other thing? What is the other thing exactly? Handsome, don't interfere. I'd better go now. Are you coming, Shinso? It's a little late. Shinso, of course, little one. Yui, I think I'll retire. Izuku, thanks for the party. Tokage, let's go together. Yui. Kinoko, hey girls, don't forget about me. Kirishima, Toka accompanied you. Shoji, let's go. Tokoemi, I'm going with you. Hagakure, I like the party but I'm already sleepy. Ojiro, I think the same, I'll take you to your room. Toru. Ronin, and it's understandable, thanks for everything friends, I don't think I deserve it but it was a great gesture on your part. Kirishima, ha, don't say that, you're our friend and you said it, we don't leave our own behind. Shoji, you still owe us some sandwiches, buddy. Ronin, look at those cheaters. That's called extortion. Everyone laughed a little and left, leaving only Todoroki and Sia, who talked a little more with Izuku and Momo. In the same way the boys told them what happened in the hospital, deciding not to hide the information, at least from their family. There would be time to talk to Eri. After a while the couple began to say goodbye, although Tsuyu began to sob as she looked at Izuku. The little frog fell silent a little and stood up. The green-haired boy noticed this gesture and just smiled to open his arms. Ronin, I know, you're still skeptical, right? Skeptical frog. The girl kept her head down but Izuku smiled. Tsuyu. It's just that I saw you die but you're my best friend and I couldn't accept it. The bicolor saw his girlfriend and understood her pain. The green-haired man was his first friend in the academy. He understood the pain that her death must have caused. Izuku, for his part, he kept his smile. Ronin, I'll make a religion just so you can see that I can revive Tsuyu more than once. The boy held his arms open and watched as the little frog began to cry. Ronin, okay, come closer, The girl then walked until she was only a few inches away from the green-haired boy and then dropped her head on the boy's chest, who began to stroke the frog's hair. Ronin, okay, oh you're kind, they are so sentimental, okay. Let it go, breathe a little, everything is fine, you saw that I'm not a ghost, right? The girl just smiled and after a few seconds she released the green-haired boy and then left the room with her boyfriend, finally leaving Momo and Izuku alone, who tidied up the room and then went to bed together like they hadn't done in a while. The girl snuggled up to the green-haired boy's chest while he caressed the girl's hair. Yayorozu, I thought I could never be like this again. Ronin, you weren't the only one, Momo. I was afraid of losing you. Yayorozu, sorry Izuku, I was a coward, there were times when I considered giving up, I thought I was being very selfish and in that. Ronin, stroking the girl's hair, no, forgive me, it takes a long time to wake up, you are not a coward, you never have been, nor selfish, you are the love of my life and I thank you. The girl didn't let him speak anymore as she kissed him with an unmatched passion. Izuku obviously returned the gesture with the same intensity as his partner, and when that ended they were both panting, trying to catch their breath. Their tongues were slightly out, being joined by a thin thread of saliva. They both smiled and gave each other a short but emotional kiss. Ronin, well, this was something a little new, Yayorozu, yeah, although it doesn't bother me much, The girl said this with slight nervousness as well as a small but visible red color on her cheeks that made her look much cuter, making Izuku smile. Ronin, you're quite adorable, Momo. Yayorozu, well, consider it lucky, my love, The green-haired man just smiled and hugged the girl. Ronin, I love you, Momo. Yayorozu. Yayorozu, and I to you, Izuku Midoriya. The boys gave each other one last kiss before falling asleep. The next day Izuku went to school. It was Monday and he had to do his homework. The boy prepared breakfast for his friends who were quick to arrive and have breakfast, still slightly incredulous that the green-haired boy was with them. Finally the boy went to class with his classmates. The freckled boy managed to catch up, and apparently Aizawa had given him the opportunity to hand in the overdue assignments. Finally the bell that announced the end of the academic day rang, and from there he went to change his uniform for something simpler. Although he did not expect that when he entered the recreation room all his classmates would be there watching the news where the police chief announced the already expected, although the version he gave made the green-haired boy breathe easier. Chief of Police, well, thank you for coming today. In previous days there was much speculation about the whereabouts of young Izuku Midoriya, who as you know was the last opponent, and also executioner of All for One, and the leader of the League of Villains Tamura Shigaraki in that battle that to this day remains in everyone's mind. Well, this information has just been authorized for the knowledge of the civil public, and it is that after that battle and his resurrection to call it somehow, he was taken to a medical center guarded by the police where he was arrested on charges of murder, destruction and violation of the Quirk registration law, although apparently the injuries were so serious that there was no choice but to keep him hospitalized waiting for his recovery. Today, a month after that, I was authorized to say that the boy is still under arrest, and although he is in better condition, he was assigned house arrest at the UA Academy where he will not be able to leave until the time of his graduation. In addition, he was also assigned the task of helping to fix the damage that he caused. The interview and the report followed their normal course, although the reporters had many doubts about everything, but at least Izuku knew, he was sure. Yaoyorozu for her part looked at her boyfriend and knew it was time for him to leave, so she went with him. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, are you sure about this? You know perfectly well, there will be people out there who hate you, darling. Ronin, but there are also people who don't. I won't stop my work just because of some people, Momo. Besides, it will be easier if I go. Yaoyorozu, well, that's true. Ronin, I'll be fine. I won't be long, Momo, I promise. The boy kissed his girlfriend and left to then arrive at his destination where there were already people waiting for him. Izuku ignored them but heard the whispers, the insults in a low voice. Izuku simply continued to ignore them. The green-haired boy knew that paying attention to them was useless and answering them was falling into their game. He was better than that. The green-haired boy simply turned around and analyzed the environment. He still hadn't reached the center. He would take care of that area later. The boy began to work, following instructions from those in charge of the reconstruction, who when they saw the green-haired boy hesitated a little but decided that an extra hand wouldn't hurt. And boy, it didn't hurt. The boy was above all impressive. His whips could be very useful because the fact that they could be manipulated or be as strong as steel made them a great help. The boy could easily lift large debris. It would seem like a lie, but soon all the workers and civilians saw how the boy carried multiple debris both in his whips and in his own hands as if it were nothing. The boy, he spoke for nothing more than to give short answers following the instructions. People still spoke badly of him, but he still didn't care. Work was his first priority. Construction manager, thanks a lot, kid, you're really a big help. Ronin, it's nothing official. I've helped where I can, and if I can lighten your load here at least a little, I'll gladly do so. The man in charge just nodded gratefully, but at that moment Izuku's body froze as in the distance, they could see some debris levitating in the air. Construction manager, a friend of yours? Ronin, not that I know of. The debris hit some buildings, hurting them much more. Izuku wanted to go help, but he also knew he had the obligation to stay. The boy looked towards the head of the reconstruction works, who looked back at him with a worried gesture, and then spoke. Construction manager, what are you waiting for? Go there. Ronin, thank you. Construction manager, run. The green-haired man quickly disappeared towards the city center. Moments before, we can see how several families were walking through some streets downtown. A normal walk on a normal day, but we will focus on one. The family watched the news, watching the replay of the press conference. This family was one of the few who believed in the green-haired man, but the fact of looking away and not seeing him helping, as they said, he would lower their morale a bit. On the other hand, the little girl was playing with a figure of the green-haired man in his hero costume, and with another of Yaoyorozu the same in her hero costume. The girl made fighting sounds until in an accident the figure of the Azabash fell to the ground. The girl took it, and saw to her surprise how the stones in front of her began to move slightly to seconds later slowly begin to roll. The girl running went to her parents somewhat alarmed. Girl, Dad, look! The little girl's father turned around only to see how now all the debris was starting to rise in the air heading towards a specific point. The man quickly took his daughter and carried her in his arms while he took his wife by the shoulder. Father, let's go! Take the girl. The man was about to pass the little girl when a macabre laugh was heard and a rock suddenly appeared next to them, pushing the lady and causing disasters. The patriarch of the family saw how his wife now had quite a few injuries. His daughter cried, and behind them a huge stone golem formed, as big as a building and as robust as one. The man helped his wife get up while behind him the golem raised both fists. Police officers shot non-stop but without causing any damage to the monster. The man slowly lowered his daughter and used his quirk, which consisted of stretching his limbs like a league, with which he grabbed a huge garbage container and threw it towards the monster, hitting it in the face, making it turn around from the impact. Father, daughter, don't leave your mother and go. I'll help the police in any way I can. I'll buy them time. Daughter, but Dad. Father, listen. I don't want them to die. The father shouted this, hoping to scare his daughter and drive her away. The father was not willing to go back. He would focus the monster's attention on him so they could escape, even if it meant dying. The man took light poles and pulled them out of the ground and then put them on guard like swords. Father, are you a stupid monster? You can't talk. The father was afraid, but it was more his concern for his family. This was what motivated him to continue, even though he did not expect the huge monster to speak. Golem, without all for one in the game, a new boss has to use his throne after all. The villain spoke and everyone felt the sound wave. The mother saw her husband as he stopped with her daughter, who was crying seeing her father. Insert Heroes United 0 Hour from Overwatch and enjoy. Mother, you can't stay there, he'll kill you. Father, you don't know that. Run, I'll buy you time, I'll go after you. The woman looked at her husband with tears in her eyes, but she knew that the man always put himself before his family. That's how it had always been, and she couldn't change his mind. She wouldn't let them hurt them. The woman could only stop one last time looking at him. Mother, well, you better. Mother and daughter ran towards a cafeteria while the man was on guard. The huge golem extended his arm towards him and opened his palm, firing 3 rocks which headed towards the man, who only sweated. The girl began to cry, calling her father. At that moment the little girl could see her figure of Izuku, which had his sword in his hand, as well as the effects of flames, whips and the impressive green rays. The girl began to cry while clinging to the figure. Girl, please save my father. The stones were approaching the man, who closed his eyes, accepting his fate. But something stole the spotlight from the blows, and at that precise moment an explosion was heard in the distance. Everyone looked up and saw how an object wrapped in fire fell in front of the man, and with strong flames it destroyed the missiles, leaving only one. Then a black whip took it and turned it around, throwing it against the subject, seriously damaging the golem's armor and making an explosion when it hit his face, taking him away a few steps. The man opened his eyes at the same time that the flames went out, revealing Izuku Midoriya. The boy had appeared in a majestic way with his wings folded outside. The green-haired man only turned to look at the man with a slight smile. Ronin, that was very brave. Now leave the rest to me. Your family needs you. The man could only look at him in amazement. The sight was so impressive that he was in slight shock, managing to say only one thing. Father, it's you. The green-haired boy just nodded, and suddenly a fire trident came out of one of his hands, and in the other he managed to grab one of its rays. The wings opened and Izuku flew upwards at an incredible speed, and then at a certain height he headed towards the villain. Ronin, weren't you supposed to be hiding? What, you're telling me there's no honor among trash anymore? Golem, and who is hiding, monster? Ronin, haha, careful, you almost bit your tongue. The boy flew in circles around the monster, who was throwing punches without hitting the green-haired boy, who decided not to take long and quickly finish off the villain. The boy took the trident and threw it against the monster's shoulder, and then his lightning causing the arm to be separated from the body, with the strong explosion falling heavily against the pavement, fortunately without hurting anyone. After this, Izuku threw his whip, tangling it in the other arm, and activated his one for all for mixing it with his Makiri, and after that he flew towards the monster's head, passing by. The monster turned his head in surprise, although this was a mistake because the green-haired boy had done this to pull the monster's arm, and thus the golem's fist hit his face. This had taken effect because the golem's strength mixed with the green-haired boy's strength, causing his head to burst with that powerful blow, revealing a harmless man. "Villain, you think I'm scared of you? You're nothing. Just a lucky guy who's nothing compared to me, the great Rock Down." The guy said this bravely, but only got a laugh in response from Izuku. "Ronin, ha ha ha, sorry, but as a villain name it's very bad." At that moment the green-haired man rose and activated his one for all beyond percent, managing to take a huge lightning bolt, and then covering it with fire. "Villain, I'll kill you scared." The villain raised his fist, but Izuku didn't stop. "Ronin, well, dying is certainly better than a miserable, long life as a complete idiot who thinks Rock Down is a great name. If you don't want to fear me, well, just one thing, close your eyes and beware of the light." The boy raised his arm higher and then dropped the huge lightning bolt, which hit the rock, covering the entire enormous body in electricity, and obviously electrocuting the little man, who after a loud scream fainted. The green-haired boy just went down and grabbed the man, and then dropped him in front of the police. "Ronin, okay officers, it's all yours, just be careful, that was volts, this can cause respiratory failure, organ dysfunction, internal burns and loss of control of your bladder, so don't splash them, hee." The officers were surprised at this image, but soon heard how the armor began to thunder, meaning it was about to fall. Izuku quickly turned around and spreading his wings began to fly, beginning to dismantle the golem's armor, leaving only part of the feet which fell, making a slight tremor. Izuku had stacked all this and then stood on top to put his hand and turn on his power once more to make a slight pressure. At that moment the rubble shook, and soon those large rubble changed size to simple stones, much smaller, and therefore easier to transport. The boy got down and deactivated his quirk seconds later to be hugged by the girl who had run towards her hero, dodging the police. The green-haired man was quite surprised by this gesture. "Girl, thank you for saving my dad." "Ronin, well, that's what it's all about, right? I'm a hero." The little girl just smiled and hugged the boy again. "Girl, I knew you would come back, hero Ronin, I never stopped trusting you, thank you." "Ronin, well, at least you trusted him, you are a very brave girl." The green-haired boy ruffled the little girl's hair a little, but then something ruined the moment. The insults started again in the form of whispers. "Extra, he could have caused this." "Extra, it's true, who ensures that the villain was not colluding with him to make him look like the good guy." "Extra, be careful, I'm taking the girl hostage." The green-haired man just sighed and walked away from the girl. But then some police officers raised their weapons and pointed them at him. "Ronin, hey, calm down, I'm with you, the girl is." "Police, stop." "Ronin, the girl is fine, there's no need for the." The green-haired man took a few steps forward, but then the officers loaded their weapons. "Officer, I ordered you to stay still, freak." Izuku just stood still. No doubt he had ignored this before, but being called freak was new. The boy was going to speak, but then, now emboldened by the armed officers, the screams started to get louder. Freak, monster, murderer. The poor green-haired boy was the victim of all these insults and many others. The boy was somewhat stunned smelling all this. But then a tomato hit him in the face, bursting and staining his face and hair. The insults now turned into mockery, laughter towards the boy. The officers kept aiming at him, waiting for a suspicious movement that would give them the excuse to empty their magazines at him. "Police, for all we know, this could be your fault, idiot, so you better cooperate or." Ronin, thinking, my fault? Are they really blaming me? After all the times I risked my life for this disgusting city, I almost died in that stupid fight, and this is how they thank me. The green-haired boy lit his eyes slightly but immediately turned them off. It wasn't worth it. Besides, he was asking for it, always hitting before asking. He showed it when he left Tartaro's. He could act calm, but he always chose violence. The boy was about to give himself up and let himself be arrested or shot, but then someone stood in front of him. A girl with jet black hair who, dressed in her hero costume, looked really upset. Momo Yayorozu had come to stand in front of her boyfriend, and with a firm voice spoke. "Yayorozu, if you're going to aim at him, you'll have to shoot me too. He protected you like he always has, he just wanted to help. Don't you realize after so many years? The girl was actually upset, but then Izuku took her by the shoulder, making the girl look at him now. The brunette saw how her boyfriend had a serious face, although somewhat discouraged. Ronin, leave it like that, you better go back to UA. I still have work to do, and don't forget that you are under arrest. The green-haired boy turned around and walked towards the destruction. For her part, Momo just watched him walk away and turned one last time towards the police officer in a clear tone of disapproval, and then turned to walk towards the academy, although now with an idea. Back with Izuku, the boy continued on his way. He would take advantage of being in the center of the city and start to arrange everything as best he could. With his black whips, it wasn't difficult at all to carry objects, much less destroy them without hurting anyone. The green-haired boy was helping tirelessly, although he was soon forced to stop when he saw two figures approaching him. Both in clothing concerning work and protection, with big eyes and brown hair, although a little lighter on the man's part. The woman had the same marks on her cheek as a certain brunette, which added to the particular shape of her hair, cleared up any doubts. Both people in front of the green-haired boy were Uraraka's parents. Kiyoshi, so you're the famous Izuku Midoriya? Ronin, I think so. Amaya, well, you haven't changed much, although we haven't seen you since for a long time. The boy just wiped the sweat on his forehead as he turned to look at the couple. The girl's mother, Amaya Uraraka, was now serious, contrary to what he had always seen before. The woman holding her husband Kiyoshi's hand looked at Izuku with a serious face. Ronin, a lot of things happened. Amaya, that's exactly what we wanted to talk to you about. Ronin, well, there's not much to talk about, is there? I just want to help out here, serve my time, and get back to the dorms. It's not like I have a very busy life. The green-haired man just turned around to continue with his work, but then the man grabbed him by the shoulder. Kiyoshi, boy, we really need to talk. The green-haired man just dropped the debris he had on the whip and turned around. Amaya, boy, first of all, we want to thank you for saving us all. Ronin, well, you've seen that not everyone thinks the same as you, Mrs. Uraraka. Kiyoshi, yes, and it's a shame, boy. Ronin, no, I still feel like it's my fault, so I'll have to get used to it, I guess. Amaya, do you always have to be so altruistic? Ronin, well, you already know me, right? Amaya, well, that's exactly what we wanted to talk to you about. The boy looked up, seeing both of his ex's parents clenching their fists. Kiyoshi, we knew you a little, but you didn't know us. The green-haired man didn't know what was coming. Kiyoshi, we met you as our daughter's first boyfriend. Before that, she told us wonders about you. We even thought that you had been boyfriends for a long time, and we felt good for her, but when we met Ida, well, we didn't know what to say. The first few times she just introduced him as a friend until it was impossible to hide. At first we thought that you had broken up and everything, but then you came back to the house and neither of you seemed to have broken up. The displays of affection were more than obvious. We entered into a dilemma, and we had to talk to her. Ask her for an explanation. Amaya, at first she told us that you and Ida had an agreement, but later, when she saw your face when we made certain comments, she showed us that it was a lie. There was never such an agreement. I confronted her, and she said that she was having problems with you, that they were about to break up, that you weren't how we saw you. We never taught her to lie, but she still lied to our faces, and as stupid as it sounds, we believed her. But then your betrayal came. It was proven then that our daughter was right. You weren't what everyone believed. Ronin, yeah, I've heard that before. Kiyoshi, we know, just as we know that we don't deserve your forgiveness. We proved that we were two-faced, and honestly the help that Ida gave us from time to time was very good, so much so that we blinded ourselves. Amaya, we let ourselves be carried away by the lie that we didn't see the damage we were causing. Kiyoshi, we're as guilty as our daughter. We should have done something and instead. Ronin, don't worry, there are also things I regret. Uraraka was a good friend before. Now I can't see her as anything more than a companion, and I hope you forgive me, but I don't have to forgive you. Well, better said, you don't have to apologize. Kiyoshi, actually, Chiko, because her failures as a daughter demonstrate my failure as a father. The man could only lower his head and clench his fists, but Izuku spoke again. Ronin, you didn't fail. No one did, she took her own path, which is different. Don't blame yourself for your mistakes. Besides, I think you're doing things right now, and that's what matters, right? The green-haired man just smiled as he extended his hand to his ex-father-in-law, who looked at him with curiosity until he returned the gesture with a smile. Both men shook hands. Izuku looked at both of them with a smile. Amaya. It will be interesting to work with you, Izuku Midoriya. Ronin, I agree, it will be very interesting, Kiyoshi. That's if he doesn't put us out of work first. Ronin, calm down, I'm just a worker. Saying this, the boy managed to return to work, but not before being hugged again by the little girl who, now taking advantage of the fact that the hero was there, arrived with a notebook and a marker. Izuku understood and, smiling, gave his first autograph under the name of Ronin, although now he heard Momo's voice behind him. Yayorozu, shouldn't you be slacking off? This isn't the time to brag. Ronin, smiling, I think I told you to go to the UA, right? Yayorozu, and when did I ever listen to you? In fact, I came to help you. Ronin, I appreciate the help, Momo, but I'm fine alone. Yayorozu, I'm not asking for your permission, silly. In fact, none of us are. Ronin, wait, what? The green-haired boy turned around, as did the girl, and both were surprised because they could see how not only the black-haired girl was standing behind the boy but also all of her friends, all wearing simple but resistant clothes, work clothes. Yayorozu, I hope you don't mind, darling. Ronin, but how? Yayorozu, well, I heard that one could volunteer, so well, here I am, Insert an ideal of hope by Hans Zimmer, and enjoy. Kirishima, it's not manly to leave our friends alone, and I was bored in the dorms. Todoroki, together we'll be faster, brother, and you know it. Tsuyu, we won't leave you all the credit, Izuku Kero smiling. Yayorozu, besides, you know it better than anyone, one for all. At that moment the boy smiled as the sunset was reflected on his back. Ronin, and all for one. Yayorozu, exactly, smiling. Tokage, let's get to work, guys. Everyone shouted, yes, in response as they split up to start helping, although the surprise was even greater when they saw Empty Lady appear in her giant form taking several rubble. Kamui Woods also appeared helping his blonde partner. Suddenly, and crossing the sky, Hawks also appeared, who came down majestically after them. Also appeared Snipe. Gran Torino, the complete Hussycats team, Ryukyu, Present Mike, Shirakumo, Fat Gum, Kami, and finally Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki. Ronin, wow. Mirio, are we late? Yayorozu, just a little. Endeavor, well, they arrived before me at least. The green-haired boy just turned around, seeing how behind him were Endeavor and Ray, who was carrying a topper of food for the green-haired boy. Ray, I promised to bring you something, son. Ronin, thank you. The green-haired boy shed a tear as he looked at his girlfriend and then looked around as the attackers and officers had left, intimidated by the presence of all the heroes, and now more people had come to help. The boy placed his forehead against the dark-haired girl who hugged the boy. Yayorozu, look at them. They all came just like you. You didn't turn your back on them. You didn't run away. Izuku did come. Ronin, part of me told me not to do it, to leave. Yayorozu, Izuku, don't be silly. Look at them. They're alive and helping us because you didn't give up. You're their savior now. Ronin, maybe they want the wrong person, maybe. You know, they used to call me nothing but monster. Yayorozu, well, before they didn't know you, they were guided by a lie, and when they saw the truth they didn't know what to do. They didn't know you, but I did. You showed me your true strength and your true self, a kind person who only wanted peace but they never left him, a born hero who wanted the best for everyone, even giving his own life. That's you, my love. Ronin, Momo, ever since I left Tartaros I've only gone from one fight to another, and now that it's all over I don't know what to do anymore. The boy just slowly lowered his gaze, but Momo didn't let him. The girl took him by the cheeks and slowly raised his face. Yayorozu, you will be a hero, my love, the greatest hero the world has ever seen, as you promised, and if you allow me I will be there with you, my hero. At that moment the green-haired boy just smiled and approached his girlfriend to kiss her, but then Todoroki scratched his throat a little, cutting off the moment, and earning an annoyed look from both of them. Todoroki, sorry to interrupt, but while they're waiting for us. The boy stepped aside, revealing that indeed all his friends, the civilians and the heroes, were waiting for them. Ronin, Teapot, you're earning another scar. Kirishima, come on man, you have the rest of the day for that. The green-haired boy just smiled and they both walked hand in hand. At that moment all his friends began to applaud as well as the civilians began to do so, causing a slight smile on both of their faces. And so the work continued and the day ended for the young heroes, but with this a new day began for Izuku Midoriya. This is how the day began for that UA student. That student who was exiled by the students and teachers who lived there, those people who were blinded by a lie and fearful of his power. But this power proved to be more than a force of destruction. That power was used to end evil, and with it everyone could finally find peace. I'm back. Father's Day. Ronin POV. I used to celebrate 2 days like these the same way. I would wake up and try to cook and she would come down because she always ended up burning everything. Then he would mark and we would have to congratulate him. We would ask him when he would return and the answer was the same every year: soon. Years later we got the news of the accident, and I knew then that he would never keep that promise. Time passed and the routine was the same. Mom had to fulfill both roles, but it didn't matter, we celebrated anyway. Now she is gone, but I still have a great family. They went through several problems, but they were heroes. Obviously they managed to recover and come together again. The years have passed, and now I have started my own family with the woman I love. I'm sure my mom would be proud of me, and I think I couldn't be happier. Current time. The day had begun at the Midoriya/Yaoyorozu house. The light managed to filter through the windows. Everything was peaceful in the warm home. The birds sang harmoniously and nothing could interrupt the beauty that the day offered. Except for one thing, a mental blow. A sense of alert which violently drilled into the head of a certain green-haired man who opened his eyes and woke up quickly and then began to sniff, managing to say only one thing with concern. Ronin, something's burning. The boy got up and with this movement woke up his girlfriend who, upon smelling the smoke, had the same reaction as her partner. Both got up and at an impressive speed, worrying about their daughter. Both went down following the smoke. As they went down, Momo created her trusty steel bar while Izuku took out his whips. Both noticed how the smoke was coming from the kitchen, so they stood in front of the door. They saw each other for a couple of seconds. Nodded and Izuku with a green light kicked, opening the door, finding a funny scene, and they could see Eri, who at years old took something out of the oven running, throwing it into the sink, and then with a cardboard she removed the smoke by shaking it. Eri, worried, oh no, come on, why now? I followed the recipe to the letter. The brunette just smiled, realizing what day it was, so giving a slight tender laugh she turned around and patted Izuku on the shoulder. Yaoyorozu, ha, that's true, it's Sunday, happy day my love. The green-haired man just smiled and with the pressure of his quirk he removed all the smoke, surprising his daughter. Eri, Dad! Ronin, good morning Eri. Eri, Dad, be you sorry, I wanted to surprise you and… The green-haired boy looked at his daughter and remembered those old moments when he did the same for his mother. The boy just smiled and saw how the girl's face was covered in flour, dough as well as other ingredients. Izuku approached and ruffled the girl's hair, smiling. Ronin, you remind me of me at your age. Now go wash up, daughter. I'll take care of this mess. Eri, boo, but what are we going to have for breakfast? I don't know if what I made is at least edible. The white-haired woman pointed towards the plate, which was smoking in the sink. They both saw how what was on the plate had an inedible black color. Ronin, you know what, better let me take care of that, and what do you think if later in the afternoon we go out to eat? Eri, are you sure? Ronin, but of course you do, or do you doubt me, dwarf? The girl just smiled, infected by her father's good humor. Eri, never, Dad. Ronin, then go get ready and run with your mother. I'll talk to them so they can come for breakfast. The girl just smiled and nodded, but before leaving she gave her father a hug. Eri, Dad, happy day, smiling and shedding a tear. The boy was just surprised, but then he smiled again, shedding a few tears and turning around to hug his daughter. Ronin, thank you Eri, thank you. Ronin POV. I spent so much time alone and in the dark I no longer remembered this warmth. But then this is what it feels like. This is what it feels like to finally be home.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.